Blood dripped from the brown-haired man's mouth as his body trembled weakly, and his vision dimmed. In his fading thoughts, he felt a quiet sadness, thinking it had all been a beautiful dream one he wished he could destroy completely. A sharp wooden nail pierced through his chest, lifting his lifeless body as the dim yellow light of the grand hall flickered like dying embers. In front of him, a blonde-haired man stood coldly and said with disdain that he's finally dead, calling it a fitting end for the most wicked villain. Without another glance, he turned and walked away, leaving the body hanging in silence. Far from that scene, Nam Woo-hyun, a tired novelist, sat staring blankly at his computer screen. He thought with exhaustion that the death of the world's strongest villain meant his series was finally ending. Then he said softly while typing that the next chapter should wrap things up. Leaning back, he sighed and thought with frustration that writing a story he never wanted to write was miserable. Then, with a faint smile, he said with relief that he could finally quit after tomorrow and whispered to himself that he should leave his regrets behind. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the quiet room. He looked up in surprise, stood from his chair, and said with confusion that someone was knocking at this hour. Slowly walking toward the door, he called out to ask who it was, but no one answered. Silence filled the hallway, and he thought uneasily that maybe it was just a drunkard passing by. Woo-hyun murmured tiredly while rubbing his eyes, saying, "That man, what the hell, let's just go to bed." As he lifted his chin, something strange caught his attention, a glowing sheet of paper floating gently in the air before landing on the floor. He stared at it in confusion and asked where would this paper come from. Bending down, he picked it up. The page glowed faintly, its smooth surface showing neat words that read, "It's a gift. Please ask when you are in need." Woo-hyun frowned and murmured in confusion, "A gift? What gift?" But before he could think more, the paper began to shake violently. Dark energy burst from it, swirling through the room as the lights flickered. From the shadows, a familiar figure appeared, the very villain Woo-hyun had just killed in his story, the wound in his chest still fresh. Woo-hyun stepped back in shock and said with a trembling voice, "What?" The villain looked at him coldly and said in a bitter tone, "So this is how I die. I spent 10 years sharpening my blade for revenge, yet it ended like this." His voice grew heavy as he took a step closer, saying that his family, friends, and lover were all gone, and that Woo-hyun knew that better than anyone. Woo-hyun stammered in fear and asked, "Failed?" But the villain cut him off, whispering softly, "So please." He reached out his hand, and dark energy exploded again, wrapping around Woo-hyun's body like black fire. Woo-hyun screamed as the force consumed him, while the villain watched with a faint smirk and said darkly, "Do it for me. I will witness." Woo-hyun lay unconscious on a large bed, his mind lost in darkness. When he slowly opened his eyes, faint light slipped through the curtains. Dazed, he sat up, holding his head as dizziness hit him, and murmured with confusion, "Did I pass out?" Looking around, he saw an unfamiliar, eerie room filled with dark antique furniture. Then his gaze fell on his black robe marked with crimson patterns. He thought in disbelief, "What the hell are these clothes?" Stumbling to the mirror, he froze. The reflection staring back had crimson hair, cold slit-like eyes, and a slime mouth. His heart pounded as realization struck him. He had possessed Arsene Adel, the most powerful villain in his own novel. He sat on the floor, leaning against a cupboard, trying to process it all. Memories from his story surfaced: the half-demon Arsene bloodline, once powerful but destroyed by 6 noble families. He thought bitterly that the bloodline now ended with him, Arsene Adel. He remembered Arsene's tragic backstory, a man who sought revenge but failed, whose fall into darkness had now dragged him, the creator, into this world. Looking toward the dawnlit window, Woo-hyun thought grimly that in a few days he would die at the hands of the 6 families. Woo-hyun raised his hand, and a glowing screen appeared before him, floating in the air. Lines of text shimmered across the screen, revealing his information. He was a half-demon with a chaotic alignment. His talent was position transfer, and his traits included interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, and mana manipulation. His current mana was 341. He stared at it in disbelief, thinking with frustration that it couldn't compare to the talents he had given his main characters. No matter how powerful the villain was, he had never meant for them to surpass the protagonist. Pressing his hands against his head, he thought anxiously that he couldn't even control mana. The intimidating backstory he had written for Arsene was now strangling him instead. Then a faint light drew his attention. The same mysterious paper floated before him again, glowing softly. He murmured in confusion, "What is that?" Then realization hit him: it was the paper that appeared before Arsene pulled him into the novel. He thought quickly that even if it wasn't much help, he had no choice but to use it. He picked it up, remembering it said to ask when in need, but now it was blank. He said with frustration, "Why is it blank? Where would the text go? Is this how I meet my end?" Suddenly, glowing words appeared across the page, forming slowly in golden light. "Creator, if you do not know how to use the gift, please answer yes or no." After reading it, Woo Hyun murmured to himself in confusion, "Creator?" The word echoed strangely in his mind, making him frown. Then his frustration boiled over, and he shouted with anger, "You fool, you're Adele." His voice filled the quiet room, but the paper remained still for a moment before new glowing words appeared on its surface. They read, "Please write down yes or no on the paper." Woo Hyun let out a long sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. He said with irritation, "Now you're ignoring me? Alright, I'll hear you out." Grabbing a nearby pen, he scribbled the word yes onto the glowing page. Immediately, more text appeared in response, forming neatly in front of his eyes. The message read, "How to use information purchase. I will answer anything you write on this paper, creator. Some questions do not have a price, but some do." Woo Hyun stared at it in silence, his brows furrowing. He thought with confusion, "Information purchase? So it'll answer anything?" As if in response, new glowing words appeared, stating the more important the question is, the higher the price. He exhaled slowly, thinking for a moment before writing again. His next question appeared boldly on the page, "Tell me how I can return to the real world." The glowing light dimmed for a moment before the answer appeared coldly, "It is impossible." Woo Hyun clenched his jaw but quickly shook his head, muttering to himself in frustration that he wasn't even counting on it. He straightened the paper on the table before him and continued, writing, "Tell me the detailed method to use mana and how to use Adele's traits." He thought inwardly while setting the paper down that he needed to take care of what was urgent first. The golden light on the paper brightened, and glowing symbols spread like vines across the table and onto the walls around him. Suddenly, the mana in the room began to stir, swirling around his body in waves of pressure and heat. Then more words appeared before him in clear, shining letters. They read, "This question does not require payment. Mana manipulation and the method of using your traits have been imprinted into your body, creator. Will you accept? Yes or no?" He wrote yes on the paper and, almost at once, felt something shift inside him. He thought with excitement, "I can feel the mana." A warm, strange power flowed through his limbs and settled like a living thing in his chest. Dark energy curled up in his palm as the first trait revealed itself. He thought while watching the energy gather, "This is the first trait, the ability to take away someone's 5 senses, darkness." The feeling was frightening, but controllable. He smiled to himself and thought with satisfaction, "It's a success. It should normally be much larger, but this will come in handy." The next power bloomed like a shadow around him. He thought while flexing his hands, "The next is the power to restrain opponents with my aura, killing intent." As the aura wrapped around his body, he grinned, clenching both fists, thinking with confidence, "Success. Knights or trained soldiers will be able to withstand it, but it should work on ordinary people." He turned his attention to the talent that had always worried him, Position Transfer 1. He thought while studying, the name Position Transfer 1 is quite literally the power to switch places with an object of my choosing. It's the best assassination skill there is. He tried the command aloud, saying while concentrating, "Designate," then felt the limitation click in. He could only mark about 20 square yards for now. He thought with disappointment, "It's pathetic compared to Adele's powers in the novel. But if I keep practicing." Spotting a suit of armor across the room, he decided to test it. He focused, used the position transfer move, and in an instant found himself crashing to the floor. He said while laughing weakly, "I guess I can't get it on the first try." Pushing himself up, he clenched his fist and promised with fierce determination, "I'll do it hundreds of times if I need to. I'll succeed, and I'll survive." Outside, the threat he feared drew nearer. Horses neighed and armor clanked, and a group of knights rode up toward the estate. One of them shouted with determination, "We must ensure we kill him this time." The night was dark over the Arson family estate, the cold wind whispering through the broken gates. Inside one of the dimly lit rooms, Captain Feltz of Leon County stood tall, his stern gaze fixed on 2 servants bowing respectfully before him. He asked with a serious tone, "Where is he?" One of the boys answered nervously that he's in this room. The other added quietly that he hasn't moved for a few days. The captain nodded, understanding their fear, then turned toward his knights waiting behind him. As he stepped further into the room, a faint glow caught his attention. Arson sat calmly in the center, a thin smile on his face as dark energy shimmered faintly around his body. He said with amusement, "You're here, Sir Feltz? You must not have any ideas of letting a young kid live, right?" Captain Feltz crossed his arms and replied coldly, "How absurd. Eliminate him." One of the knights stepped forward and nodded, saying, "Yes, sir." But before the knight could take another step, Arsen's eyes gleamed. He muttered softly while focusing his power position transfer 1, designate. The knight's expression twisted in confusion as Arsen vanished from sight. Then, in a blur, Arsen reappeared right beside him, his knife flashing in the dark. He shouted position transfer 1, move, and thrust the blade deep into the knight's neck. Blood sprayed across the room as the knight collapsed. The others froze in shock, their eyes wide as Arsen landed lightly back on the ground, holding his blood-stained knife with a calm expression. Captain Feltz's face twisted in anger. He shouted furiously, "What are you doing? Get him!" The remaining knights gritted their teeth, drew their swords, and charged toward Arsen with murderous intent. Arsen's eyes flashed as he gathered energy in his body. He used the technique and shouted in his mind, "Position transfer 1, move." In an instant, his body vanished and reappeared in midair, crashing through the glass window in a burst of glowing light. Shards scattered across the floor as he landed outside the estate, rolling to his feet. He thought while clenching his teeth, "I need to get to the Arsen forest." Captain Feltz saw him through the shattered window and shouted with rage, "He's running away. Chase him." The scene shifted to the dark woods of the Arsen forest. The air was thick and damp, the moonlight struggling to pierce through the twisted branches. Arsen ran through the undergrowth, his breath coming in sharp, uneven gasps. Sweat dripped down his face as he clenched his fists, pushing his body forward. He thought desperately, "Even if I get lucky and somehow lose the knights and manage to escape the territory, there's no way I'll survive. So instead I'll go through the gate in this forest to the demonic realm. The demonic realm has taken great damage from the war with humans. If I show them enough talent, they might accept me." He stumbled to a stop beside a tree, resting one hand against its rough trunk as he tried to steady his breathing. He thought cautiously, "The issue is, have they already caught up to me?" The sound of hooves echoed in the distance, growing louder by the second. Arsen ducked behind the thick roots and shadows of the trees, hiding his presence. Moments later, Captain Feltz and his knights burst into the forest, their torches burning bright in the darkness. The captain raised his sword and shouted, "Spread out and find him." The knights obeyed at once, scattering through the forest as the hunt for Arsen began. Arsen cursed to himself as he realized that the map hadn't said exactly where the gate was. He thought sharply, "I'm sure it's near here," and started running through the trees, pushing past low branches and roots. His boot snapped a dry twig and the sound echoed. Captain Feltz spotted him through the gloom, raised his glowing sword, and shouted with anger, "You slippery fool, so that's where you're hiding." The knights closed in fast. Arsen bent his knee and tried to use his remaining power. He thought through gritted teeth, "I have 1 or 2 more position transfers left. I need to hurry and find the gate." Panic and effort mixed in his head as he pushed his legs to move faster. He felt fear rise and thought, "Shit, maybe there is no way." Desperation took over and he grabbed the paper, writing with shaking hand, "Tell me the exact location of the gate that leads to the demonic realm in the Arsen forest." The paper glowed and answered plainly, "That information has a price. Pay with 100 gold coins or an artifact with a rank of relic or above." Arsen shouted with frustration, "What? You fool! Why would I have something like that right now?" Before he could react, a blast of energy struck him from the captain's direction. The force threw him up and spun him through the air, stones and dirt flying with him. He hit the ground hard and screamed with pain, blood tasting metallic in his mouth. Captain Feltz stepped forward and smiled coldly as he stood over him. He said with calm cruelty, "Did you run away because you wanted to live? Arsen Adel, you will die here today, whether you like it or not." Arsen spat blood and answered in a trembling voice, "Don't make me laugh. I'm not going to die." He clenched the paper tight and thought fiercely, "There's still one more method left. Whether I live or die, let's try it." Arsen slowly pushed himself up from the ground, dirt falling from his clothes as he held a glowing object in his hand. Captain Feltz looked at him with a teasing smirk and said in a mocking tone, "Resisting until the end, are you? I suppose you are still the patriarch." Arsen tightened his grip on the glowing item and glared at him with fury. He said sharply, "Why are you acting all dignified when you guys, a bunch of adults, have come to catch one kid? What about changing your career to nanny?" Then he gave a mocking laugh and added, "I guess that'll be difficult for you to do by yourself too." The captain's face twisted with anger as he raised his sword and shouted, "I was going to send you off without pain. But now I will pierce your heart with this sword that's been granted to me by Count Leon." He lunged forward with rage, shouting, "Die!" But Arsene only smiled faintly and thought, "Now." As the sword came toward him, he held up the glowing paper like a shield. The blade began to vanish into it, swallowed whole as words appeared on the surface. "Thank you for paying the price." Assessed to be barely more than the required price. Guiding you to the gate to the demonic realm in the Arsene forest. Arsene let out a short laugh of relief, while Captain Feltz froze in shock and shouted, "What?" In that instant, a golden light began to glow beside Arsene, swirling like a portal. He turned toward it with a determined smile and activated his skill. He said confidently, "Position transfer 1 move," and leapt toward the light. Captain Feltz's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. He reached out and screamed with fury, "Stop!" But Arsene had already vanished into the shining energy. Arsene was running through the dark forest with a faint smile on his face, branches snapping under his feet. He thought with amusement, "That monstrous fool. I can't believe he followed me all the way here." His eyes widened as he spotted the swirling yellow light ahead, glowing brightly between the trees. He clenched his fist and thought with relief found it. Behind him, Captain Feltz shouted with rage as he charged forward, his sword gleaming in the moonlight. He roared, "I won't let you go." Arsene ignored the threat and rushed toward the glowing energy, which now clearly formed the shape of a demonic door pulsing with power. Just as he reached it, the captain's weapon swung toward his head. Arsene turned his head slightly and smiled with calm confidence. He said lightly, "I'll see you next time, Sir Feltz." Then, with a quick salute, he stepped halfway through the door, the energy wrapping around his body before pulling him inside completely. Captain Feltz stopped a few steps away, his sword cutting through empty air as the door vanished before his eyes. He lowered his weapon and muttered in frustration, "Damn it." Then he clenched his fists and thought bitterly. He went to the demonic realm. Arsene sat on a large flat stone, chewing on a piece of dried meat while a folded paper lay beside him. The air around him was damp and heavy, echoing with faint drops of water from the rocky ceiling. He looked around the dimly lit space and thought tiredly that he had no idea how much time had passed since he woke up after passing through the gate. When he came to his senses, he found himself trapped inside a dungeon. It wasn't a natural one, it was man-made, something deliberately created. He thought quietly that this must be the secret demonic arts place. He glanced at the food in his hand and frowned with confusion. He wondered why there was jerky, and even a stone bed in a place like this. He guessed maybe it was made by someone who wanted to protect a treasure. His mind wandered to the defenses here, a barrier that deflected blades from the front, and a stone guardian standing watch. Arsene sighed and thought that whoever made this must be from a high-ranking family because everything here felt strange and full of mystery. His eyes lifted toward the front where a huge wolf-like statue stood, glowing faintly with demonic energy. A chill ran down his spine as he muttered in his thoughts that the guardian was terrifying just to look at. If he tried to attack it now, he was sure he would be destroyed in seconds. Then, his gaze fell on the glowing paper beside him. As he picked it up, strange words began to appear across its surface, glowing faintly in the darkness. Holding it carefully, Arsene read the message as the paper burned faintly with demonic light. It said that this was the one time he would receive a penalty. He could not offer objects that were not in his possession as the price. If he disobeyed this rule, the information exchange would not take place. Arsene frowned, feeling the weight of the message sink into his chest. Arsene looked at the glowing barrier with a faint smile and thought with amusement that this guy was insane, letting it go this time. His eyes then caught a faintly glowing stone wall nearby, and curiosity filled his mind. He murmured to himself that the stone wall seemed strange. He walked closer, placing his hand over the glowing part of the wall, and said calmly that he could sense these things as Adele. But before he could do anything else, a cold mechanical voice echoed through the dungeon saying he didn't have the right. Arsene frowned slightly and moved his hand away from the wall, thinking to himself that it must be a function meant to deactivate the barrier. He sighed, thinking it was a shame. He stood quietly for a moment, looking at the glowing barrier with a thoughtful expression, and said that he needed to find another method to get out of there. Just then, a small stone from outside the barrier rolled onto the ground, catching his attention. He looked at it carefully, and thought that the stone might have fallen from the guardian. He smiled faintly, thinking if it really was a part of the guardian, then perhaps things might go his way. Gathering his focus, Arsene began using his technique. He whispered the command position transfer 1, designate, then continued with position transfer 1, move. In an instant, his body flickered and reappeared on the other side of the barrier. A grin spread across his face as he turned his head back and thought proudly that it worked. But before he could celebrate, the stone guardian's eyes glowed fiercely. It moved with a heavy rumble and suddenly reached him, releasing a deafening roar that shook the air around them. Arsène looked up at the massive creature in confusion. Far away, in the evening, the scene shifted to a grand castle within the demonic realm. Inside, an angry voice echoed through the halls as a man shouted furiously, calling someone an idiot for spilling it there. From an upper floor, a tall figure with 2 sharp horns watched them silently. His name was Crete, the patriarch of the bear's family of the demonic realm. He walked slowly along the balcony, his tone calm yet firm as he said that things were busy, perhaps because his daughter was about to raid the mid-level hidden domain soon. He sighed quietly, thinking the situation was becoming tricky. Crete, the patriarch of the bear's family, sat quietly on a grand chair inside his dimly lit study, his expression thoughtful. He leaned back slightly and thought that if his daughter succeeded, she would earn the right to enter Seitan, the prestigious demonic realm school. But even if he ordered her to fail, he knew she would defy him. A faint sigh escaped him as he reflected that the only reason she wanted to enter Seitan was to take revenge on the humans who had killed her mother. His eyes darkened as he wondered whether that fragile girl could truly survive in a place where only ruthless, demon-like fools gathered. Taking a slow, deep breath, he sank deeper into thought. His silence was broken when a female servant rushed in, her face pale with worry. She called out urgently that there was trouble, Patriarch. Crete turned his head sharply, irritation flashing in his eyes, and asked in a cold tone what was causing such a fuss. The servant bowed respectfully, her voice trembling as she apologized and reported that someone unidentifiable had appeared inside the hidden domain. Crete's expression shifted to one of mild confusion as he asked if she meant inside the hidden domain. The servant nodded quickly and explained that there were no traces of anyone opening the door to enter, so everyone was confused. Crete's gaze sharpened as he asked whether the intruder's identity had been revealed. The servant hesitated before replying that the unknown person had touched a function that only he, the patriarch, could use from the inside, but they still didn't know who it was. Crete rested his chin on his hand, his thoughts darkening. He considered the possibility that someone had been forcefully summoned through one of the ancient gates created during the Human-Demon War. After a moment of silence, he spoke with cold indifference that the person would die anyway, so there was no need to worry about it. He ordered her to focus on preparing for his daughter's upcoming exam instead. The servant lowered her head and responded obediently that she understood. Once she left, Crete turned his eyes toward the large window, watching the crimson sky of the demonic realm. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he thought that if things went well, he might gain a useful pawn. But if that mysterious person failed to survive inside the hidden domain, then they were of no concern to him. Arsene's body was thrown through the air as he screamed, the force pulling him back inside the barrier. The impact sent him crashing hard onto the ground. He groaned, clenching his teeth in pain and confusion as he murmured to himself that it was a wolf, and he had almost died. His eyes darted toward the massive guardian wolf that stood outside the barrier, its stone body glowing faintly with demonic light. He frowned and said with frustration that even if the barrier disappeared, it would still be dangerous to go out there. Then, an idea flashed through his mind. He looked at the wolf carefully and thought with sudden realization that it was made of stone too. A small grin appeared on his face as he thought confidently that this might just work. Arsène pushed himself up from the ground, his body trembling slightly from exhaustion. He clenched both fists tightly and began to focus his energy. His voice was steady as he activated his technique, saying Position Transfer 1, designate. The effect rippled through the air, connecting him to the stone guardian. A rush of energy surrounded both their bodies, glowing faintly between them. Arsène watched the wolf stiffen and thought with satisfaction that it worked. Without wasting time, he turned and sprinted away from the barrier, the guardian's body beginning to crumble behind him. He muttered with a smirk that the creature would die doing that, and all he needed now was to find the exit. But his relief didn't last long. After running through the dim tunnels for a while, he stopped suddenly, facing yet another obstacle blocking his path. He stared at it in disbelief and said wearily that he guessed not there was a mission waiting at every stage, and this one looked even more dangerous than the wolf. As he ran again, his thoughts raced back to what he had learned. He thought that, as expected, the enemies were inanimate, and as long as position transfer worked inside these trap areas, he he could manage. His breathing grew heavier as he reached another glowing barrier ahead. Just as he stretched out his hand toward it, a mysterious voice echoed around him, calm and cold, saying that it welcomed him for reaching the end. Arsène stepped closer to the glowing barrier, his expression filled with confusion. He said uncertainly that they were welcoming an intruder, and wondered aloud what was going on. His gaze sharpened as he looked ahead and thought uneasily that the place seemed like a boss room. He muttered to himself, questioning if someone was actually inside. Without hesitation, he pushed through the barrier, and the air inside grew thick and cold. His eyes widened when he saw a tall, armored figure standing in the darkness, a dangerous demon radiating deadly energy. He thought quickly that it was a Death Knight, and judging by its power, it was as strong as Felt's. Then the demon's deep, echoing voice rang out, saying it expressed its respect for him for coming this far. Arsène didn't waste time. He clenched his fists and activated his skill again, saying Position Transfer 1, Designate. The Death Knight's body began to glow faintly with energy as the technique took effect. Without looking back, Arsène turned and ran out of the barrier, his heart pounding. As he caught sight of something shining in the corner, he said with relief that it must be the treasure box. He rushed toward the large chest resting on a stone pedestal and said in surprise that it was bigger than he had expected. He noticed an ornament on it engraved with a black dragon and paused, sitting beside it in thought. His mind stirred as he muttered that the black dragon symbol looked familiar. He recalled quietly that the black dragon represented one of the highest-ranked demon families, those tied to the 7 deadly sins: sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, and greed. And among them, the black dragon bore the sin of pride, known for its evil and arrogance. A worried frown spread across his face as he thought that if that demon caught him, he would be dead for sure. But determination quickly replaced fear. He said to himself with resolve that since things had come to this, he would empty the box and run. There had to be something useful inside that could help him escape. He slowly opened the heavy lid, expecting gold or weapons, but froze when he saw a dark, jelly-like fluid swirling inside. Before he could react, the liquid erupted from the chest, splashing against his face. His eyes widened in horror as the black substance forced its way into his mouth and down his throat. Arsène fell to his knees, choking violently and vomiting as pain tore through his body. He screamed in agony, clutching his head with both hands as dark veins crawled across his skin. The dungeon trembled faintly around him while his body convulsed, the cursed energy of the dark fluid spreading through his veins. Arsène sat on the cold ground on his knees, gasping for air as pain throbbed through his body. He held his knife tightly and thought with unease how long had he been unconscious, and if his left eye had burst. Slowly, he raised his trembling hand and touched the side of his face. When his finger brushed his damaged eye, warm blood trailed down his cheek. He thought with a confused frown that his eye had turned black and wondered if the strange liquid that splashed on him earlier had caused it. Just then, a glowing screen appeared before his eyes and floated in the air, casting a faint light on his face. It displayed strange words one after another. It showed that his race was half demon and his alignment chaotic. His talent was Position Transfer T, and his traits were listed as interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana manipulation, and eye of superbia. His mana count showed as 341. Then another line appeared below, explaining that the eye of superbia gave an extreme increase in dynamic eyesight, activating after killing an enemy. Arsène looked at the glowing screen and thought with a satisfied smile that with this power, he would never lose to groups weaker than him. He felt that coming to the demonic realm had been the right decision after all. Then he murmured to himself while pushing himself up from the ground, both hands pressed on his knees, that he had gotten everything he needed and should leave now. As he stood straight, his gaze fell upon a massive door carved with 2 dragons twisting around each other. He blinked and said to himself with surprise that while he had been focused on the chest earlier, he had missed the door behind it. He stared at it for a moment, thinking aloud that with all the noise he made, countless troops were probably waiting outside. If he went out there, he would die for sure. Then he let out a dry laugh and muttered with grim humor that perhaps he needed to kneel faster than light just to save his own life. Arsène placed his fingers on his neck and thought with caution that if anyone discovered he was from the Arsène family, they would kill him even if he begged for mercy. He told himself that the first thing he needed to do was hide his insignia. As his thoughts deepened, a harsh voice echoed nearby. The dangerous demon shouted with urgency to open the door now. Arsène looked at him with confusion, not understanding the situation. The demon slammed his fist against the barrier in anger, and roared that Her Highness was coming and the door must be opened quickly. Arsène asked with confusion what Her Highness meant, then froze as a sudden realization struck him. He thought that maybe the reason they mentioned welcoming jerky or rock beds earlier was because this place was a domain built by higher families for testing purposes. Gripping his pen tightly, he whispered to himself that he needed to find out who the owner of this place was. Since he had stolen the reward meant for someone else, he believed they would cut him into pieces if they caught him. He quickly wrote on the paper, asking to be told who the closest character to him was. A response appeared on the page, stating that the information had a price and could only be given in exchange for something worth 100 gold coins or an artifact of relic rank or higher. Arsène frowned and thought with confusion what he could possibly pay with. Then he wrote again that he would pay with 100 of his maximum mana. As the energy drained from his body, he thought with effort that it would be rough, but he could recover once he survived. New words formed on the paper, stating that his offer had been accepted and 100 mana had been taken. The message then revealed that the closest figure to him was Renee, the youngest daughter of Crete Bears, the patriarch of the Bears family. Arsène thought with frustration that his life was over. He realized this domain had been created by the Bears family for their youngest daughter's training, and the Eye of Superbia was meant to be her reward after clearing it. He imagined that Renee, who held great authority within her family, would easily cut through the guardians like butter and appear before him. And just as he feared, Renee arrived exactly as he had imagined. She stood before him, her sword in hand, mana flowing around her body like a fierce storm. Arsène's mind raced, and he thought with determination that he had no choice but to act. He quickly dropped to one knee on the ground as her sword pointed directly at him. Renee looked at him with confusion and asked who he was. Arsène placed his hand on his chest, lowered his head, and said with a polite smile and a respectful bow that he congratulated her on clearing the domain, and that she had finally proven herself worthy. Renee kept her sword aimed at him, and said sharply that he should explain himself. Arsène maintained a composed face despite the sweat running down his cheeks. With his eyes closed and head bowed, he said that the patriarch had ordered him to act as her guard. Deep inside, he thought with relief that although their eyes met, she didn't seem to recognize the Eye of Superbia. Renee looked even more confused and tried to speak, but Arsène nodded before she could finish. He said calmly that despite how he looked, he was quite skilled. Inside, he thought with a cunning smirk that he would use her to find a way out of there. Renee looked at Arsène with a thoughtful expression, and he wondered in silence if she didn't trust him. He thought with unease that if that was the case, he needed to act. Gathering his mana, he clenched his fist and used his technique, appearing right in front of her in an instant. Renee's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly caught his hand, steadying herself. Arsène smiled faintly and said with confidence that this should prove his worth and that he believed he would be useful in protecting her, calling her Miss Renee. Yet she kept staring at him with a puzzled look, as if trying to figure him out. He thought with disbelief that maybe she had gone mad. Then Renee crossed her arms, and Arsène felt a wave of relief wash over him. He thought with gratitude that at least she was overlooking what he had just done. Trying to maintain his composure, he turned toward the gate and said calmly that they should head out now and that she should go see the patriarch right away since he was waiting for her. Renee nodded in agreement. Arsène smiled slightly, his eyes half closed, and placed his hand on the door. He said that he would now go to handle other tasks the patriarch had entrusted him with. Inside, he thought in panic that he needed to escape from there as soon as possible. He slid open both sides of the massive door and said that he would make sure not to be late. But as the doors opened, his body froze. Outside stood a crowd of disciples, and at the center of them was Crete Bears himself. The disciples looked at them with confusion, while Renee murmured softly that her father was there. Crete looked at his daughter with a calm smile, his eyes glowing faintly with golden light. Arsène clenched his teeth in frustration, his thoughts spinning in fear. He thought that if Crete realized he had taken the Eye of Superbia, he would be killed instantly. He couldn't understand why the man wasn't reacting. Crete looked at Renee and asked in a composed tone if she had cleared the domain successfully. Renee nodded in response, standing tall before her father. Crete turned around and said calmly that he saw and ordered them to follow him. Arsène blinked in confusion and thought with unease what Crete meant by follow me. Still, he obeyed and walked behind him, his mind racing. He thought that it would be impossible to shake them all off now, and since he had nothing left to offer the paper, he couldn't use its power anymore. Soon they arrived at a grand castle, its vast halls echoing under their steps. Arsene looked around and thought in awe that this must be the bear's mansion. Crete stopped and turned toward the group, ordering the disciples behind them to return to their quarters. They all bowed deeply and replied with respect that they understood. Then Crete turned to Arsene and said in a firm voice that he should wait there, as he would be called later. Arsene watched him leave and thought with a faint smile that the patriarch was leaving him alone, wondering if this was his chance to escape, but he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing it couldn't be that easy. The scene shifted to another room filled with shelves lined with countless books. Crete sat on a large chair, his face serious, while Renee stood before him with lowered eyes. He looked at her and said sternly that she had completed his last task, then asked if she truly intended to enter the training facility. Renee nodded quietly, her expression sad and uncertain. After a moment of silence, Crete asked about Arsene. Renee looked up with confusion, then remembered the moment when Arsene used his technique. She answered softly that he was strong. Crete leaned back slightly and said that he understood. Inside, he thought with curiosity that this was quite intriguing. Then he stood up and walked toward the large glass window, gazing outside as he spoke that since she had proven herself worthy, she could now go to Saitan, just as she had wished. Renee's eyes brightened with excitement, clenching her fists with joy, that she thanked him. Crete watched her reaction in silence, his thoughts dark and calculating. He thought that he had expected Arsene to die immediately after breaking into the domain, yet the man had survived and even claimed the Eye of Superbia. Considering Renee's opinion of him, Crete thought that Arsene was definitely someone worth using. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle, Arsene thought with growing impatience how long he was supposed to wait. The evening settled quietly over the castle, its halls dimly lit by the glow of torches. Arsene walked through a long hallway, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor. A servant walked beside him and said politely that this way. They reached a large door, and the servant stepped inside first, announcing to the patriarch that he had brought him. Inside the room, Crete sat in his chair with one elbow resting on the table, his chin pressed against his fist. His sharp eyes followed Arsene as he entered, his face showing no warmth. Arsene stood stiffly, feeling the heavy pressure in the air. He thought with unease just what Crete might be planning, then spoke in a low voice asking why he had let him live. Crete's lips curved into a faint smirk as he said coldly that Arsene had fooled his daughter well. The air in the room darkened instantly as demonic energy swirled around. Arsene's body trembled under the pressure, his teeth clenched in pain. He dropped to his knees, shouting in agony that Crete didn't plan on killing him, while thinking with exhaustion how terrifying the man's power felt. Crete leaned back slightly and said with a smile that Arsene was quite quick-witted, then asked for his name. Arsene wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and said calmly that his name was Adele. Crete repeated the name slowly, his tone laced with a dark amusement, as black energy gathered around his hand. He muttered the name again, and that same dark energy suddenly flared, wrapping around Arsene's body. Before he could react, his body was lifted into the air by the invisible force and then slammed hard onto the table in front of the patriarch. Arsene lifted his head weakly and asked in a strained voice what Crete wanted from him. The patriarch ignored his question and said coldly to open his mouth. A small dragon formed from dark energy slithered through the air toward Arsene. When he opened his mouth in shock, the creature forced its way inside. Crete watched with a dark smile and said that Arsene only needed to continue what he had been telling his daughter, warning that if he ever had other thoughts, the poison inside him would tear his heart apart. Arsene screamed in pain, clutching his throat as his body trembled. Crete stood from his chair and said calmly while walking away that he would prepare a place for him to stay, and he should wait until called. Arsene tried to lift himself slightly from the floor, still gasping for air. Crete stopped at the door and said firmly to take his leave. Arsene stared after him and thought with frustration just what this man wanted from him. That night, the scene shifted to a quiet room in the castle. Arsene stood near the window as a servant behind him said that he would stay there from now on. Arsene turned his head slightly and thought that he had become a dependent of the bear's household because of Crete's will. The servant bowed politely and said that he should rest comfortably before leaving. Arsene sighed and thought that he was at least thankful to still be alive. Sitting down on the bed, he muttered to himself that he felt completely used. He leaned back and thought that since Crete had partly acknowledged him, it might actually be a good situation after all, but above everything else, he couldn't forget the poison now flowing inside him. Arsene lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling as his thoughts drifted to the small poisoned dragon inside him. He thought with determination that he needed to get rid of it, and that his plan had to work. Gathering his mana, he used his magic technique, and to his relief, it succeeded. The tiny black dragon slowly emerged from his chest and rested in his palm. Arsène smiled with excitement, and said that it worked, just as he thought it was inanimate. He chuckled softly, and thought that imagining what would have happened if it failed was disgusting. Then his eyes narrowed as he realized that Crete would notice immediately if he destroyed it. He sighed and thought that the creature was already waking up since the mana it had been feeding on from his body was cut off. He moved his finger toward the small dragon, flowing a bit of mana into it, and said gently to eat this. The dragon absorbed the energy and curled up again. Arsène said quietly that he had no choice but to appease it like this, then told it to hurry and go back to sleep. He leaned back on his bed, letting out a deep breath of relief as the dragon slept beside him. He said tiredly that he could finally relax and wondered how much of the trap on his throat had been lifted. His vision blurred as he thought that he might pass out soon. With the last of his strength, he called for the status window. A glowing screen appeared before him, floating in the air, showing his details: race half-demon, alignment chaotic, talent position transfer level 2, traits including interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana manipulation, and eye of superbia. His mana showed as 34,124. He stared at the numbers and thought that even though his ability had grown, his mana was still too low. Compared to real protagonists, it was just a drop in the ocean. His gaze sharpened as he thought hard about how to increase his mana, then remembered suddenly that there was a method. The scene shifted when Renee walked through the long hallway, her voice calm but filled with dislike as she said that she didn't like it. Arsène, following behind her, replied softly with confusion and asked pardon. He sighed inwardly and thought that it had already been 3 days since he was assigned as Renee's guard, yet she always gave cold reactions. As they continued walking, Arsène watched her back and thought that when she was younger, she used to be bright and cheerful, but after losing her mother to the humans, she completely changed. He felt a hint of guilt, thinking as the author that he pitied her. Their quiet walk was interrupted when a servant shouted from behind, calling out that the patriarch was summoning both Adele and Renee. Arsène turned his head with slight confusion, then followed as they made their way to the patriarch's chamber. Soon, they stood before the patriarch, who looked at them with a serious expression. Arsène thought that the reason for this call must be about Renee's entrance into Saitan. Although she had succeeded in raiding the domain and wished to go, Crete had not allowed it. The patriarch spoke firmly and said that Saitan was not an easy place and that with her current strength, she would die before even getting the chance to avenge her mother. Arsène stood quietly beside her, thinking uneasily that he probably shouldn't be here. After a short silence, the patriarch looked at Renee and said that if she took Adele as her guard, he would permit her entrance. Renee's eyes widened with surprise, and she immediately said that she refused. Arsène looked down for a moment and thought with frustration that she must really hate him that much. His mind drifted towards Saitan, the demonic realm's academy where all the most gifted demons gathered. It was a place always at odds with the Imperial School, the same one the protagonists attended. In that cruel setting, many students, including Renee, met their deaths. It was a dangerous place, a ticking time bomb where death could come at any moment. He couldn't understand why she was so determined to go there. But then he thought that perhaps, for him, Saitan might actually be the perfect place to build his strength. He already knew most of the major incidents that would happen between the two academies. With determination in his eyes, he decided that he would take this chance and said to himself that he should try it. Then Arsène looked at the patriarch and said calmly but firmly that he had a request. The patriarch leaned back, curious, waiting for his words. Arsène thought that since he was being dragged into this situation anyway, he should at least gain something from it. He then said that his request was something related to mana. The patriarch smirked with amusement and said that he thought Arsène would ask him to remove that. Arsène quickly hid his reaction and thought that the patriarch still hadn't realized the worm poison was already gone from his body. With a low chuckle, the patriarch called him an arrogant fool but added that it wasn't a difficult request, so he would listen. Then he turned to his daughter and told Renee to take her leave. Renee bowed respectfully before leaving the room. As she walked away, Arsène's gaze followed her, and he thought that she must really dislike the idea of being with him. He wondered what kind of gift the patriarch planned to give him, a mana elixir perhaps, or maybe a useful artifact. Breaking his thoughts, the patriarch said that it was a family treasure, one that others might react sensitively to, which was why he had sent his daughter away. Arsene blinked with confusion and thought silently that it was a family treasure. Then the patriarch raised his hand, dark mana swirling and gathering around his palm. His voice was calm but heavy as he said that he knew Arsene had little mana and would likely die protecting his daughter, so this much he could at least do for him. The black energy condensed into a glowing sphere in his hand as he spoke again, telling Arsene to come closer so he could transfer the bear's family's mana cultivation technique to him. Arsene stared with shock and thought in disbelief that he was about to receive the mana cultivation technique itself. Creed stood before Arsene, who sat on the ground clenching his teeth as a heavy aura surrounded him. The air shimmered with dark light while Creed began a deep chant. He spoke with authority, calling upon the demon god to grant his servant clarity among chaos, to bestow rightful trials, and to prevent the countless demons from starving, but to avoid testing them too harshly, for if such a test came, the demon god's name would still be glorified. As the ritual ended, Creed lowered his hand and looked at Arsene with a faint smile. He said that a normal person would lose their mind after hearing the chant, but Arsene was truly an interesting one. He explained that through this cultivation technique, mana would now flow directly from the demon god, allowing Arsene to obtain what he desired. Arsene's mind trembled with confusion as he thought in disbelief about the demon god's power. He slowly turned toward Crete and spoke with curiosity, saying that it seemed his family was somehow connected to the 7 deadly sins. Crete's expression darkened as he replied coldly that even if Arsene were a spy, it wouldn't matter now since the worm poison was already planted within him. Arsene froze in silence, thinking with disbelief that the Adele family was related to the 7 deadly sins and realizing he never wrote such a setting into this world. Crete finally ended the conversation with a calm voice, saying he may leave now. Arsene gave a short nod and quietly walked away, his mind filled with unease. The bright day shone through the trees as Arsene sat cross-legged on a stone, surrounded by the quiet forest. He looked around and thought he would practice there since his mana could go out of control. Dark mana began to swirl slowly around his body, and he focused his thoughts. He thought with tension that once he accepted the demonic energy of the demon god, he would no longer be able to use human mana, but he had no other choice. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared before him, and the air turned heavy. The demon god stood there, looking down at him, and spoke with disdain that he was a mongrel. Arsene's eyes widened as his voice trembled, and he said with disbelief not to tell him what he was thinking. The demon god stepped closer and spoke coldly that he did not carry the blood of that child but instead bore the blood of a filthy traitor. Arsene asked with caution if he truly was the demon god. The figure nodded slowly, and replied that the world called him the god of pride. Arsene asked with fear if he intended to kill him. The demon god smirked and said that if he wanted him dead, he would have died the moment he spoke. He explained that, for some reason, he did not wish to kill him, as Arsene seemed to carry the same sin as him. He said he felt a strange sense of kinship toward him and would bestow upon him a mark, one that symbolized he could wield his power. The demon god warned him with a deep voice to make sure he did not lose himself to pride, calling him an arrogant traitor. Arsene looked down at his hand and thought he had borrowed the power of a demon god. He felt a dark satisfaction and thought he had earned 3 extra lives with the mark. He glanced at his skin and thought the mark was like a tattoo, and soon his entire body would be covered in them. From behind a nearby tree, Renee watched with shock. Her eyes widened as she saw the strange power swirling around him. When Arsene sensed her presence, he turned his head sharply and thought with frustration why she was there, and if she had overheard everything. Renee stepped out with confusion and said softly while staring at him, "Dark Priest." Arsene's eyes narrowed, and he thought with disbelief what she was talking about. A glowing screen appeared before him, displaying his updated status. He was a half-demon with a chaotic alignment. His talent, position transfer, had reached level 2. His traits included interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana manipulation, and the Eye of Superbia. His mana had increased dramatically, rising from 241 to 1035. He stared at the screen and thought a month had passed since he received the mark from the demon god. He had trained hard, but to see his mana triple in such a short time was shocking. He thought it was likely due to his traits of interest and focus. He believed that in a few years, he could surpass the heirs of the 6 houses of the human realm. With his current power, he could even conquer the hidden domain, but before that, there were things to handle. Behind him, Renee was training with her sword, her strikes sharp and steady. Arsene watched her with growing annoyance, and thought why she was practicing in front of his house instead of using the training grounds. Finally, he called out to her, saying with irritation, "Excuse me, miss." Renee turned toward Arsène and gave a polite nod with a small smile, standing firmly with respect. Arsène watched her, and thought it was good she no longer avoided him like before, but she seemed to misunderstand him as a priest. It made sense since only dark priests could communicate with the demon god. He thought it was better she hadn't overheard his conversation with the demon god, but if she kept treating him like a superior, bad rumors might spread within the family. He placed a hand on his chest and said calmly, "Miss, I understand what you're thinking, but I ask you to treat me the same way you used to." She opened her mouth to reply, but he quickly interrupted her and said, "I'm only following the patriarch's order to protect you, so please treat me comfortably." Renee crossed her arms and said with authority, "Then bring me some water." Arsène blinked and asked in confusion, "Sorry." She stretched her legs and said, "You told me to treat you comfortably, didn't you? I'm tired and thirsty after training." Arsène sighed inwardly and thought, as expected of the family of Pride, she changes her attitude so fast. Renee looked at him and said sharply, "Hurry up." He nodded with a forced smile and said yes, while thinking he had no choice but to do whatever she asked. Later, Renee sat on the thick root of a tree, drinking water while Arsène stood beside her, gripping a sword in his hands. He thought he needed to hurry and conquer that domain, but Renee wouldn't leave him alone. Time was running short, and he had to act before the main character entered the demonic realm. That treasure was necessary for his survival in Saitan. He called her softly, "Miss." She turned her gaze toward him, and he asked how her preparations for Saitan enrollment were going. Renee raised an eyebrow and asked why he was asking that so suddenly. Arsène replied calmly, "Because you'll face many vicious humans there. I'm only asking because I'm worried about you." Renee adjusted her sword and said firmly, "I already packed everything I need." Arsène nodded and asked, "Are you sure? Why not go back and double-check just in case? I don't want you to regret forgetting something important later." Renee narrowed her eyes sharply and asked, "What are you trying to say? Get to the point." Arsène said calmly, "I'm only saying this because I'm worried for you, since I am your escort after all." Renee glared at him and called him a liar, asking where he was trying to go behind her back. Arsène kept a composed expression and thought with frustration that she wasn't falling for it. She crossed her arms and asked with a dark look, "Are you sick of me?" Arsène smiled awkwardly while holding a bucket in his hand and said, "Actually, I heard there's a domain nearby, so I was planning to conquer it. Please understand, it was only for your safety." Inside, he silently begged her to believe him. Renee thought for a moment, and then said calmly, "Now I remember what I forgot." Arsène looked relieved and said, "Then why don't you go back?" But before he could finish, she interrupted him and said, "Warming up." He looked confused and asked, "Sorry, what do you mean?" Renee sheathed her sword and said confidently, "I haven't warmed up yet." Then, with a firm smile, she added, "I'm going with you to the domain. We can finish within today if it's nearby, right?" Arsène stared in disbelief and called out, "Miss," but she ignored him completely and said, "Hurry up and let's go." The scene shifted to a dark domain, where shadows danced across the ruined ground. Renee looked around and asked where this domain was. Arsène replied quietly, "It's the domain of the Undying." Arsène thought with a serious look that the place was once ruled by necromancers but now was filled with wraithified soldiers after they were wiped out in the Human-Demon War. Renee said calmly while standing between the trees she knew about that place. Arsène continued his thought while standing in front of her that it was enough to make Renee uneasy. He guessed it would be at least a middle upper level domain, and by now the number of soldiers must have increased. He also thought getting Renee's help wouldn't be so bad, but the real issue was that moving together would make it harder to escape the mansion. News would surely reach Crete quickly. He then said with a light smile, while clenching his fist, that she shouldn't go if it was a burden, and if the patriarch found out she left without permission, it could be trouble. Renee interrupted him with a calm tone, saying it was fine. She turned her head and said she knew a secret exit, then pointed toward it, saying it was there. Arsène said with a hint of curiosity she seemed quite familiar with the place. She crossed her arms quietly while Arsène thought she must sneak out often. He then said they should go before getting caught. She nodded lightly. After some time, the two walked together through the quiet woods until they almost reached the mountains. Arsène looked ahead and asked how much farther they needed to go. She turned her head as he said calmly he had no reason to leave the premises, so he was not familiar with the surroundings. She replied with confidence they were almost there, and just needed to get over the hill. He nodded firmly and said they were nearly there. She agreed softly. After a while of walking, he stopped and said while looking at the old domain ahead, it seemed they had arrived. She frowned and muttered with annoyance, "Damn son of a Cerberus." He thought to himself it probably meant son of a bitch. He decided he must hide from Renee that he belonged to the arson bloodline at all costs, since only he knew the real way into the domain. Then he said calmly he thought they could enter by digging there. She nodded in agreement. Under the largest rock statue, soldiers with rotting flesh stood guard over the land. Arson looked at the ground and said seriously this must be the entrance, and asked if he should take the lead. Renee shook her head and said while staring at the stairs going downward that she would go first. Inside the domain, the wooden candles burned with a steady flame, spreading a faint glow through the dim halls. Arson looked around and thought it was brighter inside than he expected. Renee pointed ahead at a large castle and said with confidence it was there, and they had come to the right place. Arson looked at the vast structure and thought it was on another level compared to the bear's domain, guessing there were at least 100 new graves scattered around. Renee said firmly while holding her sword they should move. Arson nodded and replied with spirit all right, then followed behind her. Suddenly the ground began to shake as skeletons rose from beneath the dirt, surrounding them with hollow eyes and rusted blades. Arson turned his head and said quickly he would leave this to her. Renee nodded with a sharp gaze as her body started glowing with mana. In the next moment, she shattered the skeletons with swift, precise strikes. Arson watched her with calm admiration and thought he had made the right choice coming with her. Then he shouted that there must be a necromancer caster near the end of the swarm. Renee nodded and replied firmly all right. Arson blocked a skeleton's attack with his sword and said while pushing it back he would catch up soon. But suddenly, the broken bones around them started moving again as shattered skeletons reformed, glowing faintly with eerie light. Renee murmured in shock that they revived. One of the skeletons spoke in a hollow voice saying they were fearless to come here and ordered others to eliminate the intruders. Renee looked at Arson with worry and asked what they should do since they kept reviving. Arson ran toward her and said loudly it was because of the caster, telling her not to stop and to keep moving forward. She asked in confusion what he meant. A skeleton lunged at Arson, but he shattered it into pieces with one strike and shouted he had an easy way to clear them. Renee understood and said with determination got it, then ran straight toward a giant skeleton ahead. The giant skeleton roared while holding a glowing sphere and shouted for the others to stop them. Arson shouted with determination they just needed to reach him. Inside his mind he focused on the glowing orb and thought it would all end once they broke the caster's orb, and then he could finally use Position Transfer 2's new ability. Renee charged ahead toward the giant skeleton, and Arson thought with concern it wouldn't be that easy. He called out to her, shouting her name, but she didn't stop. She rushed forward and shattered the giant skeleton into pieces with one powerful strike. Arson ran toward her and quickly activated his technique Position Transfer 2 Designate. He then dashed toward the skeleton holding the orb and thought with a confident smile that Position Transfer 2's new ability allowed him to swap objects with each other. Raising his glowing sword, he shouted the spell's full name Position Transfer 2 Exchange. In an instant the orb vanished from the skeleton's grasp and appeared in Arson's hand. He caught it firmly and shouted with a grin nice catch. The skeleton whispered in disbelief how could this be, but Arson didn't hesitate. He smashed the orb into pieces, and as it shattered, all the skeletons around them crumbled to dust. Arson clenched his fist and said proudly they did it. Renee nodded with a warm smile. He then thought quietly that the tragedy in this place happened because of what he once wrote and prayed for the souls to rest in peace. As he stood lost in thought, Renee asked softly if there was anything left to do. He nodded and said while pointing toward a nearby chest that it was time for the reward. Inside, he thought with satisfaction while staring at the glowing chest that he was finally getting the item he needed. Inside the chest, the rewards gleamed under the dim light. There was the Fawn of Darkness, a dagger made from dark steel of the demon realm that converted darkness into mana and increased sharpness and speed in the dark. Alongside it lay the Eternal Full Moon, an artifact ring that absorbed mana sensitivity and moonlight. Arson picked up the Fawn and looked stunned, thinking with a smile he would finally be able to use his darkness trait to the fullest. Then his gaze fell on the ring, and he thought it was nice but he didn't really need it. Turning his head, he suggested to Renee she take the ring while he kept the dagger. Renee nodded and walked toward him with a calm all right. He held out her hand and asked gently okay, then let him. Renee looked at him with wide eyes as he slowly placed the ring in her hand. A soft blush spread across her cheeks. Arson thought in confusion why she was reacting like that and wondered if demons attached some meaning to putting on a ring. Then he asked softly how it felt, miss. She examined the ring closely and said with delight it was amazing. Arsene smiled and said he was glad it was to her liking. Then he glanced at the pile of gold coins and said while closing them that since he had taken care of the boss, he would take all the gold. Renee slammed her sword in front of him, and he laughed lightly in response and promised to distribute it very evenly down to the last penny. Arsene thought after they cleared the domain, they returned to the mansion and made it back before dinner. He spent his time running Renee's errands or training his mana. A month passed quietly like that until a message appeared on his screen showing his race as half-demon, alignment chaotic, talent position transfer 2, traits interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana manipulation, and eye of superbiage. His mana read 1035 out of 1297. He smiled and thought he had made satisfactory progress. Almost 1300 mana placed him around the middle of the ranks in the demon realm. A few days later, Crete called both him and Renee. They stood together in Crete's room as he said while turning his head that it was time for them to enter Saitan. Arsene thought to himself that the moment had finally come, but Renee looked sad. Crete continued while looking outside through the glass window. Today they would go to the capital for their entrance to the academy, and asked if they had finished their preparations. Both of them nodded at the same time. Crete then said while still gazing outside that they should head out, and he didn't believe they needed a farewell. Renee left with a respectful bow. As she departed, Arsene also bowed and said he would head out together with her. When he turned to leave, Crete called after him, wishing him to do well. Arsene nodded firmly, a confident smile on his face. The scene shifted to the road where a carriage stood ready to leave. Many servants bustled around, and Renee and Arsene were among them. One of the servants said quickly they would depart immediately. Crete watched them from the glass window. Arsene looked at Crete and thought even though he said there would be no farewell, demons probably felt the same about their children. He worried briefly about his future but decided that now that things had come this far, he would achieve his goal in Saitan. The carriage started moving down the road, and Arsene and Renee sat side by side inside. Arsene thought quietly that she hadn't said anything since they left, and wondered if he had done something wrong. Meanwhile, Renee glanced at him and thought she hadn't liked him at first because he seemed suspicious. But he was better looking than she expected. Suddenly, Arsene laughed softly and broke the silence, saying cheerfully that the weather was great today. Renee continued her thoughts, considering that though his words and actions seemed light, and he didn't appear very strong, she doubted whether he could really be a priest. Arsene noticed her staring and thought with confusion why she was looking at him. Renee scolded herself silently for thinking such things, remembering she had even seen him speak with the demon god and wondered why she still doubted him. Arsene frowned and thought he must have messed up somehow. Renee glanced at him and started blushing. She thought while staring at the ring that an eternal vow was what it meant when someone of the opposite gender put a ring on one's finger in the demon realm. He had done it quietly, and she wondered what kind of vow he had made. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled when he called softly Miss, saying they would arrive in an hour, sooner than expected. She nodded silently and said okay. Later, he asked gently if he had messed something up, but she told him to be quiet and said she was going to nap. He nodded calmly and said all right. Some time later, Renee stood in front of a bustling city and said they had arrived. Arsene held their luggage and said while looking around so this was the capital of the demon realm. Inside he thought it didn't look very different from the human realm. It had a medieval feel, though some people had horns and other physical differences. Elite demons were clearly marked, often with tattoos. He noticed a man with a tattoo on his neck like his own. Renee turned her head and said impatiently what they were waiting for and urged him to hurry. He nodded and said all right miss, then asked as they walked where they were headed next. She replied that the entrance exam was at noon in 2 days and they needed to register before that. He suggested casually that if the exam was in 2 days, they could tour the capital until then. She shook her head and said she wasn't feeling it. He said with worry miss, might you, but Renee cut him off sharply saying they didn't have time and needed to register. Arsene thought to himself that her backstory said she hadn't left the house since her mother's death, and he still couldn't figure her out. After a while, they stood in front of a massive building. Arsene looked up and thought so this was Saitan, incredible. It must be at least triple the size of an ordinary university. They began the registration process when a man at the desk, writing names, said they were registered and should come back in 2 days, then called out next. Arsene spoke up politely they were here to register for entry. The man squinted at him and asked what they were, saying he didn't seem like a demon. Then, shouting angrily while clenching his fist, he demanded how a half-demon dared to apply, claiming they may have lost the war and questioning what they thought of this place. Arsene clenched his teeth and thought grimly he could already see a depressing future ahead. The man clenched his teeth and pointed at Arsene, while shouting he blamed him for everything because of a rat fool like him. Renee asked with confusion what was going on. The man looked at her, puzzled, and said those horns are impressive. This intake is incredible. To see a child of the 7 deadly sins house is rare. If you're an applicant, state your house and identity. Renee replied with calm authority. House bears, Renee. Then she pointed at Arsene and added, this is my guard who will be admitted along with me. The man nodded and started writing on his paper, muttering in confusion, a half-demon as a bodyguard. The 7 deadly sins house really has lowered its standards. And a Saitan getting admitted. As he spoke, Renee's expression darkened, and she gripped the hilt of her sword, saying she would not stand by while he insulted the bear's house any further. The man held up his hand and said they did not discriminate against applicants, and to forget his earlier words. Then he asked Arsene for his house and identity. Arsene replied, House Pixie Adele. The man confirmed the registration was complete, and told them to show up on the day of the entrance exam. Arsene thought about the human-demon war, and how half-demons had fought strongly alongside humans. He felt angry at the hostility but knew it could not be helped. As they walked away, Arsene said with determination, all right, Lady Renee, we need to get accommodations now. After some time, they stopped in front of a house. Arsene looked it over and told Renee it looked clean enough. Renee frowned and said the taverns here are too old. Arsene smiled and said it can't be helped since they didn't have money. Inside, he thought the 10 gold that Crete gave would barely be enough for 2 of them to live on for a month. After the war, house bears had become poor, so he couldn't ask for more. Then he asked with a grin, shall we go? And then as they entered, someone greeted them with a welcome. Arsene asked politely if there was a room for 2 people for 2 days. The man nodded and said yes, there was. Then he asked if they would be in the same room as the person beside them. Renee immediately blushed, and smoke seemed to rise from her face. Arsene quickly said no, please give us separate rooms. The man understood and nodded okay. He handed them the keys and said 2 rooms for 2 days, including meals, would come up to a total of 2 gold. The rooms would be on the 2nd floor. Arsene gave him 2 gold and thought to himself, this is about 200,000 won in human currency. It isn't too bad. Renee moved upstairs and said with calm authority, she'll go up first. Arsene looked up and said he would bring the luggage soon and asked Lady Renee to have a good rest. Renee turned her head and said okay, you too. Arsene thought she had always lived in a huge mansion, so this must be her first time sleeping in a place like this. Well, she would probably get used to it soon. He decided it was time for him to rest up for the next 2 days as well. 2 days later, on a bright, shiny morning, a knight shouted at the Saitan applicants to head inside and follow the instructions. Renee and Arsene walked in, and Arsene thought there were so many people, maybe at least 100. So many applicants had signed up to fight humans. He reminded himself to be careful not to reveal his identity. A voice guided them to present their ID and board in order. Arsene murmured in confusion about boarding what, as they stood in line beside a train. He thought with disbelief a train, he didn't expect that. They said multiple maze-like dimensional gates had been set up to block intruders. Only by taking the train could one reach Saitan. To think the enormous fortress they saw from outside was just a part of this place. How big was this place really? As Renee and Arsene sat in the train, a voice rang from the speaker announcing they would be arriving at Saitan shortly and to brace for impact. After some time, Arsene looked out and said with relief they had finally arrived. Renee nodded in agreement. When they entered the hall through the entrance, a voice instructed the applicants to follow the guide and enter the auditorium where the exam would be held. Everyone began walking toward the auditorium. Arsene stared in awe and thought it was huge, overwhelming even. Most of the people here were young demons. He wondered if there were other heirs of the 7 deadly sins house present. Looking around, he noticed some men who were clearly not students. From their outfits, they seemed to be instructors. He thought if he could make a good impression on them, life here might become a bit easier. As he was lost in thought, Renee said with urgency, time's up. The auditorium doors slammed shut with a loud sound. Once the doors closed, the hall grew darker, and Arsene wondered it had been clearly daytime before. Was this some kind of magical effect? What kind of exam would it be? While he was thinking, a girl with long hair appeared on stage and commanded silence. With dark expressions, she welcomed them to Saitan and called them brainless, idiotic fools. She added with a mocking tone she was curious since so many of them seemed eager to die this year. Arsène thought he couldn't believe just her voice alone carried so much pressure. The girl continued with a smirk and said, "Enough small talk, let's begin the entrance exam immediately." Then she suddenly released a burst of energy. Arsène called out to Renee, trying to bear the pressure, "Lady Renee." Renee said firmly, "Focus on the exam." The students held their necks and tried to breathe while clenching their teeth under the overwhelming force. The other instructors silently observed them. One female instructor asked a male instructor with a hint of amusement, "The headmaster has such a twisted taste, don't you think?" The male instructor replied with serious expressions, "Well, no matter how talented you are, if your mental strength is weak, it's useless. There's a reason Headmaster Lucien personally oversees the first stage of the entrance exam, called the mental endurance test. It's meant to check if applicants can withstand interrogation and keep secrets if captured by humans." The male instructor then scanned the students and said it had been 5 minutes and almost no one was left standing. That was enough for now. The female instructor sighed in disappointment. Aside from those 8 over there, everyone was down. She had high expectations because there were so many applicants. The male instructor added with relief, "About 40% lasted more than 5 minutes. Compared to the last intake, that was a lot." They said this intake included all the heirs of the 7 deadly sins house, and it looked like the rumors were true. The male instructor noticed Arsène, who was balancing his breath with his hands on his knees, and said with surprise, "But wait, who is that kid? He doesn't seem to be one of the 7 deadly sins heirs." The female instructor smiled and said, "Right, and yet he had stayed sane for almost 10 minutes. The male instructor crossed his arms and said he probably wouldn't last much longer. Suddenly, he felt something strange and widened his eyes, saying, "Wait, something feels off." Dark aura began flowing around Arsène's body as he stood up again. All the instructors stared at him with wide eyes and muttered that was dangerous. The male instructor clenched his teeth and began to unsheath his sword, saying they must kill him here. The male instructor stared at Arsène with shock. He thought he didn't seem special, but suddenly the air around him changed. An emotionless killing intent radiated from him, not like the primitive rage of regular beasts, but like the cold precision of the worst murderers. Suddenly, all instructors' attention turned to him, and his body reacted before he could realize it. He felt nervous facing a mere new applicant. Arsène felt worry as dark mana flowed around his body. He realized he was about to lose his mind and needed to find a way to endure. Maybe if he used his own killing intent, it could match the girl's aura. He had no other choice. Then he screamed loudly, releasing his power. Headmaster Lucien observed him with an impressive tone and commented he was holding out well, asking if she should increase the intensity a bit more. Arsène smirked in his mind, thinking just a bit more, and pushed his power further. He clenched his fists and took deep breaths, feeling much better. He asked eagerly about Renee, wanting to know how she was holding up. Arsène looked at Renee and thought with calm admiration she was holding out well, as expected. The heirs of the 7 deadly sins were also enduring the test. Some of them had been written with genuine affection, but all were fated to be killed by his party eventually, 6 of them including Renee. Then his eyes landed on one girl, and he thought with surprise that long, white hair, red eyes, and the brown crown of thorns left no doubt. That was the worst villain of the demonic realm in the future, the Demon Lord. She was the heir of Wrath, Diana. An instructor shouted with authority that the first exam had ended. But Arsène continued his thoughts, puzzled. The Demon King traditionally came from the family of Wrath, so there was no reason for her to be here. A successor to the Demon Lord had come to Saitan as an applicant. Something must have happened that he wasn't aware of. Students who had failed started shouting angrily, warning others not to touch them and demanding the headmaster. The male instructor gripped one student's head and spoke with anger. He couldn't care less about what your father does. Do you understand? Don't make me repeat myself. He crossed his arms and added, those who couldn't even hold out for 5 minutes in the first exam were not needed here. Those who failed were now dismissed. Close the gates. The gates were shut. Arsène thought Saitan really was merciless. He guessed he had passed, thankfully. As he reflected, he realized the girl with the overwhelming power was Saitan's headmaster. He knew he recognized her from somewhere. Despite her cute appearance, she was one of the strongest in the demonic realm. He thought about Lucien, the headmaster of Saitan. He turned his thoughts to his own situation and felt relieved to have passed the first exam, but he knew he needed to be more cautious. He could fail at any moment since fewer people would pass the second exam. Renee seemed popular, which made sense since they were heirs of the 7 deadly sins. They had withstood the headmaster's overwhelming killing intent. Yet he wondered why no one was paying attention to him. Renee walked toward him and smiled, saying he had passed as well, Adele. He nodded and replied that he was able to pass it. Inside, he thought he should be satisfied that he had made an impression and wasn't seen as an ordinary applicant. He was sure the instructors and the headmaster would remember him. Suddenly, the male instructor shouted with authority, demanding attention. He introduced himself as Aries, the instructor in charge of teaching them. Arson thought Aries looked like he would carry a sashimi knife in his inner pocket. As Aries continued speaking with authority, he congratulated the students on passing the first exam for their mental strength. He explained it had been a test to see if they could maintain their sanity in situations where they would be tortured by humans in the future. He added that the 8 applicants who held out until the end would receive extra points, and that if they performed just as well in the second exam, they would be allowed to enter the weaponry. Arson thought about the weaponry and felt lucky. He was glad he had decided to hold out until the end, and he could sense the envy from everyone else. Aries then explained the second exam. He said they would be showing their abilities, particularly what talents and weapons they could use against humans. He warned that the class they would be assigned to might depend on this exam, so they should keep that in mind. Arson thought he must mean they would be assigned to classes depending on their weapons and talents. He also wondered what kind of human they would be facing. Suddenly, Aries shouted with authority that he would announce the assignment for the second exam and the human they would face. He pointed, and a glowing energy spread across the auditorium as a man appeared in front of them. Arson stared in shock and thought, hold on, isn't that the strongest hero among the heads of the 6 great families, Nine Cell? Arson looked at Nine Cell and thought with surprise why that human was here. It seemed so random. Renee asked him with confusion if he knew who that person was. Arson thought of course he did. That was Nine Cell, the head of House 90. He was very closely connected to the original story's protagonist. It wasn't just a close relationship either. His bloodline was determined from birth. He was the protagonist's father, the Sword Saint who created the most powerful house through talent alone. A student spoke with worry, realizing that was the Sword Saint, and asked if they were just trying to get them eliminated from the start. Arson thought there were others who knew him as well. After all, he had defeated many demon houses. Aries crossed his arms and shouted with authority that they didn't expect the students to withstand the full force of the Sword Saint. He would only use up to 10% of his strength. If he used his full strength, no one would stand a chance. Renee asked Arson if 10% wasn't too easy. He replied calmly that it was not at all. Even weakened, a monster was still a monster. Inside, he thought 10% of the Sword Saint could easily destroy an entire city. He wondered how the intake would pass such a brutal test. There must be a certain standard expected for a pass. He wished he could use the information scroll, but they didn't have much money and the number of questions was limited too. Aries told all the students with authority that with their current levels, they couldn't face Nine Cell alone. They would be divided into teams of 4. To keep things fair, the top 8 from the first test would be placed in separate locations, and the rest would be assigned randomly. Arson thought about the top 8. That must include the 7 deadly sins heirs in him. Well, he guessed he was carried. Some students stared at him, and he thought about those stares. He was used to them by now. They were probably thinking he got a lucky draw while the rest had duds. He was lost in thought when Renee said with a smile to get a pass and come back safe. He nodded and smiled back, wishing her success as well. Aries then began calling out the names, starting with Group 1, Group 33. He announced the leader as Adele and the team members as Kina, Chris, and Sanchez. Arson thought he didn't recognize those names. They must be extras who didn't have much significance in the original story. He introduced himself politely, saying he was Adele and it was nice to meet them. The other students smiled and introduced themselves. Chris said he was Chris, and this was Kina. Kina greeted him with her smile. Then Chris pointed toward a boy standing with a frustrated expression and added that he was Sanchez. Sanchez crossed his arms and said with a teasing tone that having a half-demon as team leader was a disgrace to his house. Arson sighed and thought now even nobodies were looking down on him. A disgrace to his house? Did Sanchez think he was one of the 7 deadly sins heirs? He shook it off and said calmly that they should do their best anyway. The other 2 nodded with excitement. Arson continued, explaining that they needed to assign roles and asked everyone to share their weapons or abilities. He started with Chris. Chris said with confidence his ability was mana transformation. He could deploy a triangular prism and morph it into armor or a sword. It didn't have high killing power, but it was versatile. Arson nodded and thought that wasn't bad at all. Chris passed. He then asked Kina about her abilities. Kina spoke with nervousness that she wasn't really suited for combat, and was more of a support type. Arson asked if she was a buff type, and she nodded. She explained she prayed to the demon god to enhance her allies' speed. She demonstrated it and asked, taking a deep breath, if he felt lighter. Arson said he thought so. Kina glared and said he was so mean. Arson laughed and said he was joking and told her not to be upset. Inside, he thought it was better than having nothing, but it was so weak he could barely feel it. He honestly wondered how she had passed the first test. He then said they would move on to Sanchez. Sanchez said proudly that his ability was this, and suddenly his body transformed into a stone-like man. Arson thought a hardening ability, perfect for a tank. Sanchez shouted with excitement that it was Arson's turn. Arson demonstrated his technique and said with confidence that his ability was teleportation. Kina and Chris looked stunned and said with admiration that teleportation was an awesome ability. Arson smiled and thanked them for the compliment. Inside, he thought that still, he wouldn't reveal all the details of his ability yet since anything could happen. He then assigned positions, saying simply that Chris and Sanchez, who were good at defense, would be up front. He would take the center, and Kina would support from the rear. He asked if everyone was okay with that. They all nodded and agreed it sounded good. Ares shouted with authority that the second test would begin and told each group to prepare. Arson said to himself that it was finally starting. Ares called for Group 1 to step forward. The group looked full of enthusiasm. Arson thought that even though they were facing the Sword Saint, the students had fire in their eyes. Group 1 readied themselves against 90 Cell, but 90 struck with a sharp and fast blow, and the student fell to the floor, screaming in pain. Arson thought was shocked that he couldn't even see 90 move. Was that really just 10% of his power? Ares then called the next groups one by one. Group 2 and Group 3 were defeated quickly. When Ares shouted for Group 4 to step forward, one of the students resisted angrily, saying it was pointless and they were definitely going to lose. Ares said calmly that those two could skip the test and asked if the remaining two would proceed. The resisting student stepped aside, but the remaining student agreed to give it a shot. Arson thought with surprise that they were actually going ahead. He realized that the qualification to pass the second test might simply be the willingness to face it. Chris asked with surprise if the groups really did not need to take the test. Arson said calmly of course not. Ares shouted with authority that Group 4 should begin. They readied themselves to fight 90 Cell. Arson thought they couldn't handle Cell with only 2 people and decided to keep watching a little longer. Group 4 was quickly defeated. Arson thought that if 90 used his real sword aura, they would have been cut into pieces. Chris said in shock if they could really defeat such a monster. Sanchez crossed his arms and asked if Chris was really scared of a mere human. Arson thought he could hear Sanchez's legs shaking from here. Ares continued calling the groups. Group 5 was defeated, and then all the following groups fell one by one. When Ares called Group 9, they were defeated, and the same happened with Group 10, Group 20, and Group 30. Arson thought that by the time they reached Group 30, a total of 5 teams had forfeited. Not a single group managed to land a meaningful strike on the Sword Saint. It was a battle against an undefeatable opponent, with no restrictions for leaving midway. Suddenly, one student managed to block an attack from 90 Cell. Chris said with shock that he blocked it. Arson thought that the further back they went, the longer the fights lasted. The skills of the applicants were improving compared to the previous groups. He realized that this was the true condition for passing the second test and figured out how to succeed. Sanchez asked in confusion what he meant. Arson explained calmly that the criterion was to keep getting back up and fighting until the end, even if they lost to an overwhelming force. Judging by how the instructors treated quitters and the strength of the Sword Saint, he was sure of it. He suggested they do the same. Ares called for the next group, Group 33. Arson said with motivation that they should try to defeat the Sword Saint and that with their power, they could do it. The group members nodded with excitement. Arson thought to himself that it didn't matter if he was only a half-demon. With the talent of Adele, the strongest villain, he could win. He shouted for the group to begin, and Chris used his power to create a shield. Arson thought that unlike the main character, he didn't have much information about Cell because he hadn't specified much. He wondered what he should do, then said calmly to his group not to get nervous and to fight in their positions. His team nodded and readied themselves. Arson shouted with urgency that Nini was coming. Nini rushed forward with his glowing sword and shattered Chris's shield. Arson shouted at Kina to protect Chris. She responded confidently that he could leave it to her. Arson focused on reducing the impact of Nini's fall and called out to Sanchez. Sanchez shouted that he knew and could withstand it, then used his power just like the others. Arson thought he had seen a gap right before Nini's second slash, but it was too obvious. His instincts warned him not to go in. Could it be a trap? Did Nini have some kind of AI-like intuition? He told his team that the second attack was coming soon and ordered them to their positions. Chris raised another mana shield, though it quickly cracked. Arson realized that Chris was at his limit and Sanchez's arms were starting to crack. A single attack had caused all that damage. He told them to just last a little longer. Nini swung his sword again and followed up with an energy blast. Sanchez blocked it with great effort. Arson thought the attack had gotten even stronger. Sanchez shouted angrily, asking what they were waiting for and warning that they would all die at this rate. Arson shouted with urgency that they needed to last a little longer. Sanchez grew angry at the pressure. Arson thought they were the only team to have blocked the second attack and wondered if Nini Cell would do the same again. Nini stopped tall, holding his sword. Chris lay on the ground, and Kina called out to him worriedly. Arson looked at Chris, who tried to lean up, and asked if he was okay. He urged him to trust him one more time, knowing it was difficult. Sanchez shouted in frustration, asking what Arson was doing and warning that Nini would attack again. Chris asked if Arson had a plan. Arson nodded with dark expressions and said he would drive a sword into Nini's throat for sure. As Nini began to attack again, Sanchez shouted that he was coming and called to Chris. Arson told Sanchez that he would have to hold without Chris's barrier this time. Sanchez shouted in disbelief, asking what he meant. Arson activated his magic techniques, using Position Transfer 2 move to jump high into the air. Then he used Position Transfer 2 Designate to leap onto Nini while holding his knife. Arson thought with a smirk that Nini Cell was going to die. As Arson began to attack, Nini struck him with his knee, and blood poured from his mouth. Arson clenched his teeth and thought with determination, this fool. I have to hold on one more time. He activated his magic technique trait Darkness, but once again his move was blocked. He realized if it weren't for Chris' barrier, my insides would have burst. The position transfer had failed, but at least he had trapped Nini in a pitch-black space where not a trace of light existed. Even he could barely see in it, but he focused on the Fang of Darkness. In this space, it was stronger than any weapon. He decided he would defeat Nini with everything he had. Arson moved toward Nini, but suddenly Nini appeared in front of him and began to punch him relentlessly. Arson thought with shock, this guy's a total monster. He stretched out his hand, controlling Fang with his aura, and declared with resolve, this time, you're the one who has been lured in, Sword Saint. Fang floated above Nini's head, suspended in the air. Arson clenched his fist and unleashed his magic technique Fang of Darkness Black Blade Rain. The attack rained down, striking Nini from every direction. Chris, witnessing the chaos, shouted with confusion, what the hell is going on in there? Ares, observing calmly, said with certainty, looks like it's almost over. At that moment, Nini lay on the ground while Arson stood beside him. All the students froze, shocked by what had just happened. Arson smiled to himself, and thought with satisfaction, this silence. I did it. Some of the students looked happy and cheered. That was fun. Adele. Chris shouted with excitement and amazement, that was seriously amazing. How did you manage to do it? Arson replied with modesty, it's thanks to everyone working so well together. What about Sanchez? Kina told him calmly he was in a bit of shock, but the instructors were helping him recover. Arson, holding the Fang, said, I see. That's a relief. Then, shall we finish this? Kina asked in surprise. Finish it. Isn't it already over? Arson started to move, and Chris shouted with alarm, what are you doing? Arson replied with a smirk, well, don't we need to make sure he's really dead? An arrogant girl student standing nearby commented with interest, for a half-blood, you're not half bad. A boy added casually, still, compared to Fran, he's nothing special. The girl nodded and said coldly, of course not. Then she looked at Renee, who was flowing with dark mana. That girl thought in shock, what the hell? Who's that? Those horns, is that Bear's? Why is she looking at me like that? That's so scary. As the group of Renee walked toward the door, Arsène thought with surprise, wait. Isn't that Renee? Why is she radiating bloodlust? As he was lost in his thoughts, Aries called him with a firm-toned pixel Adele. Arsène asked with curiosity, yes. What is it? Aries smirked and asked, are you really asking because you don't know? Arsène nodded, unsure of what he was missing. Then Aries said while walking away, I'll be watching you from now on. Arsène thought in confusion, what? I thought I was going to get complimented or something. Looks like I'll have to keep my eyes on Renee. Across the courtyard, Renee and another girl stood facing each other, ready to fight. Arsène observed with a sigh they're still at it. He studied the girl opposite Renee and thought, who is she? Blue eyes, long hair, a single oni horn on her bare forehead. She's from the House of Lust, Laurel Fran. But why is she trying to fight Renee here? I paid so much attention to the human world story that I'm totally clueless about the demon world. Fran suddenly called out with sharpness, half-blood. Arsène thought with frustration, why is she calling me suddenly? Fran said with a teasing smile, become my slave? Renee. Without hesitation, Renee leaped toward Fran to launch her attack. As Renee attacked Fran, she asked with shock, are you crazy? Aries shouted loudly, stop. Unnecessary quarrels in Saitan are forbidden. Resolve your personal problems outside. Arsène took a deep breath and thought with relief. Aries blocked it. Good thing nothing bad happened between the 7 deadly sins before the entrance ceremony. Renee walked toward Arsène, and he asked with concern, are you alright, miss? Your group is up next, so you should. But Renee smiled while wiping sweat from her face with a cloth and said, good job. Fran shouted angrily, just what kind of relationship are you two in? Are you dating a half-demon? Arsène thought to himself, I'm being treated better now that I passed. Then he said politely, thank you. Renee asked curiously, you hid your strength, didn't you? To look weaker. Before Arsène could answer, Aries shouted loudly, group 34, step right up. Renee turned and said with urgency, I need to go. I won't tell anyone. Arsène thought in surprise, I used all my strength to pass. Did I look that weak? I guess she thinks I'm a priest of the family. As he was lost in his thoughts, Fran called out sharply, you. State your name. Arsène asked with confusion, me? She nodded with a smirk and said, yes, you. Arsène replied calmly, my name is Adele. She laughed and said with amusement, Adele? Not a bad name. Arsène asked with curiosity, why did you call me over? She smiled darkly and asked, why you ask? You interrupted me earlier. She crossed her arms and commanded, leave that bear's skank and serve me. Inside, she thought with evil delight, now bear witness to my irrefutable appeal. I will steal you and flatten that skank's nose. Arsène replied politely, I'm sorry, but my missus' turn is up. Next time. She thought with frustration, it's not working. Arsène wondered with anticipation, will I finally be able to see Renee's full power? Fran shouted angrily behind him, are you ignoring me? While Arsène continued his thoughts, just how strong is she? I have high expectations for the children of the other 7 deadly sins. Renee and Nini stood facing each other, weapons ready, their auras flowing fiercely around them. Arsène observed with awe, what an intense standoff. She's even more incredible than I thought. He looked at Renee, who was sitting on her knees, and thought she's just walking up to the sword saint. What is she thinking? Their eyes met for a moment, and then they swung their weapons at the same time. Nini's attack was dodged, but Renee's strike shattered his body into 2 pieces. She walked forward calmly as the students around them praised her with excitement. Aries said approvingly, not bad. Arsène said with confusion, no way. Did I see that right? She won that easily. Inside, he thought with realization, so that's why Cell didn't attack Renee as she approached. He had already identified her level of power. Fran spoke out with calm confidence, it's unfortunate that I didn't have the chance to see her be ridiculed by the sword saint, but she has to be capable of at least that much if she wishes to stand up to me. Arsène turned his head and asked with curiosity, do you mean that if all the children of the 7 deadly sins gathered, they could defeat the real sword saint? Fran replied firmly, what? No being can defeat the sword saint as of now. Maybe if the previous demon king was still alive. Arsène thought aloud, but if the children have skills that surpass 10% of the sword saint. She interrupted sharply, are you mocking me? Anyone with eyes would know that that pathetic fake is far weaker than 10% of the sword saint's true power. Arsène thought with a mix of awe and excitement, so I had trouble against a fake that wasn't even a tenth of the real deal. I may be the creator of this world, but I know nothing about the demonic realm. But this anticipation is beating in my heart. Let's watch and see how things go. Renee turned to Arsene and asked with curiosity, why does he want us to stay? Arsene suggested thoughtfully, don't you think he might be trying to reward us with that armory he mentioned during the first exam? Aries moved downstairs and announced with pride, you have all passed with flying colors, so as I promised, I will give you the opportunity to enter the armory. Baltan raised his arms eagerly and asked, I have a question. Aries replied calmly, speak, trainee Baltan. Baltan asked excitedly, can we exit with tons of weapons? Sight and weapons sound super useful. Arsene thought with amusement, as expected of Lekan Baltan, the son of Envy. His greed and curiosity know no bounds. He had a decent screen time in my novel. Aries answered firmly, no. It'll be difficult for you to focus if you wield multiple weapons, so only one will be permitted. As we are short on time, I will not entertain any more questions. Follow me. I'll take you to the armory. Then Aries placed his hand on the wall over a magic circle. A door appeared in front of them. Arsene looked at it with surprise and thought, now, this is the perk that Sight Ann is giving you. Whether you make your best choice or your worst choice is up to you. Arsene thought with unease if this place was really the weaponry, because the huge metal door before him looked more like the entrance to a dungeon than a storage room. Instructor Aries raised his hand and told them they would enter one by one in the reverse order of the second exam, adding that everyone would be inspected on their way out just in case. Baltan laughed loudly and shouted with excitement that he would pick the best one. Aries gestured him to go inside first. Renee smiled at Arsene and said that she was going to choose an artifact since she already had a weapon, then asked him what he would go for. Arsene replied that he might also choose an artifact, but as he looked around at the students coming out, he thought maybe he should pick armor instead because everyone else already had artifacts. Renee then called out that it was his turn. Arsene glanced at her wrist and said he noticed she chose a bracelet and asked what kind of ability it had. Renee smiled and told him that he would find out once he went inside because every item had a description beside it, though some didn't. Arsene nodded and thought that items without descriptions might not be worthless at all. Since they were kept so carefully, he believed there must be something special about them. Aries crossed his arms and reminded him that he was the last one, telling him if he had something to say, he should say it now. Arsene asked with a faint smile what it meant when an item had no description. Aries replied that it meant they had yet to figure out exactly what that item was. Arsene spoke calmly that it must mean they hadn't yet discovered who its true owner was or what kind of ability it carried. Aries nodded and explained that he was right. If one was lucky, they could end up with an item that held incredible power, but if unlucky, they might be cursed for the rest of their life. He reminded him that there was no time to waste and told him to go inside. Arsene took a deep breath and stepped through the large gate. The air changed around him as he entered what looked like a cave, but it was surprisingly bright and tidy inside. He muttered quietly that he hoped nothing would suddenly jump out at him. As he walked deeper, a glowing door caught his attention. Its faint blue light shimmered across the rocky walls, pulling him toward it. When he stepped through the door, his eyes widened. Inside, rows of weapons were displayed neatly within separate glass cases, each one preserved as if it were a treasure. He stopped before one that drew his gaze, the Twin Fang spear. The description beside it explained that it was a weapon once used by an unnamed demon to hunt serpents. The vengeful spirits of those slain serpents still lingered within it, and when infused with enough mana, the forms of two serpents would emerge. Arsene slowly moved on, his gaze settling on another item, a starlight crystal. The text beneath it told that it was a crystal orb once wielded by a skilled astrologer. By injecting even a small amount of mana into it, the user could borrow the light of the stars to brighten their surroundings. Arsene's gaze shifted to an empty glass case. He muttered with curiosity that he wondered what kind of item had once been displayed there. As he leaned closer, he noticed a faint description still etched beneath the glass. It read that it was the Great Circlet of the Victor, a relic that granted its wearer exceptional recovery and stamina until the day of their death. Arsene frowned and thought that this must be the same item Baltan had worn on his head. He called him a greedy fool in his mind, remembering how he had removed binding items from the story he once wrote. He never imagined he would encounter one in reality. As he moved along the rows, he noticed many empty cases, each one clearly taken by other students before him. Frustration built up inside him until he clutched his head and shouted in irritation that there was nothing left. But then, his eyes caught sight of something at the corner of the room. A sword lay there, half buried in the dim light, broken but still giving off a strange aura. Arson quickly picked up the enchanted paper from the pedestal beside it and wrote with focus, telling it to inform him about the broken sword without a description in the weaponry. A faint glow spread across the paper, and new words appeared, saying that he must pay for this information either with an artifact above relic grade or with 100 gold coins. Arson narrowed his eyes and wrote again on the same paper, asking instead to tell him about the damaged scroll without a description that was placed right next to the sword. The paper glowed faintly and showed a new message that he must pay at least 50 gold coins for the information. Arson muttered with thought that 50 gold, since it told him the cost, he just needed to go for the item that demanded the highest price. He quickly wrote again, asking about the eagle-shaped black stone. The paper responded that he must pay at least 1 gold coin. Arson took out a coin and placed it on the pedestal. The paper shimmered and revealed that the artifact exchanged the owner's fortune with someone else's misfortune. His eyes widened in shock, and a chill ran through him at the strange and dangerous ability. Curious, he asked about another artifact nearby. This time, the paper displayed a message saying that it was an artifact of at least mythical grade and that he needed to pay at least 300 gold coins. Arson's heart pounded with excitement as he pressed his hand against the glass cover and shouted with determination that this one might even be better than all the artifacts everyone else had taken, and he would take it for himself. But just as he prepared to claim it, a strange energy brushed against his senses. He turned and noticed another artifact resting quietly in the corner, a simple, unnamed necklace. Something about it felt different. He picked up the paper again and wrote that he wanted to know about the unnamed necklace. The paper suddenly began to glow far brighter than before. The air trembled as new words burned across its surface, saying that he must offer a god. Arson froze and thought with disbelief that this had to be a legendary item. Arson shouted with excitement as he stood before the glowing paper that he thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly, he had gotten lucky instead. His smile faded a moment later when he realized it was too early to celebrate. He muttered with concern that the message told him to offer a god, yet he did not even have a minor one, let alone the demon god. His eyes shifted toward the necklace as he wondered what exactly it was. He placed his hand over the artifact and spoke thoughtfully that maybe he should try infusing a bit of mana into it. He closed his eyes and let his energy flow into the necklace, but nothing happened. The artifact remained completely still. With a sigh, Arson sat down on the floor, crossing his legs and folding his arms. He grumbled in frustration that if only he knew what it was capable of, maybe he could figure out how it worked. It kept repeating that he needed to offer a god, and nothing else. He frowned and added that maybe he should try a few tricks, but when he glanced again at the necklace, his thoughts turned doubtful. He assumed that even if he rephrased the question, the result would probably be the same. For a moment, he considered giving up. Then, as if his curiosity outweighed his hesitation, Arson reached forward and slowly lifted the glass cover. He picked up the necklace and placed it around his neck. A faint chill ran down his spine, but instead of fear, a confident smile formed on his face. He thought with certainty that this was no ordinary artifact. His instincts told him it was something far more valuable than anything the others had taken. With that belief, he murmured with resolve that just to be sure, he should test something. As Arson opened his status window, glowing letters appeared before his eyes. It displayed that his race was half demon, his alignment chaotic, and his talent position transfer at level 2. His traits listed interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana manipulation, eye of superbia, and one unknown mark that appeared as question signs. His mana level had risen to 1297. He stared quietly at the screen, feeling the strange presence of the necklace faintly pulsing through his body. The scene then shifted to Ares, who looked at him with curiosity and asked what that necklace was. He wondered aloud if Arson had chosen an artifact without knowing its function or identity, and if that meant he knew something about it. Arson only smiled and denied it calmly. Ares closed his eyes, turned away, and spoke in a composed tone that he would believe him. He said that as a Site and instructor, it was his duty to trust his cadets. He reminded everyone to take good care of the artifacts they had chosen because, in times of hardship, those items could serve as an extra life. The students nodded in unison, their expressions firm with understanding. Arson stood quietly among them, lost in his thoughts. He looked around at the others and thought that everyone there, except him, was someone who would likely lead the demon world one day. They would receive great investment and support in the future, and he wished he could have a bit of that luck too. He wondered with quiet uncertainty if he would really be able to survive and rise in Site An. Shaking off his thoughts, he walked toward Renee and asked with a gentle tone if they should head back to their dorm. Renee smiled softly and nodded in agreement. Someone suddenly placed a hand on Arsen's shoulder. He turned, and standing behind him was Baltan, wearing a wide grin. Baltan laughed and spoke in a cheerful tone that he was sorry if he had been too rude when they first met. He extended his hand toward Arsen and introduced himself as Baltan, saying that the way Arsen had fought earlier was truly impressive. Arsen took his hand with a polite smile and replied that it was nice to meet him too, introducing himself as Adele. But the moment their hands met, Baltan's grip tightened sharply. Arsen's expression shifted as he gritted his teeth, wondering what Baltan was doing all of a sudden. Thoughts raced through his mind. He knew that Baltan was not the type to care about the weak. He was the kind of man who only respected strength, driven entirely by jealousy and greed. In the story Arsen remembered, Baltan had once pushed the protagonist in the human world to the edge of death, only sparing him after realizing his potential and declaring that they would fight again one day. To put it simply, Baltan was a battle-crazed lunatic. Arsen's thoughts darkened as he questioned why Baltan had approached him when there were plenty of stronger people nearby. Without hesitation, he activated his technique, Position Transfer Level 2. In an instant, his body flickered, and he reappeared behind Baltan. The air rippled faintly as he placed his hand on Baltan's shoulder. Baltan's eyes widened in shock as he turned slightly to glance at Arsen. Arsen spoke calmly that they should stop this, reminding him that the test had just ended and everyone was exhausted. But Baltan only threw his head back and laughed loudly. He turned his head toward Arsen with a wild grin and declared with fierce excitement that Arsen was strong, and that they should fight right there and then until one of them died. Arsen shouted in shock that, as he had already said, he had no intention of fighting. His voice echoed across the courtyard, but before Baltan could respond, Renee stepped forward. Her eyes were cold, and her tone sharp as she warned that if Baltan wanted to fight her guard, then he would have to fight her as well. Baltan paused for a moment, then raised his hand and laughed loudly. He admitted that as much as he loved to fight, taking on both of them would be too much, and he preferred not to get injured before the school even began. As he turned away, he looked over his shoulder with a mysterious smile, and said that there would be plenty of chances later, and that he would see Arsen next time. Arsen watched him leave and thought bitterly that Baltan claimed he didn't want to get hurt before school started, yet a moment ago, he had wanted to fight to the death. He muttered in his mind that the man was a complete psychopath. After seeing him up close, he realized just how unpredictable Baltan truly was. Renee turned around with a tired sigh and told him that they should just go. Arsen nodded quietly and followed beside her. As they walked, he thought that even though only one day had passed, it already felt like several. Still, somewhere inside, he found himself starting to look forward to life at Saitan. The next morning, the scene shifted to the dorm where Adele stood before a mirror, studying his reflection with a faint smile. He spoke lightly that maybe it was because of yesterday's hardships, but he felt unusually refreshed that day. His body felt stronger, his energy steadier, and he could sense a subtle growth within himself. While holding his freshly delivered uniform, he said with satisfaction that it was time to try on the outfits Saitan had sent. He added that they already knew where the students were staying and had sent the clothes directly, showing surprising consideration. After putting it on, Adele looked at himself again and remarked that it was more comfortable than he had expected. He mentioned that students weren't allowed to wear anything other than uniforms for the next 3 years, but at least this one was practical enough for daily use. A short while later, he walked down the corridor and stopped in front of Renee's room. He knocked on the door, and when her voice came from inside asking who it was, he answered politely that it was Adele, explaining that he wanted to know if she needed anything before he headed out. Renee's voice responded calmly, telling him to come in. He opened the door and stepped inside. His eyes widened slightly as he saw Renee already dressed in her Saitan uniform. A faint blush colored her cheeks, and for a moment, Adele found himself staring in admiration. He spoke softly, almost mesmerized, that she looked beautiful. Then, with a composed tone, he added that since it was a rare day off, he planned to walk around the city for a bit. Placing a hand over his chest, he told her sincerely to take some time to rest as well and began to turn toward the door, ready to leave. But before he could step out, Renee's voice stopped him. She told him firmly to wait, and reminded him that he still had something he needed to do. Adele paused and confusion flickering across his face. Arsen thought to himself while recalling his duty that he needed to guard her. He realized he had forgotten about it after getting too excited at the thought of resting alone. Renee looked at him and said that she would go with him, telling him to wait for a moment so she could change her clothes. With a slight frown, she asked how long he planned to keep staring. Arsène quickly responded that of course, he would wait outside. The scene shifted as Arsène walked through the streets, glancing around with calm eyes. He thought that the city looked lively and clean, which was hard to believe since a war had taken place just 10 years ago. He noted that reconstruction was still underway in the outer regions of the capital, and it seemed that while humans had won the war, they had failed to completely take control of the capital. Renee's voice called him from the side as she pointed toward a nearby street food stall. She told him with a hint of excitement to eat that. Arsène walked to the stall and told the seller that he would take two. As he ate one of the skewers, he turned to Renee and said that it was tasty and asked if she liked it. She replied while chewing that it was delicious. Arsène glanced at her quietly and thought to himself that it was surprising to see someone as stoic as Renee making such an expression. He felt that maybe she was beginning to open up little by little. A while later, as they continued walking down the street, Arsène let his thoughts wander. He reflected that it had been such a long time since he had a real break and believed this might be the last time he would enjoy such peaceful moments. As his gaze lifted to a towering statue nearby, he asked with curiosity who that statue was of. Renee looked at him and said with disbelief that he really did not know, explaining that it was the first Demon King. Arsène's eyes widened in realization as he thought that the first Demon King resembled Diana. He felt amazed, thinking that there were not many chances to see the first Demon King's face up close, so he decided to take a closer look. But as they moved nearer, the statue's eyes suddenly glowed, and at that same moment, the necklace around his neck began to shine as well. Arsène froze in shock as he saw a stream of energy flowing from the statue toward the necklace. His expression hardened when he noticed one of the jewels on the necklace had turned gray. He thought with confusion, wondering what was happening. He questioned himself if he had imagined it but quickly denied it. He was certain he had seen light coming from the statue and that the color of the necklace had really changed. His thoughts deepened as he realized that he might be the only one who saw it. He recalled how even Adele had only ever received vague answers like offer a god. But now, he had discovered something truly important in the most unexpected place. Arsène became sure that the necklace was connected to the first Demon King. He thought that if he investigated everything related to it, he would uncover something meaningful. His curiosity grew stronger, and he felt eager to learn the true nature of the mysterious necklace. The next morning, after their short break, Arsène and Renee headed towards Saitan. The atmosphere buzzed with tension and excitement as they arrived at the grand auditorium. Inside, the headmaster and instructors were already seated, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Around 100 new students filled the hall, each one brimming with anticipation. Arsène's eyes shifted toward the stage, where the young headmaster sat calmly. He thought in quiet surprise that she was covered in tattoos and had the body of a child. The young headmaster suddenly turned her gaze toward Arsène, her pink-colored eyes glowing faintly. He froze for a moment, feeling an odd sensation, and thought in shock that she could read minds too. Before he could think further, Aries stepped forward and shouted while crossing his arms that everyone must stay silent, announcing that the entrance ceremony would now begin. Arsène thought that with Instructor Aries' shout, the ceremony officially started. The headmaster began her speech, and though her words were somewhat ordinary, the atmosphere slowly settled into focus and discipline. As the speech came to an end, one of the female instructors smiled and said that the headmaster's address had concluded, and it was now time to begin the oath-taking of the top cadet and the runner-up, asking the runner-up to come up to the stage. Arsène glanced ahead and thought as expected, those two had taken those positions. He noticed that Renee seemed completely calm, showing no reaction at all. He thought that her only reason for joining was to take revenge for her mother, so competition probably did not matter to her. He reminded himself that no matter what anyone said, he had to stay focused only on his own goals. When the instructor announced for the cadet to step forward, Diana took a step ahead, her presence drawing everyone's attention. Arsène thought that it was expected from someone said to be blessed by the gods, the daughter of the Demon King, Diana. Now that she had taken the top cadet position, he wondered who could possibly stand in her way. As her oath echoed through the hall, the atmosphere inside the auditorium shifted. He could feel the anger rising from those who had lost their homes and families to the humans. A chill ran down his spine as he thought that if anyone discovered he belonged to the Arsène bloodline, the result would be horrifying. In the worst case, He might be tortured for eternity. Aries shouted loudly that the entrance ceremony of Saitan had now concluded. He instructed all cadets to check the bulletin board behind them to find their assigned class and proceed to their designated rooms once confirmed. Later, Arsene stood before the board and thought while scanning the list that he was placed in Class A. He turned to check Renee's name and spoke with mild disappointment that she was in Class C, admitting he had not wanted them to be separated. Renee turned with her usual cold tone and told him to wipe that smile off his face, warning that he was still her guard and must come whenever she called for him. He nodded lightly and started to walk away, but as he moved through the crowd, his shoulder bumped into another student. The student glared at him with anger while Arsene looked back in confusion, unsure what he had done to provoke such a reaction. Arsene looked at the boy standing before him and thought with a calm expression that the boy was from the family of gluttony, the son of Varus, Samuel. He remembered that Samuel was quite strong among the 7 deadly sins. It seemed ridiculous to Arsene that Samuel was picking a fight even after running into him, but since it was the first day of school, he decided it was better to avoid trouble. He then placed his hand on his chest and apologized softly. Samuel turned away with a smirk and said coldly that Arsene was lucky it was the first day of school. The scene then shifted to the meeting hall where tension filled the air. A female instructor slammed her hand on the table and shouted with anger that she was a proper instructor of sight and now, demanding to know why they refused to believe her. Aries stood across from her and replied firmly that the child she was defending was too dangerous. He explained from his experience that it would be better for him to handle that student personally. The female instructor raised her voice again and argued with frustration that the student was already assigned to her, the Class A instructor, and he could not just walk all over her authority like that. At that moment, the headmaster, Lucian, who sat in silence until now, intervened. His tone was calm yet commanding as he told them both to stop arguing. He then turned to Aries and asked in a steady voice the reason he wished to switch the class he was in charge of. Aries straightened his posture and replied with seriousness that he intended to take responsibility for trainee Adele himself. He explained that he had faced countless enemies like that boy on the battlefield, and that Adele was born a killer. He continued that the boy could turn his blade toward his allies at any moment, so he needed to be restrained now before that happened. Aries then stated that Adele's ability to take bold action and his calmness were no less than those of the 7 deadly sins, and that was why he wanted to handle Class A personally, for Adele required caution. The female instructor raised her voice in frustration and shouted that in the end, Aries simply meant he could not trust her. The headmaster looked between them and spoke calmly that he understood Aries' concerns, but the classes had already been assigned, and changing them now would bring more harm than good. He then turned to the female instructor and instructed her to pay special attention to the child named Adele. After that, he ordered all instructors to head to their classes and greet the students. The scene shifted to Class A, where laughter echoed through the room. Laurel Frown laughed as she looked at Arsene and asked with amusement if he had followed her all the way there. She smirked proudly and added that she would grant him the honor of being her slave in this class. Samuel clenched his teeth in irritation and spoke through his anger that if she did not shut her mouth, he would kill her. Laurel's eyes widened in shock, and she shouted furiously at him, asking how he dared to speak that way to her, calling him an immature brat. Before the argument could continue, the classroom door burst open with a sharp sound. Instructor Idea stepped inside with a bright smile and greeted everyone warmly. She introduced herself with confidence and told them to remember her name, saying she was their instructor in charge of Class A. She then added that she was their senior and that people called her the Legion of Calamity. Arsene watched her with a faint smile and thought with relief that someone that strong being his instructor might actually improve his chances of survival. Instructor Idea stood before the class, writing on the board with quick, confident strokes. She said calmly that her introduction was complete, so she would now explain how their classes would proceed. She continued that she would be teaching them hunting methods, one of the main reasons they had come to Sight An. Her lessons would focus only on hunting, while other instructors would handle magic and weapon training. On top of that, she added that she would also be responsible for their basic stamina training. After finishing her explanation, she turned toward the students and announced that their first class would begin right away, instructing everyone to gather at the training grounds. The scene shifted to the training grounds, a vast open space where all the students stood in line. Arsene looked around and thought with quiet amazement that the area was enormous, nearly 4 or 5 times the size of an ordinary field. He wondered whether it was designed for weapon practice or magic training. Instructor Idea then raised her hand high, and a dark aura began to gather between her palms, swirling and forming into a shadowy portal. She spoke clearly and told everyone to focus their attention on the thing before them and to concentrate without losing sight of it. As she lifted her hand toward the sky, the magic portal expanded, its energy rippling through the air. Moments later, human-shaped soldiers began stepping out of it one after another. She placed her hand behind her back and explained in a composed tone that they were not real humans, only illusions she had created with her magic. She mentioned that she was also the one who had created the Sword Saint illusion during the entrance exam. Arsène watched the scene unfold and thought with awe that she had made a clone strong enough to possess even a tenth of the Sword Saint's power. He felt a chill run down his spine and admitted inwardly that she was a monster. Saitan was indeed formidable, yet he realized that the Royal Academy far exceeded even that, and the thought alone was bone-chilling. Instructor Idea smiled as she faced the students and explained that their task was simple. They had to pass through the humans and reach her. She scanned the group with curiosity and asked who should start first. Her gaze then turned toward one of them, and she asked if his name was Adele. After a short pause, she smiled mysteriously and challenged him to try stabbing her throat the same way he had done to the Sword Saint. Arsène looked at her with confusion and asked if he was not supposed to spar directly with her. Instructor Idea stood calmly among the soldiers and explained that one of the humans acted as an instructor among them, serving as their leader and the source of their mental strength. She added that once a leader fell, the rest would collapse like dominoes. Turning her head with a faint smile, she said that if their leader was strong, the others would naturally be strong as well, and for this exercise she would take the role of the human's leader. Arsène gave a small nod as a faint red light glowed in his eyes, signaling his readiness. Instructor Idea lifted her finger and declared that it would be impossible for him to defeat her, so the task would be considered a pass if he could manage to touch her body or place a weapon on her. With a sharp command, she shouted for the match to begin. The moment her words echoed, Arsène activated his magic technique. A flash of red light burst around him as he used position transfer, instantly appearing behind her. Before she could react, he pressed his knife gently against her neck. Her eyes widened in surprise as Arsène spoke with a teasing tone, asking if this counted as a pass. Instructor Idea turned her head slightly toward him, her expression shifting into one of amusement. She admitted that she finally understood why she had been warned to keep an eye on him, and told him that he had passed, instructing him to return to his place. Arsène quietly slid the knife back into his jacket and thought to himself with unease whether what he sensed from her was hostility or curiosity. He wondered what part of him had drawn such attention and concern from them and hoped that they had not discovered who he truly was. Instructor Idea turned toward the students with a firm expression and said that everyone had seen what Cadet Adele had just done. She warned that anyone who failed the exercise would receive additional classes as punishment. Arsène stood quietly at the side, watching as the other students charged toward the illusionary soldiers. He thought to himself that they were doing the basics well, as expected of demons. Even though the soldiers were only illusions of ordinary humans without powers, the students still struggled, managing to take down only a few. He considered how dangerous the situation would become if Instructor Idea decided to control the soldiers directly. Suddenly, the soldiers raised their spears and pointed them toward a nearby student. The student leaped high into the air to dodge, but more soldiers lifted their bows and fired a rain of arrows. Arsène watched silently as the student crashed to the ground, pierced by several arrows. He thought that position transfer truly was an overpowered skill and that with such an ability, he could easily aim for the top of the class. The next cadet to step forward was Samuel. Arsène's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought that it was time to see if Samuel's arrogant attitude matched his actual skill. Samuel took a deep breath as green mana began to swirl around his body. He raised his hands, and the air shifted violently, forming a powerful vortex of wind. Arsène covered his face with his arm to shield himself from the gusts, and thought with astonishment that Samuel had wiped out all the soldiers in an instant. He realized this must be the magic known as gluttony, Samuel's unique ability, a monstrous power that devoured everything in its path. Arsène smirked faintly and thought that for now, he would let Samuel hold the top position in the class. As the dust settled across the training grounds, Instructor Idea waved her hand to clear the air and took a deep breath. She looked over the group and spoke with disbelief, asking what was wrong with this batch of students. Her gaze then shifted to Samuel, and she told him that he had blown away everything except her. She admitted with slight amusement that his power was impressive enough to shock her for a moment. Then she raised her finger, smiling faintly, and explained that despite his display, he had failed. Snapping her fingers, she revealed the reason. In an instant, all the illusionary soldiers reappeared behind her, standing in formation as if untouched. She told him that if he did not take down the leader, the humans would always find replacements to fill their ranks, no matter how many were defeated. Blue mana began to flow around her body as her eyes glowed with a deep blue light, giving strength to her words. Samuel clenched his fists tightly, his frustration clear, yet he remained silent. Arsene watched him quietly and thought that Samuel's face showed discontent, but he was handling the result better than expected. He reflected that Samuel's overconfidence in his own abilities was the reason for his failure. If he had focused on his true target as Arsene had, he would have passed without trouble. Then, with an energetic voice that tried to mask her nervousness, Laurel Front announced that it was finally her turn. Despite her excitement, sweat ran down her face, and her hands trembled. Arsene looked at her with a faint smile and thought that, as expected, Fran, a child of lust, never fought directly. She preferred to control her minions from behind, like a queen bee, unable to act on her own without them. Suddenly, Laurel turned toward Arsene, her eyes wide with tears, and shouted desperately for his help, calling him her slave. Arsene looked at Laurel with confusion and thought about what she was thinking, shouting something like that in front of everyone. She cried out again in panic, urging him to hurry up and help her. Before he could move, Instructor Idea raised her hand and pointed directly at Laurel. At once, all the illusionary soldiers turned toward her and rushed forward. Within moments, they surrounded and began attacking her relentlessly. Arsene watched the scene with disbelief and thought that maybe she was unable to cast buffs on herself. Then he hesitated and reconsidered, thinking that it should not be the case for someone from her family. Perhaps she had some special reason for not doing so. As he looked away from the chaos, his attention shifted to a girl kneeling beside a fallen student, her hands glowing faintly as she healed his wounds. Arsene's eyes widened in surprise, realizing it was healing magic, a power known to belong only to humans. That could only mean the girl was a half-demon. The thought struck him that someone in his class possessed such a rare talent. He admitted to himself that he did not remember her name but decided he needed to find a way to connect with her. For a moment, he even considered approaching her right then. Instructor Idea's voice broke his thoughts as she called out to him, reminding him that Cadet Fran had asked for his help earlier. She added that now that the test was over, it would be nice if he could help her walk. Arsene nodded quietly and turned toward Laurel, who lay on the ground, bruised and exhausted. He knelt beside her and gently placed his finger on her forehead. With a calm expression, he told her to get up now that everything was over. Laurel slowly sat up, her face streaked with tears, and asked in a trembling voice if he had seen everything. Arsene said nothing, only looking at her calmly as she wiped her face. Instructor Idea clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention and spoke with a clear, firm voice that it was time to clean up. She called all the students to gather around and continued that although she had some expectations, the results were mostly what she had predicted. Still, she acknowledged that they had done well for their first lesson. She then raised her finger and explained that it was important to go through experiences like this to understand where they stood, where they made mistakes, and what their limits were. Knowing these things, she said, would allow them to support one another and work together perfectly in battle. Arsene listened quietly and thought about how things were different at the Humans' Imperial School, where students were divided according to ability. In Saitan, however, class placement seemed random, which meant teamwork and synergy were far more important. He realized that Instructor Idea was likely trying to teach them that lesson. After a short pause, Instructor Idea spoke again with a serious tone, saying that as for the only one who passed the test, Cadet Adele, she would be looking forward to his progress. Arsene thanked her politely. Instructor Idea then ordered everyone to return to their classrooms for the next class. As Arsene walked back, he thought with confusion that she had just praised him, yet her tone had sounded oddly hostile. He wondered why she always seemed eager to challenge him, as if she were searching for an excuse to pick a fight. His eyes narrowed slightly as he thought about the strange dynamics in the academy, and questioned whether it was even possible for him to build his own faction in a place like this. The scene shifted to the classroom where Arsene thought that after Instructor Idea's class, the rest of the lessons continued in order. During the theory class, they studied the history of the demonic realm and the weaknesses of humans. The instructor spoke with authority, explaining that demons were centered around the first demon king, and that their body structure was quite similar to humans. He warned that there would be a quiz on the material next time, and told everyone that if they wanted to avoid remedial lessons, they should memorize everything carefully. When the class finally ended, Arsene rested his head on the desk and murmured in frustration that it felt unreal, almost exactly like when he had attended school before. He sighed deeply, feeling drained, and thought with sadness that it was only the first day, yet he already felt defeated. As his eyes wandered over the room, he noticed other students chatting in small groups, laughing together. Tears quietly rolled down his cheeks as he thought that he had no friends now, just like back then. Then his gaze fell upon the girl who had used healing magic earlier. Gathering a bit of courage, he stood up and thought that maybe this time, he should try talking to her. He walked toward her and spoke with a gentle smile that it was nice to meet her, and introduced himself as Adele. The girl looked at him with a hint of hesitation before softly replying that it was nice to meet him too. Arsene noticed her uneasiness and thought that when two half-demons interacted, it naturally drew attention. She looked uncomfortable, and he didn't want to make it worse. He decided to stop there for now and said calmly while turning away that he would talk to her again another time. He thought while walking away that maybe he should head to the restroom and feed his loneliness manna or something. But before he could take another step, Samuel appeared right in front of him. Samuel smiled and told him that he was just about to leave, so Arsene could go ahead first, and he would follow after. As Samuel crossed him, his glare was sharp and filled with silent hostility. Arsene turned his head slightly and spoke with calm sarcasm that his family must be amazing. Samuel stopped, his eyes widening as green mana began to flow around his body. Arsene continued with a mocking tone that he meant they must be proud to have produced garbage that could walk and talk like him. Samuel clenched his teeth, and his green mana exploded with rage as he shouted that he would tear Arsene to pieces. Arsene's eyes glowed red as he thought that unlike Baltan, this guy was driven purely by hatred and hostility. He reasoned that if Samuel was going to interfere with his plans, it would be better to get rid of him right there. With a faint smile, Arsene let blue mana surround his body and spoke with quiet confidence that if he used magic, no one would mind if he blew off an arm. Before either of them could act, the instructor stepped between them and firmly told them to stop, reminding them that the class was about to start, and they both should take their seats. Both Samuel and Arsene froze in surprise, staring at the instructor with shock. Arsene thought with suspicion that even if the instructor's sudden appearance was surprising, what truly caught his attention was how both his and Samuel's abilities had been deactivated. He wondered in confusion who this instructor really was. The man adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly, asking everyone to return to their seats and stay quiet. He introduced himself as Instructor Robolt, and told them that he would be teaching magic from that day onward. Arsene watched him with curiosity and thought that so this was the Academy's magic instructor. Since he worked at Saitan, he had to be someone powerful. Arsene felt a spark of excitement because the thought of learning real magic thrilled him. To him, magic had always been something entirely different from talents or traits. As he sat back down, he thought that perhaps it was more like a skill or even a branch of study, depending on how one viewed it. Instructor Robolt began his lesson, explaining that before learning magic, there was one thing everyone absolutely needed to understand: attributes. He said with a firm tone that attributes were divided into the 4 elements: earth, water, wind, and fire, and when darkness and light were added, there were 6 basic ones in total. Arsene listened closely and thought that most people only possessed a single attribute. He considered that he might have 2. The bear's family clearly carried the darkness attribute, but he still did not know what attribute came from the Adele family. Instructor Robolt placed his hand on the desk and explained that in that day's class, they would find out which attribute each student's mana possessed. He then lifted his hand toward a glowing purple mana orb floating beside him. The light shimmered softly as he told them that when they placed their hand on the orb, the color would change to reveal their attribute. He motioned to the students and instructed them to line up and take turns. The first student stepped forward and placed his hand on the orb. The color shifted from purple to a bright red. Instructor Robolt observed it calmly and told him that the red glow represented a fire attribute. He continued explaining that if the orb shone green, it meant the person had a wind attribute. Soon it was Arsene's turn. When the instructor called him forward, Arsene stepped up and placed his hand on the orb. The purple glow instantly darkened, turning half black with faint traces of light swirling through it. Instructor Robolt leaned closer, his expression tightening as he examined the strange color. He spoke with astonishment that it was truly rare, explaining that the black half usually signified darkness, an attribute often found in high-ranking demons, but the faint grayish light mixed within it was unfamiliar even to him. Arson looked at him and asked with curiosity if even he did not know what it was. The instructor straightened his glasses and replied that he did know, though it had merely caught him off guard because it was so rare. He explained that the gray color represented chaos, the attribute of magic that defied the natural order itself. Arson's thoughts swirling as he tried to make sense of what he had just learned. He thought with unease that he had never heard of the chaos attribute before. He realized he had never written about it in his novel either. The foundation of magic that went against providence sounded mysterious, but he felt there had to be a clue hidden in that phrase. Since his darkness attribute was already confirmed, he decided he would start investigating from there. As he sat back in his chair, he suddenly felt a strange sensation as if something had entered his head. Before he could react, Laurel's voice burst out behind him. She shouted with frustration, asking how he had noticed her stealth technique. Crossing her arms, she glared at him sharply and demanded with irritation what he had been thinking when he provoked that guy earlier. Arson replied calmly that he simply did not have the patience to tolerate being picked on. Laurel's voice rose again as she shouted that this was his excuse, reminding him that he had just messed with a noble family. He leaned back and replied casually that since outside forces couldn't enter Saitan anyway, he figured it would be fine. Laurel sighed deeply, then turned away, her tone softening slightly as she said that she would head back for now but told him to be careful. When she left, Arson stared after her, his mind still puzzling over her words. He thought to himself that she probably wasn't warning him about the Samuel family's reputation for brutal revenge. It didn't seem like that was her reason. He brushed the thought aside and reminded himself that it was the last class of the day. He needed to focus. Suddenly, Instructor Aries stormed into the room, his voice booming with fury as he slammed his hand on the desk. He shouted with rage that they were all pathetically weak, declaring that normally they didn't even deserve to sit in that classroom. He reminded them that against dolls using only 10%, even 5% of their power, all but 8 groups had been completely wiped out. His glare swept over the class as he barked that if they died, they should at least take one of the enemy's arms with them, then promised that he would personally teach them proper swordsmanship. The scene shifted to the training grounds, where every student was running under the blazing sun. The sound of heavy breaths and pounding footsteps filled the air. Instructor Aries shouted that the foundation of swordsmanship was stamina, explaining that techniques backed by endurance became 2 or even 3 times more powerful. The students were drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain their pace, their legs trembling with exhaustion. Then Aries suddenly pointed at Laurel and Samuel, his voice sharp as steel as he demanded to know who had told them to use mana while running. Both of them fell to their knees and apologized breathlessly. The instructor roared again, ordering them to start over from the beginning. Samuel's eyes widened in disbelief, while Laurel clenched hers shut in irritation. Arson watched them and smiled faintly, his thoughts drifting with amusement. He thought that trying to cheat like that wouldn't work, and that kids raised too softly would never make it far. He remembered his own past, thinking about the days when he had possessed someone, fought knights, and escaped to the demon realm. It had been pure chaos back then. Soon, the instructor ordered everyone to stop. His tone softened slightly as he told them that they had all worked hard for the day. Cadets who had completed 50 laps were told to head to their assigned dorms, while those who had failed to finish on time were sentenced to extra lessons. Later, Arson was walking toward the stairs, his body still aching from the training. He thought tiredly, trying to recall where the entrance to the boys' side was. Just then, he felt a hand suddenly grab his shoulder. His heart skipped a beat as he turned around quickly, only to see Renee standing there, staring at him with cold, piercing eyes. Arson told her with calm tone that it was Lady Renee and asked if she was heading to the dorm. She nodded without saying much. He wondered with a faint thought if someone in class had made her upset because the scene earlier looked like something that could easily be misunderstood. She looked at him and said seriously that his training was lacking and they should do a cool-down workout together. She added that he would help her, right? Turning around, she said with quick steps that there was a cadet training area nearby, and since there was still time, they should hurry. Arson nodded and followed her. They entered the training hall where the sound of weights clanking and people breathing heavily filled the air. He looked around and thought that there was a lot of equipment, and everyone was working hard, believing it would definitely help improve stamina. She pointed ahead and said firmly that they should start with that one. Arson lifted the weight and thought with quiet confidence that he had been training for years and something like this was nothing for him. But as he tried to raise it, his arms started trembling, sweat covered his face, and he could barely move it upward. She looked at him and told him gently while holding the same weight that it should be done like this. Then, with ease, she raised the weight high above her head. Watching her, he pressed his lips together and thought that he really could not compare to her, not even in raw strength, and that he truly needed to work harder. He crossed his arms and said calmly that it had already been 2 hours and asked if they should wrap up and head back, adding that he would escort her to the dorm entrance. She nodded silently in agreement. While handing her uniform coat, he thought that even setting aside today, she had been training a lot lately. He grew curious about her condition and decided to check it quickly while Renee was getting dressed. A message appeared on the glowing screen as he opened her status window. It displayed her details: race half-demon, disposition case, talent position swapped level 2, traits curiosity, immersion, killing intent, darkness, mana control, eyes of arrogance, and mana level from 1297 to 1321. He looked at the screen and thought that everything else was the same, but her mana had reached 1321. Even though she practiced mana control every night, it had only increased by 24. He sighed inwardly, thinking that this was the slowest growth period and wondered if he should get an elixir or something. Renee called out that she was done changing and asked what he was doing. He nodded and said that they should go. Later, he escorted her to the dorm gate, feeling the exhaustion in his body. He thought that he was seriously about to collapse and decided to head to the Bali dorm to rest. Climbing the stairs, he looked at a direction paper and said that his dorm room number from the acceptance letter was room 407. Standing in front of the door, he thought quietly that he wondered who his roommate would be and hoped it was someone with both skill and a good personality, someone he could rely on if needed. He opened the room door and greeted casually, but his words stopped midway when he saw Samuel sitting on the other bed. Shock and anger rushed through him as he realized he had ended up sharing a room with him. He quietly closed the drawer, trying to keep his composure, when Samuel suddenly shouted with irritation, asking if he wanted to go right now. Arson turned sharply and asked with disbelief if Samuel was out of his mind and if he really wanted to fight here. He added that he was only stepping out, then walked toward the door and said while turning his head to enjoy his rest. Samuel clenched his teeth in frustration as the door closed behind him. Later, Arson walked along the quiet street, muttering to himself with irritation that just when he thought he could relax, it turned out Samuel was his roommate. He decided to walk around and come back after Samuel had fallen asleep. He thought that Samuel was not even a child of wrath, so why was he so consumed by anger? Then he remembered that Samuel was actually the child of gluttony. He sighed, realizing that even when he wanted to rest, things just wouldn't go smoothly. His thoughts drifted as he walked. Maybe it was something like how his own disposition was chaos. He hadn't thought much about it until Instructor Robolt mentioned it. He wondered what chaos actually meant. Did it refer to a mana attribute? Should he ask the information paper? He quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that if it had known, it would have already explained it when it taught him how to use his engraved abilities. It would have given him knowledge about chaos too. He decided not to waste money for nothing and felt frustrated at how little he understood about himself. He thought that maybe he should just find a place to train his mana technique. Looking up, he noticed a small sparrow perched nearby and thought with faint curiosity that even in Saitan, outside creatures still wandered around. Later that night, he quietly entered his room and saw Samuel sleeping on his bed. He felt relieved and thought that it was good he had already fallen asleep. Exhaustion weighed on him as he lay on his bed and thought that he was going to crash instantly. Still, before sleep took over, he decided that he should at least do a bit of mana training. As he slowly closed his eyes, Samuel silently stood beside his bed, and in the dim light, his eyes began to glow green. Samuel stared at Arson's sleeping face and thought with irritation that even his sleeping face looked dumb and annoying. He remembered how Arson had insulted his family, and felt his anger rising again. Even if he had been in the wrong, he refused to be the one to apologize first. Turning his head away, he thought with frustration that he already had too much to handle and wondered if he really had to waste his energy on someone as worthless as Arson. But then he remembered the strange presence Arson had shown in class, the one that had made his heart throb painfully, as if it were being squeezed. He sat on the bed, lost in thought, unable to shake the feeling. It felt like a pain he had experienced before, and he couldn't understand why. His body began to tremble, and he clenched his teeth tightly, thinking with alarm that gluttony's rampage was starting again. Hunger tore through him uncontrollably, and it felt as if his insides were drying up from within. He grabbed at his chest, struggling to breathe as his body became surrounded by a faint green mana. The pain grew unbearable, and he thought desperately that it was too much to endure. When morning came, Arsène slowly sat up in bed, stretching slightly as the first light of day filtered through the window. He glanced outside and noticed a small sparrow perched on the sill. He spoke softly, wondering if it was the same bird from yesterday that had returned again this morning. His gaze lingered on it for a moment before he thought silently about Saiten's strict rules regarding outside intrusions, and questioned how a non-cadet life form could have entered the academy grounds. He opened the window and looked outside carefully, his expression turning sharp as he thought that someone must be trying to spy on him. The possibility crossed his mind that it could be Instructor Aries, the one most wary of him. He performed a quick mana scan and realized that it wasn't an illusion, but definitely a living creature. His gaze then shifted towards Samuel's empty bed, and he murmured to himself that Samuel had probably already gone off to eat. He decided that he should get going before breakfast ended but paused, trying to remember where the dining hall was located. Later, in the classroom, the instructor entered and greeted the students with a calm good morning. Arsène sat at his desk, trying to focus, but thought with quiet frustration that he had gotten lost looking for the dining hall and missed breakfast. He worried whether he would be able to concentrate properly during class. The instructor looked around the room and announced that there was an important message to share. She explained that during homeroom, they would be selecting a class president. She added that she had initially planned to let them vote among the candidates, but had changed her mind. Just as she was about to reveal her choice, Laurel suddenly stood up, full of excitement, and crossed her arms proudly. She said confidently that it was a wise decision and declared that they would lead the class together from now on. With bold arrogance, she told everyone to serve her as their king. Arsène leaned back slightly, watching the scene unfold, and thought with a faint sigh that Fran was probably the most suitable choice. Her intelligence might not be the best, but her charisma and buffing abilities were truly top-notch. But the instructor calmly corrected her and said that the class president was not Cadet Fran. With a gentle smile, she announced that Class A's president was Pixie Adele. Arsène froze in surprise, his eyes widening as disbelief settled in. He thought with confusion that it made no sense at all. Naming a half-demon like him as class president, he couldn't understand what they were thinking. The instructor continued firmly, calling him President Adele and telling him to do his best to lead the class. She explained that she had another class to teach, so she would leave some announcements before heading out. She informed everyone that to prepare for the midterm exams at the end of the semester, classes would now focus on practical training. The training would be done in teams of 3, and each group had to form their team before the end of the day. Arsène leaned back slightly and thought about the words midterms and training. A mysterious smile curved on his face as he imagined what that meant. He thought that if it was practical training at Saitan, then most likely it would involve killing humans, since killing was considered essential in real combat. Before leaving, the instructor clapped her hands and said that it was the end of today's homeroom. She then looked at Fran and warned that if he ever spoke informally to her again, she would give him private supplementary lessons. Finally, she turned to Arsène and told the new class president to submit the team list during the final period. With that, she dismissed the class and told everyone to do their best in the lessons ahead. Arsène sat in thought, crossing his arms as he considered the situation. He wondered where they were even supposed to train and if they might be using the same doll's instructor idea had made yesterday. But he quickly dismissed that thought, reasoning that if that were the case, there would be no need to form teams. He leaned back slightly and thought that, according to how things unfolded in the novel, it wasn't yet time for the attack on the human world. Regardless, the most important thing now was forming a solid team. A faint smirk crossed his face as he thought that he had already more or less decided who his teammates would be. Later, inside Instructor Idea's office, the door burst open with a loud bang as Instructor Aries stormed in. His voice thundered across the room as he shouted her name, demanding what she had been thinking. She greeted him with a calm smile and remarked that it was nice to see his serious face again, calling him senior. Aries slammed his hand on the desk and shouted angrily that it wasn't what he had come there to hear. He demanded to know why she had appointed that guy as class president. Idea's smile didn't fade as she explained lightly that it had only happened that morning and commented that he must have eyes and ears all over Saitan to know so quickly. Aries raised his hands in frustration and shouted that giving Arsène the role of class president was reckless and dangerous, saying she couldn't possibly be unaware of what that implied. She stood up slowly, her tone firm as she said that she knew exactly what it meant. She explained that it was only temporary but that the position gave Arson command over Class A as a unit. Aries clenched his teeth in anger and said through frustration that she still went through with it. He called her out of her mind and insisted that it wasn't too late yet, urging her to change the class president to someone else immediately. Instructor Idea crossed her arms and refused firmly that she would not agree. Instructor Aries clutched his head with frustration and groaned that this situation was driving him insane. She looked at him with confidence and told him that she liked that student, that his abilities were top tier, and unlike the children of the 7 deadly sins, he was not arrogant. She added that he was supported by the bear's family, so his identity was guaranteed. Aries looked at her in surprise and argued that just because someone's background was verified did not mean they could be trusted. He warned her with seriousness that nothing was more dangerous than a blind sword. Idea turned away from him and spoke coldly that she would manage her class on her own and asked him to stay out of it. She reminded him that even though she was a new instructor, she was confident in her eye for talent. Aries called out to her as she walked away, but she ignored him and kept going. Left alone, Aries clenched his jaw with regret and thought that he should have taken over that class no matter what. He felt he should not have left someone that dangerous under Idea's care. His thoughts darkened as he remembered the half-demon who had once given him an unforgettable wound in battle. For some reason, he felt that Arson's aura and Adele's were disturbingly alike. He considered the chance of Arson being related to that man low, yet his instincts screamed otherwise. It felt too suspicious, and he could not bring himself to ignore it, no matter how much he tried. Aries walked toward the exit, his steps heavy with thought, when a small sparrow fluttered down from above and flew toward him. The bird landed gently on his hand as he murmured softly that so far nothing seemed particularly strange, and told it to keep watching the boy closely. The sparrow gave a quick chirp and then took off again, disappearing into the air. The scene shifted to the classroom where Arson sat with a faint smile on his face. He thought that even though he was the class president, no one had asked him anything yet, and wondered if it was because his face looked suspicious. Suddenly, someone called out to Samuel and asked him to team up, to which Samuel simply nodded in agreement. Arson watched them and thought that he did not really care as long as no one held him back. He tried to stay positive, thinking with mock enthusiasm that even someone like Samuel had found teammates, yet no one had come to him. Feeling a little frustrated, he stood up and decided that he had no choice but to make the first move himself. He approached a girl with pink hair and greeted her politely. She looked at him nervously as dark mana faintly flowed around his body. Her eyes widened in fear, and she covered her mouth with her hand, clearly startled. Arson realized what had happened and thought that he might have frightened her while scanning her mana. He observed that her mana levels were impressive and that she also possessed healing abilities, which made her perfect as a teammate. He introduced himself calmly, saying that his name was Adele and reminding her that they had met briefly before. Then he asked if she had already found a team. The girl shook her head in denial. Seeing that, he smiled faintly and said that it was perfect, then asked for her name. She answered softly that she was Luna. Arson smiled slightly and asked with a calm tone that her name was Lovely, and if she would like to join his team. He added that being in the same team as the class president would surely benefit her. Leaning a little closer, he spoke more gently and told her that there was not much time left before the final period, and since they were both half-demons, they should get along well. Luna looked nervous, her hands trembling as she covered her eyes, and she hurriedly agreed while stuttering that they would be in the same team. Arson nodded with satisfaction and replied that it was an excellent choice. Before they could continue, Laurel suddenly interrupted them with a burst of laughter. She stepped forward with confidence and declared that since Arson still had not formed a team, she would accept both of them and that they should serve under her. Arson frowned and replied firmly that they had already finished forming their team, so she should leave. Laurel pointed toward him with a mocking grin and insisted that she had heard everything from behind and knew the truth. Luna stood awkwardly between them, thinking with confusion why the two of them were standing right in front of her like that. Laurel crossed her arms and announced proudly that she still could not acknowledge Arson's position as class president, claiming that the true leader of the class was her. Arson thought for a moment, debating if he should just reject her outright. But since Laurel showed no sign of backing down, he decided to let her join. However, there was a condition: she would be the team leader only in name, and she must always consult him before making any decision. Deep down, he thought that since she was one of the children of the 7 deadly sins, it was better to keep her close. It was a careful plan to boost her pride while still using her strength to their advantage. A week passed quietly, and the scene opened with a glowing screen before Arson. The words shimmered in the air showing his current status. Talent was position swap level 2. Traits was curiosity, immersion, killing intent, darkness, mana control, eyes of arrogance. Mana was 1321 to 1332. Arson crossed his arms while staring at the glowing display and muttered to himself that he needed to get an elixir soon. He thought that while his mana was increasing, he still had no understanding of the chaos attribute. He hoped that he might find some clue about it in the upcoming magic class. His thoughts continued as he frowned, realizing that Crete's solitude was becoming unstable, meaning he would probably need to carry it with him at all times from now on. It felt like there were more and more things piling up on his mind, but at least Samuel's quiet nature was a relief to him. With a faint sigh, he thought that things would eventually get better. The scene then shifted to the classroom where Instructor Idea stood before the students with bright energy in her voice. She greeted them warmly and announced with excitement that today's class would be a little special. She explained that they would have outdoor practical training and would be leaving Saikan to go outside to a place called Orgon. Hearing that, Arson's eyes widened slightly as he thought to himself about Orgon. He remembered it as the prison where the humans who failed to return during the Human-Demon War were kept. Instructor Idea walked ahead toward the academy gates and announced with authority that they would be riding a dimensional train, asking everyone to follow her. The students quickly gathered, their faces filled with excitement at the thought of outdoor training. Arson followed silently, his thoughts drifting as he watched their enthusiasm. He thought that everyone was thrilled just because it was an outdoor activity, but once they learned what Orgon truly was, their excitement would vanish in shock. Yet his focus was elsewhere. He knew something even more important awaited there, a special opportunity that the protagonist was meant to discover in Orgon. If he went this time, he believed he might be able to claim it first. Still, he wondered if he could find it without drawing attention, especially since the guards stationed there were far from ordinary. While he was lost in thought, Laurel's voice broke through as she asked him curiously why he looked so tense. Arson turned toward her with a faint smile, and replied that since it was her first outdoor training, she must be feeling nervous. Laurel beamed with confidence and laughed, saying that so he did get nervous after all. She teased that with his gloomy expression, she had thought nothing could bother him. She then raised her chin proudly and told him that since he had his team leader right beside him, he should not worry and just follow her lead. Arson glanced at her and thought quietly that she never seemed to get tired. He wondered if she would still be that confident once they arrived at Orgon. Still, thanks to Laurel's presence, he felt a small sense of ease. Deep down, he reminded himself that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. No matter what happened, he would not let the opportunity slip away. A clear voice echoed through the train, announcing that they had arrived at Orgon and asking all passengers to disembark safely. As the doors opened, Arson and the other students stepped out, their boots landing on the cold, hard ground. Instructor Idea stood at the front of the group and raised her voice with enthusiasm, telling everyone that they had arrived and to follow her closely. Arson's eyes shifted toward the massive stone structure looming ahead. The air was heavy, filled with an unsettling silence that pressed against his chest. He thought quietly that this was the human prisoner camp, Orgon, and that the atmosphere here truly felt suffocating. Instructor Idea turned her head slightly, her tone calm as she explained that this place was their training site, Orgon. She reassured them that there were not supposed to be any battles, so they should not worry too much. Arson glanced at her expression and thought that she was saying those words while fully aware of what awaited them. To him, that kind of behavior felt like a twisted hobby. Moments later, several guards appeared, their armor clanking as they approached. One of them asked if they were from Saitan. Instructor Idea nodded and handed them the permit. After checking it, one of the guards ordered them to follow. They walked through a long corridor filled with the echo of footsteps and distant sounds. Suddenly, a faint voice calling for help came from behind the walls. The students froze, their faces pale with shock. Laurel looked around in fear and asked what kind of place this was. Before anyone could answer, Samuel's sharp voice cut through the tension as he raised his hand and shouted for everyone to stop loitering and keep moving. Soon after, Instructor Idea stopped in front of a large gate. With a bright smile, she turned to the students and announced that they had finally arrived at the training site. The students stood frozen in shock as they stared at the sight before them. Behind the iron bars, humans sat chained and broken, their eyes hollow with fear. Instructor Idea faced the students with a chilling calmness, and explained that this was a prison for humans who had attacked the demon realm. She told them that every human here had killed at least one demon and that many of them were hardened criminals, some even being pregnant women or children. Her voice carried no sympathy as she added that they were probably wondering what their training would be. A dark aura began to spread around her body, and her eyes glowed an eerie blue. She told them to watch closely. Then, without hesitation, she grabbed one of the humans by the mouth. Her lips curved into a twisted smile as manna gathered in her hand, and she spoke coldly that he should swallow quietly because it would be over quickly. The human gasped in terror, but before anyone could react, his body suddenly exploded, scattering pieces across the floor. The room filled with screams and nausea as the students stumbled back, their faces turning pale. Instructor Idea turned toward them, her expression still composed, and told them that their task was simple. Each of them only needed to kill a human in their own way. Many students began vomiting, unable to handle the gruesome scene. Arson, however, stood still, his gaze cold and detached. He thought that even after witnessing such cruelty, he felt strangely unaffected. It was probably because his mind had become synchronized with Adele's. No matter how much worse things became, his resolve would not change. He reminded himself that he would survive until the end, fix the doomed fate of this world, and fulfill Adele's wish. Instructor Idea looked at him with interest and asked if the class president had any last words. Arson did not reply. Without a word, he walked toward one of the prison cells, his dagger held firmly in his hand. He opened the cell door and faced the trembling human inside. His voice was calm but distant as he asked if the man had anything to say before the end. The human glared at Arson with hatred burning in his eyes and shouted with rage that his only regret was not killing more of their kind. He screamed that humans would wipe out every last demon, his voice echoing through the cell. Before he could say another word, Arson moved swiftly, his dagger slicing through the air. Blood splattered across the walls, painting the floor crimson. The thick scent of iron filled the room as the lifeless body fell to the ground. Drops of blood stained Arson's hands and face, but he did not flinch. He stepped out of the cell with calm steps and looked toward the instructor. His voice was steady as he asked if that was good enough. Instructor Idea nodded with satisfaction and announced that the rest of the students should follow his example. She ordered them to enter a cell and begin their training. Her gaze then shifted to the trembling Luna, and her tone turned sharp as she called out for all the half-demon cadets to step aside. She told them to stand together in a separate area. As the group moved, Arson's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought that it seemed there were more half-demons in the class than just him and Luna, but Luna looked pale and deeply disturbed by everything around her. Ahead of them, a line of human prisoners knelt on the ground, shaking violently in fear. Instructor Idea faced the students and told them that they needed to prove something, that they were different from the traitors kneeling before them. A sudden burst of anger broke out among the students. One of them clenched his teeth, his emotions overflowing, and kicked a human hard in the stomach. His voice trembled with fury as he shouted that they had suffered enough because of humans, and that they deserved to die. Samuel stepped forward, his eyes glowing faintly with green mana. Without hesitation, he began slaughtering the humans one after another, his magic tearing through them with brutal precision. Arson watched in silence, his thoughts heavy. He wondered if Samuel really needed to use his magic like that, and questioned if he was truly that eager to tear humans apart. His gaze then drifted toward Luna. She stood trembling, her hands pressed tightly over her ears as if trying to block out the screams. Her whole body shook, her fear clear in every small movement. Then Lawrence stepped forward with a calm yet serious expression and looked toward the instructor. He asked if he would pass the training as long as he used his ability to kill. Instructor Idea crossed her arms and nodded in approval. Laurel moved next, her confidence unwavering. She walked toward the kneeling humans and lifted her hand, her mana flickering faintly as she activated her control magic. Her voice was cold as she commanded one of the prisoners that he was now bound to her and ordered him to kill the human beside him. The bound human's eyes glazed over as he grabbed the other by the throat and squeezed until the life left his body. Laurel turned her head toward the instructor and asked calmly if it was done. Instructor Idea nodded again and announced that only one remained, Cadet Luna. Her tone grew sharper as she ordered Luna to prove who she really was. Arson's chest tightened as he watched her. He thought that if Luna could not complete this training, things would end badly for her. Luna's breathing grew uneven, and her eyes filled with fear. She thought desperately, trying to steady herself, but deep down she knew she could not do it. Luna sat on the cold ground, her teeth clenched as her whole body trembled. Her thoughts echoed in her mind, filled with rage and grief. Because of a man not even worth calling father, she had come all this way to avenge her mother who had lived a life of suffering. Yet even now, she could not do anything. As her despair grew heavier, Arsen's voice broke the silence. He spoke calmly while standing beside her that he would assist Miss Luna with her training. Luna's eyes widened in shock, her breath catching as she looked up at him. Arsen stepped closer and handed her a dagger, gently wrapping his hand around hers. His tone softened as he told her to relax her hand for a moment, and that if she kept moving forward like this, she would be fine. Luna bit her lip, her eyes shutting tightly. Then with trembling resolve, she acted. When it was over, she slowly opened her eyes again, her breathing uneven. Arsen reached out and gently patted her head, giving her a faint smile as if to tell her she had done well. Inside, his thoughts were grim. That could have gone very badly. He knew what happened to half-demons who could not bring themselves to kill a human. At best, they were expelled. At worst, something far more terrible awaited them. Instructor Idea stood nearby with her arms crossed, her gaze sharp. She spoke in a firm tone toward Arsen that she could not understand what he was thinking and asked if he truly expected Luna to pass after doing that. Arsen denied calmly and spoke with confidence that the instructor had clearly stated anyone who killed a human using their own ability would pass. He explained that Cadet Luna was the only healer in all of Saigon and that he helped her because he understood the value of that rare talent. The instructor's expression darkened as she shouted in disbelief, asking if by that logic he meant he would not help a cadet without talent. Arsen nodded without hesitation and replied that if they had no talent, he would simply leave them behind. The instructor narrowed her eyes, turning away as she raised her hand. Her voice carried a warning tone as she remarked that he really did whatever he wanted and that she would remember his words. She then announced she would check on the others and instructed both of them to wait there. Once she left, Arsen turned toward Luna, who softly thanked him before losing her strength. He knelt beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder, and thought with quiet relief that she had passed out from the exhaustion and stress. He gently moved her against the wall to rest, a faint mysterious smile forming on his face as he thought that now the real game was about to begin. He knew the layout of Oregon well and had plenty of time to act. Later, Arsen hid behind a wall, his eyes fixed on the guards patrolling the area. His thoughts sharpened as he observed the scene. As expected, the security was tight. To find a proper opening, he would need to move underground. With that, he decided quietly within himself that it was time to cloak his body in darkness. Dark mana spread around Arsen's body like a mist, pulsing faintly against his skin. He looked down at his hand and thought with quiet satisfaction that it worked, and that he had definitely improved since before. If he cloaked himself completely in darkness, he could move unnoticed. All he needed now was to reach the underground tunnel entrance. He stepped out from behind the wall, his footsteps light and measured. But then he froze when he saw a guard ahead surrounded by a faint red mana. A trace of confusion crossed his face as he wondered if he had been spotted. The guard suddenly turned around, his eyes glowing red, yet he did not react to Arsen's presence. Instead, he simply stared into the distance before continuing his patrol as if nothing had happened. Arsen exhaled quietly, his thoughts sharpening as he realized the difference in mana. That subtle presence confirmed it was a guard from Oregon. He reminded himself that he needed to move quickly before the next patrol arrived. Moving deeper into the prison, he stopped in front of a large iron gate. His eyes narrowed as he studied it, thinking that he had found it. There had to be a passage hidden inside. He raised his hand and used his magic technique, calling out the command position swap to move. His body flickered and shifted instantly through the gate, reappearing inside the cell. As his eyes adjusted to the dim space, he felt a strange pressure beneath his feet. He looked down, realizing with a hint of alarm that there was a mechanism hidden in the floor. He thought that he had expected something like this. Then he glanced around and murmured to himself with focus that now the question was how to get down from here. Recalling the depth the protagonist had once reached, he decided he would use that knowledge to continue forward. Arsen counted slowly to 6, timing his breath as his eyes traced the faint outlines of the floor. Then he leapt high into the air and threw his dagger downward with precision. He heard the faint sound of something piercing into the ground and thought that it was the signal he needed. Without hesitation, he activated his magic technique again, calling out position swap to move, and his body instantly shifted places with the dagger. He landed smoothly on the lower ground, dust rising faintly beneath his boots. Before him stretched a long, dark tunnel. He thought that this must be the underground waterway. His mind quickly recalled what came next: the poison-type black slimes. As he stepped forward, a purple glow began to fill the space, and several gelatinous slimes shimmered in the darkness, their toxic bodies glistening. He thought with calm focus that their poison was deadly on contact, so his only option was to aim for the slime's core from a distance. He extended his hand and summoned his technique, Fang of Darkness Black Blade VB. Instantly, several daggers formed around him, each one glowing faintly with a dark purple light. He launched them toward the slimes with sharp precision. The blades sliced through the air and struck their targets, cutting directly through their cores. One by one, the slimes collapsed, dissolving into black puddles. As he walked through the remains of the fallen creatures, Arsene thought with quiet confidence that knowing their weakness made the black slimes far too easy to handle. He continued deeper, stepping into the water that now reached up to his knees. But then, a deep voice echoed around him, slow and eerie, warning him not to go any further and claiming that the great evil was dead. Arsene frowned and thought with confusion about what that meant. The great evil? He had never written anything like that in his understanding of this world. He remembered that this place was where a demon who once led a rebellion centuries ago was buried. He wondered if this great evil referred to a demon so powerful that even the Demon King could not defeat it and had to seal it away instead. He decided he would find out once he reached the end. He saw a faint light ahead and swam toward it, emerging from the water into a dimly glowing chamber. In front of him stood a massive skeleton bound tightly in chains, its bones white and faintly glimmering under the light. Arsene smiled slightly, stepping closer and raising his hand toward it, thinking that the heart inside this white skeleton must hold the opportunity he was searching for. He thought that he was finally about to obtain it. But suddenly, his instincts screamed in warning. He felt a sharp sensation rush over him. Something was wrong. His smile faded as he stepped back quickly, his eyes widening in surprise. The skeleton suddenly leaped high into the air, a glowing magic circle forming above its head, while its heart shone a deep red. Arsene stared in disbelief and thought with shock that he could not believe something this absurd was happening. He realized that the symbol glowing above the skeleton's head was the same as the tattoo of the Asen family on his neck, and that meant the traitor of the demon realm was connected to the Asen family. Then the skeleton spoke, its voice echoing with power as its body became wrapped in yellow mana. It called him the child of Asen and told him to listen carefully. It said with heavy emotion that if he could hear its thoughts, it meant he carried the same burden. It called him the blood of chaos, born from its own existence, and warned him not to be consumed by chaos. The voice explained that chaos was a force that twisted the world's order, and if he lost himself in it, and focused only on its meaning, he would face the same end as it did. As soon as those words ended, the skeleton's body dissolved into the air, turning into a swirl of black smoke. Its heart darkened and fell to the ground with a faint thud. Arsene bent down and picked it up, thinking that the heart had returned to its original dead state. The moment he held it, his body began to glow red. He thought with awe that he could feel it, a will that endlessly craved and sought destruction. The heart suddenly shattered into pieces in Arsene's hands. He looked at it, and said with a calm tone that it must be a kind of desire held by the ancestors of Asen. Then he opened his status window, and a glowing message appeared before him. It displayed his details: race half-demon, disposition case, talent position swap level 1, and traits including curiosity, immersion, killing intent, darkness, mana control, eyes of arrogance, and psychokinesis. Arsene shouted with excitement, while holding his dagger, that he finally obtained psychokinesis and that he should test it right away. He tried the technique by attempting to move the dagger with his will, but nothing happened. He looked at the weapon in his hand and said with a thoughtful tone that it was not because of a lack of mana, perhaps due to low proficiency. He decided that he would have to train harder. Still, he thought with satisfaction that he had found a clue about the chaos attribute along with psychokinesis, which was an unexpected great gain. Looking around, he thought there was nothing else to find here and decided to head back before anyone noticed his absence. The scene then shifted to Laurel, who stood with her arms crossed and asked sharply what he had been wandering around for alone. Arsene replied casually that he just took a walk around. Laurel raised her voice in anger and asked if he really thought it made sense to say he went for a walk in such a place. Arsene waved his hand and said with a faint smile that the sight of humans packed behind bars. Laurel shouted angrily and asked where he thought he was going in the middle of their conversation. Before Arsene could answer, Luna approached him with a shy expression and said softly that she wanted to thank him for helping her, that if it were not for him, she would have been in danger. Arsene interrupted her with a gentle smile and said it was nothing and that she should not worry about it. Inwardly, he thought that now he had a debt owed from Luna and that he would probably find a good use for it someday. At that moment, Instructor Idea spoke up loudly and told everyone to gather. She said they were lucky there had been no dropouts during the training and that the cadets finally had a decent look in their eyes, though it still needed some polishing. She told them that it was time to return to Saitan. Arsene thought with relief that he was finally escaping that place which felt long despite being short. The scene shifted to a bright, sunny day in the classroom. Arsene sat on his chair, lost in thought. He reflected that it had been a week since they returned, but not much had changed. The cadets seemed to have lost much of their fear after killing humans, as if they had washed away the hesitation that once held them back. He thought he needed to train his newly obtained psychokinesis with diligence, and also prepare for the upcoming midterms that the instructors kept mentioning. He recalled that in the novel, the first years of Saitan invaded the Royal Academy during the midterms. That meant the exam would involve invading the human world. As he stared at the quiet classroom, he thought with unease about how many cadets would survive. Arsene's gaze suddenly shifted toward Luna, who was quietly looking at him from across the room. But the moment their eyes met, she quickly turned her face away and rested her head on the desk. Arsene looked at her with confusion and thought that something might be going on. He walked over and gently poked her shoulder. Luna sat up in surprise and said that he scared her. Arsene smiled and said that since she did not respond, he thought he should startle her a little. He noticed her pale face and asked softly if something was wrong. Luna quickly denied it, and he raised his hand with a relaxed smile, saying that he understood. Then he asked if she wanted to have lunch together or if she already had other plans. Luna's face brightened with a cheerful tone as she said that she did not and agreed to eat with him. Arsene turned to leave and said that he would meet her in front of the cafeteria at lunchtime. Later, he was walking along the road, glancing around with a faint sigh. He thought that lunchtime was almost over and wondered where Luna had gone. He admitted to himself that he did not usually eat lunch alone but decided there was no helping it. He thought that he would just head back to the dorm and continue training. As he walked, he suddenly noticed Renee and Diana approaching from the opposite direction, walking straight toward him. Arsene quickly thought that he needed to run, so he used a magic technique called Position Swap to move and hid behind the bushes while Renee and Diana walked past without noticing him. He stayed crouched, watching them disappear from sight, and thought with confusion that it was strange for them to show up there together. He realized it was a terrible combination. He remembered the things he had heard back in Oregon and thought with unease that if they found out he was a descendant of the Asen family, he would be finished. He reminded himself that he had played a decisive role in the demon realm's defeat and, more importantly, that he had killed the demon king and his wife. Standing up carefully, he thought that he needed to get out of there fast. Later, as he walked along a quiet path, he murmured to himself that it had been close and that he really needed to be more careful. His expression softened as he looked around and thought that the place was nicer than he expected. He wondered if such a peaceful spot existed behind the cafeteria, and considered that maybe he could train there instead of in his stuffy dorm room. Just then, a loud scream broke the calm air. Arsene's body tensed, and he rushed toward the sound. When he reached the source, he saw a student forcing Luna to the ground while she struggled and screamed for them to stop. Luna turned her head and shouted Arsene's name in desperation. Arsene stepped forward with a mysterious smile and faced the students who were bullying her. He said calmly that they should stop what they were doing to their classmate and return to class. One of the students clenched his teeth in anger, poked Arsene's chest, and asked with disdain how a half-demon could ever become class president. Before the student could move again, red mana burst from Arsene's body, swirling around the student's neck and tightening until he gasped for breath. The other students froze in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Arsene looked at the struggling student and said with a teasing tone that he could not even move under a little bloodlust, yet he dared to challenge him. Arsene's eyes then shifted toward another student who still looked unafraid. He glanced at the one who had fallen to the ground and said that he had no intention of fighting, so they should end it there. His eyes glowed red as he gave a cold warning that it would be best if they said nothing more, because he did not want to see their guts spill before lunch. The students trembled, lifted their fallen friend, and hurried away. Once they were gone, Luna slowly approached him. Arsene asked gently if she was all right. She nodded and thanked him softly. Arson turned toward the path back to the academy, and said that class would start soon, so they should head back. His voice lightened as he added that they would finally be learning real magic now, and how exciting that would be. The scene shifted to the classroom where Instructor Robolt slammed his fist on the desk and shouted for everyone's attention. His voice filled the room as he announced that they would now learn magic used in real situations, specifically stealth art and silence. Blue mana began to flow around his body as he spoke with focus. He explained that he would demonstrate the stealth art first. He instructed them to slowly heat up the tattoo, feel the circulating mana completely, and then release it gently. Even if the mana felt impure, it should be spread lightly across the whole body. He warned that if one failed to wrap their entire body with mana, the stealth art would fail. Arson watched carefully and thought with realization that this was the reason they could not sense the instructor during the fight with Samuel. Instructor Robolt then raised his finger and said that today's assignment was to spread mana evenly across their bodies, just as he had shown. He ordered everyone to close their eyes and try it slowly, step by step, since precise mana control was difficult to achieve. The students closed their eyes and began practicing, their faces tense with concentration. Robolt observed them quietly, his expression softening into a faint smile. He thought that everyone was trying hard, though it would be difficult for anyone to succeed on the first day. His gaze moved across the room, and he noted that Fran lived up to her lineage with her abundant mana and precise control. But what caught his attention the most was Samuel, whose figure was already starting to blur. Robolt thought with admiration that Samuel's talent was incredible. Adjusting his glasses, he considered that normally it took a week just to grasp the technique, so those two could truly be called geniuses. Then a sudden thought struck him, and his expression changed. He remembered there was another cadet with talent on their level, one who possessed the dangerous chaos attribute that Instructor Ares was so cautious about. Robolt thought with curiosity and concern that it was Pixie Adele. Instructor Robolt looked toward Arson's seat and froze. It was empty. His eyes widened in disbelief as he clenched his teeth and thought with shock that Arson had been sitting there just moments ago. He could not believe that the boy had completely deceived his eyes. Later, Arson walked quietly through the corridor, his steps light and steady. He murmured to himself that with Adele's talent, mastering stealth art had been easy. Now he needed to figure out how to combine it with the chaos attribute. He thought that he should return to the dorm and test it out, since ordinary assassination skills would never work against a true powerhouse. He needed to find a better way. As he turned a corner, a familiar voice called out from behind. It was Instructor Robolt. Arson stopped and turned around to face him. The instructor approached and asked calmly if this was the first time he had learned magic. Arson nodded in response. Robolt scratched the back of his head with a thoughtful look and said that if Arson had some free time, he would like him to visit his lab. Arson asked quietly why. Instructor Robolt explained, Serious Cadet Adele, you have excellent magical talent, and you also possess the rare chaos attribute. Your research value is not just enough, it is overflowing. Arson turned away and replied apologetic, Unfortunately I have things to do today, so it will be difficult, but I will definitely visit next time. The instructor nodded. Later the scene moved to the dorm room where Arson sat on his bed and thought that since Samuel was not around he should get started. He felt that there was something he needed to settle before the midterms and that he must learn a skill beyond stealth art. He clenched his fist and kept thinking that because of the human realm spy hiding in the demon realm, if they found out he was here he would have to track them down and kill them no matter what. His body glowed with light mana as he thought they would surely be tough to deal with, so he must master his trump card beyond hiding his existence to exist, but not exist to erase the existence of me. Suddenly he looked at his hand and thought, surprised, it's done, even I can't see myself, what's happening all of a sudden. Arson placed his hand on the tree stem and thought while covering his face that they had returned after 2 hours at least temporarily. He sat on the ground clutching his head and thought that he could not predict which senses would be affected and that absolute stealth only lasted 3 seconds. He felt frustrated and thought that maybe it was completely useless and the risk was too great, so he should seal it for now and only use it if he was completely sure he could kill the enemy. He continued thinking that he had tried combining chaos with other traits but it had not worked, so it was better to focus on improving his swordsmanship, or increasing his mana. He looked up at the clear sky and thought that he was stuck there for 2 hours, but at least he had come out early, so he should not be late for class. Later in Instructor Ares' class, the students were running across the training ground when the instructor shouted while crossing his arms that they should stop physical training and gather up. Then he pressed his hand on his shoulder and ordered them to use mana and come at him, telling them that he, the instructor, would not use mana. Arson asked curiously if that meant he would only be using a sword. The instructor nodded, and Arson pulled out his dagger, his body glowing faintly as he readied himself for battle. In the next moment, he rushed toward the instructor and slashed his dagger with speed, but the instructor easily dodged each strike with calm precision. At the end of the exchange, the instructor blocked Arson's dagger with his sword, sparks flying from the impact. Then the instructor swung his sword sharply, the force sending Arson flying back and crashing onto the ground. Gritting his teeth, Arson stood up again, tightening his grip on the dagger. He dashed forward for another attack, his movements faster and sharper than before, but once again the instructor avoided every strike with ease. Suddenly, Arson changed the direction of his dagger mid-swing, trying to catch the instructor off guard. The instructor spoke with a grim expression that it was still not perfect. Arson's eyes widened in shock before his body lost balance and fell heavily to the ground, creating a burst of dust. The instructor then raised his sword toward Arson, his eyes glowing with a deep purple light. Arson clenched his teeth in rage, refusing to yield. The watching students were stunned, and even Luna's eyes widened in disbelief at the intensity of the scene. Instructor Ares slammed his sword down on Arson with tremendous force, but it struck the ground instead, shattering the tiles into pieces. As the dust slowly cleared, Arson was sitting unharmed on the floor. His calm eyes reflected relief as he thought with a faint smirk that it was a good thing he had pushed the sword aside using telekinesis, because if he had been even a little slower, he would have been cut in half. The instructor pointed his sword, still buried in the cracked floor, then pulled the dagger from his chest and ordered firmly that Arson return to his seat. His cold gaze swept over the students before he turned toward them and asked with a commanding tone what they had felt while fighting him. Arson stood straight, still breathing heavily, and answered with calm confidence that it was the way weak people fought. He reminded that although he had been allowed to use mana, the instructor had restrained himself. He explained that the only way for a weaker opponent to defeat a stronger one was to sacrifice the flesh to strike the bone, and that was exactly what the instructor had shown them. Instructor Ares nodded slightly, then addressed the entire class with a serious tone. He told them that the human world was filled with strong enemies, and there was no way to win without taking hits. He instructed them to make their opponents drop their guard and to boldly expose their weaknesses before attacking when least expected. He declared that noble swordsmanship had no place in his class, because he would only teach the kind of swordsmanship that truly helped them win. After that, he sheathed his sword and added with a faint grin that calling it swordsmanship was generous, and it would be better to call it a weapon technique class instead. Arson sat quietly. He thought with a cold expression that the instructor meant they should win even if it cost their lives. Then his eyes narrowed as he considered the upcoming midterms. He thought there was a reason why the Royal Academy instructors had responded so quickly. A spy from the human world must have already leaked both the incident and the exam contents. In the novel, only the Saitan cadets had suffered, while the Royal Academy cadets remained completely unharmed. His gaze darkened as he thought that Ares probably suspected him of being the spy. He knew he had to find the real one before the instructor did. When the instructor ordered everyone to return to their classes, the students started leaving. But Arson stayed still, lost in thought. The instructor turned and asked him with a sharp tone why he was still standing there, and told him to go back. Arson finally nodded and walked away. The bright daylight filled the classroom. Arson sat on his chair with a heavy expression, his thoughts running deep. He thought that Ares would not help him, not just because the instructor suspected him as the spy, but also because of the killing intent and cruelty he had shown before. His eyes hardened as he reminded himself that he could not give up being ruthless. He needed that brutal strength to build authority and influence over the 7 deadly sins. His face turned grim as he thought that if Ares kept crossing the line like he did yesterday, then whatever he chose to do next, the instructor would have to live with the consequences. Suddenly Arson noticed Luna standing in front of him. She smiled softly and asked what was up. He looked at her, surprised, as she explained that they were supposed to have lunch together yesterday, so she was wondering if he was free today. He gave a small nod in agreement. Later, the two of them sat at a dining table filled with all kinds of delicious food. Arson looked at the dishes and spoke with a hint of nostalgia that it had been a long time since he had a meal like this. Luna's eyes widened as she looked at the spread and said with a cheerful tone that it was a lot of food, and if they wasted it, the god of gluttony might punish them. Arson gave another quiet nod, a faint smile touching his face. Just then, a group of students entered the hall. Arsene glanced in their direction and waved his hand slightly, but the students ignored him completely and turned away. Luna's expression fell as she looked down and spoke in a low, sad voice that those were the ones who used to bully her. She admitted she did not even know why it started. It had just happened one day. She said she was weak and only had average physical ability. But then she lifted her head slightly and added with a small smile that they never physically hurt her. They just cursed at her or took a few silver coins whenever they passed by. Arsene looked at her seriously and told her that she should stay near him from now on. But Luna clenched her fists and refused firmly, saying it was not necessary. She said with determination that she just had to prove she was different from the demon traders. Arsene looked at Luna and spoke calmly that in that case, it was even more reason for her to stay by his side. His tone then shifted as he asked curiously about the cadet among the group who had a spider tattoo on his cheek. Luna glanced in that direction and replied that the boy's name was Kyle. Arsene's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked if that Kyle was a half-demon by any chance. Luna looked at him in confusion and replied that Kyle was a pure-blooded demon, though he was a bit scary. She added that Kyle always looked at half-demon cadets with disgust. Arsene leaned back slightly and thought silently that it was the same kind of look they once gave humans back in Oregon. His mind grew sharp as he considered that Kyle might be a strong suspect. He thought about asking the information paper just to confirm but decided against it, thinking it might be a waste of money. He stood up from his seat, his expression steady and calculating, and thought that he should go and check directly since he already had plenty of information about the spy. He walked toward the group of students and greeted them casually. A faint smile played on his lips as he spoke that there was a certain girl in the first year of the Royal Academy who was said to be a half-demon, and that her only family was her older brother. One of the students shouted angrily, asking if Arsene was ignoring him, complaining that last time he had let his guard down. But Arsene only smirked and continued speaking, pretending to think as he mentioned that the girl's name was, maybe, Ray. At that moment, Kyle turned his head sharply and glared at Arsene, his teeth gritted with barely restrained anger. When the green-haired student placed his hand on Arsene's shoulder, Arsene reacted instantly. He grabbed the student by his tie and slammed him hard onto the floor. The sudden impact echoed through the dining hall, drawing everyone's attention. Kyle stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the dining table in fury before turning and storming away. Arsene stood there with a calm face, a faint mysterious smile forming on his lips as he watched Kyle leave. The scene shifted to the bathroom where Kyle's group had gathered. The green-haired student shouted angrily that Kyle was going to get revenge, right? He stepped closer, frustration clear in his voice, and demanded why Kyle was not saying anything. He reminded him bitterly that Kyle was the one who had said they should not trust half-demons and accused him of starting all this only to back out now. As he spoke, the green-haired student grabbed Kyle by his tie, his teeth clenched in anger. But before he could finish, Kyle slammed his hand against the wall. The force caused blood to pour from his mouth and nose, leaving a dark stain on the tiles. His eyes glowed with barely contained rage as he spoke through clenched teeth to the other shocked students, ordering them to get out of there before he killed everyone. Once they left, Kyle remained alone, washing his face under the cold water. His reflection stared back at him from the mirror. With a quick gesture, he used magic to erase the spider tattoo from his cheek. His mind raced as he thought about what had happened. He wondered how Arsene had found out. The perception-dulling disguise spells were still functioning perfectly. A top-class mage had cast them, so there was no way his identity could have been exposed. He thought it was even less likely since he was a pure demon, not a human in disguise. His brows furrowed deeply as he wondered if Arsene could be another spy from the human world. His voice turned cold as he muttered under his breath, asking who Adele really was and how he knew his little sister. Then his expression hardened completely, his eyes glowing crimson as he spoke in a low voice filled with killing intent that he should just kill him before his true identity was revealed. Later that night, many weapons lay spread out before Kyle. He picked one up, his expression cold and determined, and thought that if he wanted to kill Arsene, he needed to be fully prepared. His plan was clear in his mind as he decided to first send the information he had gathered up until yesterday, then begin his move. His grip on the weapon tightened as he thought that his identity seemed to have been discovered by the cadet named Adele. Suddenly the door burst open, and Arsene stepped inside. Kyle turned his head sharply, shock flashing across his face as he shouted how Arsene had found this place. But Arsene only walked forward with a confident smile. Kyle reacted instantly, throwing a sharp nail at him, but Arson dodged it with ease, his expression calm and focused. Kyle's eyes burned with rage as he gathered mana in his hand and launched a glowing beam toward Arson. The light tore through the air, but Arson moved quickly, dodging the attack with surprise as the beam scorched past him. Kyle's entire body began to glow with a golden hue as he extended his hand, mana pulsing violently around him. Arson looked at him with a knowing smile and spoke lightly that it was a second circle spell called Energy Bolt. He added that Kyle was not even trying to hide his identity anymore, and that using circles meant he was a half-demon. He pointed out calmly that Kyle's current appearance must be fake too. Kyle gave a cold nod, his expression hardened, and admitted that Arson had even managed to find this secret place, meaning he had figured everything out. Then his anger broke through as he shouted furiously while launching another attack, demanding to know how Arson knew Ray. Arson dodged by leaping aside, and the glowing mana ball struck the wall behind him, shattering it into fragments that scattered across the floor. Arson looked at Kyle with a teasing smile and spoke mockingly that who knew how he would know anything, as he had never even met Kyle's sister in person. His tone turned cruel as he added that her trembling, sorrowful smile had been so beautiful that he wanted to break it. Kyle's body trembled with rage, his eyes glowing bright gold as his mana flared wildly. He shouted furiously that he would make Arson spill everything before dying. Arson only smirked and teased him to try if he could. In a burst of anger, Kyle hurled a glowing mana ball at him. But Arson swiftly used his magic technique, switching his position in an instant. The attack missed completely and slammed into the wall, shaking the room. Kyle turned in disbelief, shouting that Arson was really a teleporter. He admitted he had seen it with his own eyes but still could not believe it. Then, with fury burning through him, Kyle shouted again, his voice echoing as golden light swirled violently around his body. He declared that in that case, he would go all out. Arson stood before him with an annoyed look, realizing the fight was about to get serious. Arson watched Kyle carefully, his sharp eyes following the movement of the golden light swirling around him. He thought calmly that Kyle was using third circle level multicast magic, capable of firing at least 20 shots at once. The next moment, Kyle launched a storm of mana orbs toward him, each one glowing with violent energy. Arson reacted instantly, using his magic technique to dodge the attack. The mana balls slammed into the ground, tearing through the room, but Arson had already moved. In a blur, he dashed forward, vanishing and reappearing behind Kyle. Kyle's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned his head quickly and asked in shock how Arson was chaining his movements together like that. Before he could react again, the room suddenly filled with thick dark mana that made the air tremble. Kyle's expression froze as Arson appeared behind him and struck the back of his neck. Arson spoke in a calm voice, telling him to take a short nap. Kyle's eyes rolled white, and his body went limp as he collapsed, falling unconscious. Arson stood over him, his gaze cold and calculating. He thought that he could just kill Kyle right there, but then decided against it. He needed the information Kyle had. His thoughts drifted as he considered that by now, Ray had probably become a dragon contractor with the protagonist's help and had been cured of her illness. His expression darkened as he thought that if Ray used all her power to avenge her brother, even he would not escape unharmed. Then his attention shifted to a small crystal ball nearby. He thought that the transmitter should only be able to send information, not receive it. Without any updates, Kyle probably still believed that Ray was suffering in pain. Arson looked down at Kyle, who was now sitting against a wooden block for support, his body trembling faintly. Suddenly Kyle began to stir, his body shaking as he gritted his teeth. His eyes snapped open in alarm when Arson's calm voice broke the silence, asking if he was awake. Kyle stared at his hands in confusion, his mind spinning. Then his anger burst out as he shouted what Arson was scheming and why he had not killed him yet, choosing instead to wait for him to wake up. Arson replied calmly that it was true he had waited, but he had not spent that time doing nothing. His expression remained unreadable as he lifted a small box and revealed its contents. Inside it, a tiny dragon lay curled up, sleeping peacefully. Kyle's eyes widened in shock the moment he recognized it. His voice trembled as he asked if Arson could control parasitic poison too. Arson gave a slow nod and explained that the parasite was called twin venom. He told him that even a small disturbance could kill the host, and that it only functioned properly when it existed inside two people. His tone turned darker as he added that it was exactly what Kyle was thinking. The other half of the parasite was inside Ray. Kyle's body began to tremble violently, horror spreading across his face. Arsene continued speaking, his tone calm but cruel. He told him that Ray's body had been fascinating, her sensitivity to mana so strong that her heart could not handle it. Because of that weakness, inserting the parasite had been easy. Kyle's eyes widened further as Arsene went on, explaining that although Ray's condition was rare, it was not something that could not be treated. Then Arsene gave him a faint smile and said that it could be cured, but only if it was him. Kyle's voice broke with rage and disbelief as he shouted how someone like Arsene could possibly do what even top human mages could not. Arsene ignored his fury and extended his hand toward the small dragon, releasing a small flow of mana into it. He explained that the Bareth family's parasite devoured the mana of its host. Kyle thought in shock that the parasite was actually helping his sister. Realizing that, he looked up and asked what Arsene wanted. Arsene slowly knelt in front of him, red mana swirling around his body like a dark flame. He spoke in a low, dangerous tone that before anything else, he did not like Kyle's attitude. His eyes glowed crimson as he warned him not to forget that both his and his sister's lives were in his hands. Kyle clenched his teeth and gave a stiff nod, unable to hide the anger trembling inside him. Arsene stood up and said that he wanted two things. His eyes shifted toward the small glowing ball as he explained the first demand. He told Kyle to send false information to the Royal Academy using that device, spreading word that Site-N was planning to attack the third-year hero candidates at the Academy. Kyle immediately refused, but Arsene only gave a calm smile and told him not to worry. If Kyle cooperated, he would guarantee Ray's safety. The words made Kyle's heart twist with rage and fear, but he finally nodded. Then Arsene spoke his second request. He told Kyle to withdraw from this place. Kyle's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief if Arsene wanted him to leave Site-N. Arsene nodded without hesitation and ordered him to gather and report any news or rumors about hidden realms in the demon world to him regularly. Kyle glared at him with fury burning in his eyes and said he had a condition of his own. His voice turned cold as he demanded Arsene to write a demon god's oath, saying that if he refused, then he could kill him and his sister both. Arsene stared at him in surprise. Arsene thought with a serious face that a demon god's oath was only used when forming a grave contract. If anyone broke it under the demon god's name, it would take their life. He knew it was risky, but it would surely keep Kyle under control. Then he nodded and asked calmly only master-level mages could create that kind of item, so did Kyle have one? Kyle denied with a sharp tone and replied that someone like Arsene should be able to get one easily. Arsene raised his hand in understanding and said that he would try to find one today and suggested they meet again at dawn tomorrow. Kyle held his hand firmly and stood up. As he walked past him, Arsene looked at him with a faint smile and thought that he had gained a useful slave. He clenched his fist while thinking that at the Imperial Academy, his chances of success were almost zero no matter what he tried, yet he had to make it work somehow. The scene shifted to Instructor Robolt, who was adjusting his glasses. Arsene peeked through the door and greeted him with a polite smile. The instructor stood up quickly and shouted with excitement, while walking toward him that he really came, just as they had agreed. Arsene nodded in response. The instructor gestured toward the chair and said warmly for him to sit and asked if he would like some tea. Instructor Robolt poured tea into a cup and said with gratitude that he appreciated Arsene for coming. Arsene looked calm and asked why exactly the instructor needed him, adding that if he was worried about information leaking, he should not be. The instructor instantly denied having such worries. Arsene smiled lightly as he sat down and offered that if the instructor wished, he could sign a demon god's oath to ensure secrecy. The instructor raised his hand and said with relief that if Arsene was willing to do that, then he could explain everything. A red glowing paper appeared above his palm, floating softly before he handed it to Arsene. Arsene read through the contents where it was written that Adele must not reveal Robolt's research materials and must assist in the research until meaningful results were achieved. After reading, Arsene spoke thoughtfully that the terms should be revised a little, suggesting that if during the research it was judged to be beyond his abilities, he could stop assisting but must return all payments received. The instructor nodded with a smile, agreeing to the change. Then Arsene added that he wanted Humana hotels as compensation and thought silently that they instantly restored mana to full when consumed, which made them essential for him. The instructor agreed again, then slid the paper and pen toward him and told him to sign. Arsene signed the document without hesitation and asked with curiosity why the instructor had chosen him in particular. The instructor answered with a sigh that most others were not helpful for his research. He explained that he had even approached Samuel from the first-year class, but Samuel had bluntly refused, saying it was troublesome. Arson raised his hand to return the paper to the instructor, but before he could, it began to glow red. The paper dissolved into light and absorbed into his body, leaving him surprised and silent. The instructor calmly placed his hand on a nearby book and said that they should begin right away. He then pulled the book slightly outward, and a hidden door opened before them. Arson stepped forward, his eyes widening as he thought that it was unbelievable such a place existed within Saitan. He wondered if the principal or the other instructors even knew about this secret area. As he followed the instructor down into the underground lab, the air grew colder and filled with the faint scent of dust and old parchment. The instructor pointed toward a large book resting on a stone table and explained that it was the one he had been researching. He added that it was believed to be an ancient item. Arson placed his hand on the cover and slowly opened it, but all the pages were blank. The instructor explained that most of it was empty, though there was writing on the final page. Arson asked if he could see the sentence written at the end. The instructor nodded eagerly, excitement flashing in his eyes, and said that was exactly why he had asked for Arson's help. When the last page opened, Arson leaned in and said with interest that there truly was some writing there. The instructor agreed and admitted that he had been unable to decipher any of it. He then asked if Arson could understand its meaning. Arson asked if the instructor had made any progress in his research. The instructor shook his head in disappointment. Arson thought for a moment, then said that perhaps a clue could be found near the place where the book had originally been discovered. The instructor raised his hand and replied that he had already visited several nearby villages, but no one there knew anything about the ruins or the book. Arson looked confused, his brows furrowing as he brushed his fingers over the strange markings. Suddenly, his necklace glowed bright blue, and waves of mana spread out to cover the book completely. He stared in shock and thought with disbelief that his necklace was reacting to the writing. Arson stared at the glowing words on the book, his eyes widening in shock as he thought that the letters were changing so he could finally read the rule. The words shimmered faintly on the old page and formed a strange sentence that read, "Defied the rule, curse remains, everything is vanishing, the wise refuse to believe, until the clock stops." Arson thought in confusion that although he could read the sentence, he had no idea what it truly meant. Still, seeing his necklace react so strongly, he felt certain that it was somehow connected to the demon god. Instructor Robolt looked thrilled as he leaned closer and spoke with excitement that it was incredible, and the syllables lined up perfectly. After a brief pause to compose himself, he said that he would need to study it further to confirm its meaning, but for now, this discovery was remarkable. He clenched his fist with determination and added that they would likely need to search other regions for similar relics or books. Then he looked at Arson and said that his help was more than enough for today, and that he would pay him right away. With that, he turned toward the table and said to wait a moment. Left alone for a short while, Arson looked down at his necklace, noticing 3 of its rings glowing red under the book's influence. He thought with unease that once all of them turned completely red, he had no idea what would happen. Instructor Robolt returned and placed a small bag on the table, filled with potions. He spoke cheerfully that it was Arson's payment, and that he would pack them in a bag to make them easier to carry. Arson thanked the instructor while holding the bag firmly in his hand. Instructor Robolt smiled and said that he hoped they could continue working together. Then, raising his finger, he warned him not to speak of his research to anyone else. Arson looked at him with an evil smile and replied that it would depend on what the instructor did next. The instructor froze in shock, his face stiffening. Red mana began to glow faintly around Arson's body as he spoke calmly that this research was being carried out without the principal's permission. Then he composed himself and raised his hand, adding that if this research were exposed, he might even be expelled. Still, since they were now involved together, he would support the instructor completely. All he needed in return was a mana potion. The instructor, still a little confused but nervous, nodded and handed him a few more bottles, saying that it was all he had at the moment. Arson accepted the bag, turned toward the door, and said politely that he appreciated it and would be leaving now. Later, the scene shifted to a quiet room where Kyle stood waiting, his arms crossed. When Arson entered, Kyle asked in a stern tone if he had brought the oath. Arson nodded and handed him the glowing paper. Kyle took the paper in his hands, and Arson told him coldly that if he broke their promise, he should be prepared for the consequences. Then he added that he should read the contents carefully and sign it. Kyle read through the oath paper carefully. The words written on it stated that Adele must not pose any threat to Kyle or his younger sister Ray, and must also ensure that Ray's illness never returned. In return, Kyle had to prioritize Adele's orders above everything else, while Adele would not assign him any task that risked his life. As Kyle finished reading, the paper glowed red, and a faint red light surrounded his body as well. Arson looked at him and said calmly that with this, their contract was complete. He then handed Kyle a small chit and told him that it contained his first order. Kyle placed his hand on a round gadget and said firmly that he understood and would send the false information as instructed. He then explained while pointing at the device that Arson should insert the paper through the narrow slit for transmission to begin immediately. He also mentioned that it recharged automatically, allowing one use every month. When Kyle stood up after completing the process, Arson smiled faintly and said that only one command remained. He ordered him to leave Saitan starting that very day and to begin gathering information about the demon realm outside the Academy's borders. Arson added that he should start by finding the location of a nearby hidden realm and collecting details about the Seven Sins families, sending reports every 2 weeks with his findings. Kyle nodded silently and closed his eyes. Then he slowly raised his hand toward Arson. Arson looked at him with mild confusion for a moment, but then he also raised his hand and grasped Kyle's firmly. But Kyle suddenly pushed Arson's hand aside and shouted angrily that he should just hand over the money, saying he needed funds if Arson truly expected him to gather information. Arson turned away for a moment and said calmly to wait just a little. Then he faced Kyle again and handed him a small chit, explaining that if he gave it to others using his name and showed it, even the Bareth family would help him. He warned him never to open it along the way, no matter what. Kyle nodded, slipped the chit into the pocket of his coat, and turned to leave. His footsteps echoed faintly as he walked away without another word. The scene then shifted to a quiet classroom where Arson sat at his desk, deep in thought. He reflected that from the next day onward, Kyle had vanished from Saitan. Rumors spread that Kyle had withdrawn from the academy, and his own name was briefly mentioned because of the incident in the cafeteria. He thought that Luna had become suspicious of him too, but he could not blame her since that entire scene had unfolded right in the middle of a meal. The real problem, he thought, was the instructors, especially Ares, who seemed convinced something was going on. Still, Arson smirked to himself, knowing that Ares could not touch him yet. He smiled faintly and thought that only a few days remained before the midterms, and if the instructors replaced the class representative now, it would cause too much chaos and draw attention. Suddenly, Instructor Idea stepped forward, placing her hand on the desk with a bright smile. She announced to the class that the midterms would begin in 3 days. There would be 4 subjects: weapon techniques, understanding humans, magic, and practical training. Then her expression turned mysterious as she continued, saying that the most important part was the practical exam. She revealed that on the final day of the midterms, the exam would involve invading the humans' school, the Royal Academy. Laurel raised her hand with excitement and declared that the first place in the midterms would belong to her. The class around her buzzed with restless energy, filled with both nerves and determination. Arson sat quietly among them, his thoughts cold and focused. He reflected that fighting against the humans who had killed many of their families had everyone fired up. He thought it was better this way than seeing them tremble in fear or sink into worry. His mind drifted to the events of his novel, remembering that if things followed the original story, Class A would be completely wiped out during the midterm exams. But he also believed there was still hope. He thought that he had already changed the flow of countless past events. He had bribed Kyle to leak false information to the Royal Academy, and he had even prevented Luna, the healer, from being expelled. Destroying the Royal Academy itself was impossible, but maybe he could at least stop the tragedy that awaited his classmates. If he succeeded, he would gain high praise as the class representative, and winning Instructor Ares' trust would come as an added reward. That trust, he knew, would open another chance to access Saitan's armory. He thought with a cold smile that the goal for this midterm was simple: survival and high scores. He had to give everything he had, as if his life truly depended on it. The scene then shifted to the academy courtyard, where Renee stood before him. She looked at him sharply and said that it had been a while. Arson nodded calmly. Renee's expression turned cold as she added that it was only because he kept avoiding her. Before Arson could reply, a soft voice interrupted them. Diana stepped forward gracefully, her presence commanding, and she introduced herself to him. Arson looked at the 2 girls before him, feeling a wave of confusion. He thought that people often said the more one tried to avoid bad ties, the more they ended up following. He had no idea what to do in this situation. Diana smiled playfully and asked if he was not going to say hello back, warning that it might hurt her feelings. Arsène quickly straightened his posture and bowed respectfully, introducing himself as Pixie Adele and saying it was an honor to meet someone of such noble lineage. Renee crossed her arms and spoke sharply, telling him to skip the formal greetings and explain why he had avoided her all this time, only to now ask for a duel. Arsène looked at her seriously and replied that it was because he had felt guilty. Then he extended his hand forward, revealing a small bottle of mana potion resting in his palm, and said that he had brought it as a gift to make up for it, calling her milady. Diana looked at the potion with mild surprise and commented that she had heard they had become difficult to find since the war. She smiled at Renee and said that she should take it and forgive him. But Renee pushed her hand aside and refused coldly, saying that she did not need such things. Arsène's expression shifted slightly as he tried to explain himself again. He said that the other cadets often bullied him for being a half-demon, so he had kept his distance, fearing it might cause her trouble. Then he went down on one knee and lowered his head, saying that if his actions had hurt her in any way, he sincerely apologized. Renee turned away with a faint smile and said that she was not hurt in the first place. Diana poked her cheek playfully and said with excitement that it seemed things had gone well for their lady. Then she turned her head toward Arsène with a bright smile and commented that Renee was just too stiff, saying she would be perfect if she could fix that part of herself. Renee ignored her teasing and raised her sword with determination. She said firmly that it had been a while, so how about a training session? Arsène nodded in agreement. Diana leaned closer to Renee's ear and whispered for her to show her new skill to her guard. As Renee's body began to glow with dark mana, her eyes shimmered in icy blue. The air around her thickened, the aura strong enough to make even the ground tremble faintly. Arsène's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the technique in his mind. He thought that it was sword lacquer, a level of power close to sword energy, something only expert human knights could achieve. When the mana fully absorbed into her sword, Arsène smiled calmly and remarked that it was not quite complete yet. Renee nodded once in agreement. Arsène then asked while gripping his dagger if they should clash once. She nodded again without hesitation. He rushed toward her, their weapons meeting with a sharp golden spark that cut through the air. Renee swung her sword swiftly, but Arsène bent backward and dodged with ease. As he moved around her, he thought that with his enhanced vision he could see all of her movements clearly, which made the fight manageable. Renee gripped her sword tightly as dark mana gathered around her body again, swirling like smoke. In the next instant, Arsène's dagger shattered into pieces, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He thought in surprise that she had formed Geomchil in an instant. He scratched the back of his head and said with amazement that it was incredible, managing to produce Geomchil with such power. Renee only nodded calm and composed. Diana praised her cheerfully, poking her side with a smile. But as she kept watching, her expression slowly changed into curiosity. She said that the more she looked, the stranger it seemed, something ordinary yet not ordinary, and she wondered what it could be. Arsène looked slightly annoyed at her words. Arsène looked at Diana and thought that one of the powers she possessed was observation, the ability to notice even the tiniest details, down to a single hair on someone's body. Diana smiled softly as her eyes stayed on him, her gaze sharp and curious. When Renee asked her what she was curious about, Diana replied with a playful tone that she simply found Renee's swordsmanship more and more intriguing. Renee held her sword firmly, and told him that he needed to get the hang of it, explaining that it felt as if one was filling the sword from the inside out. Arsène responded calmly that they should end the sparring session there, as he needed to study too. Renee nodded and turned to leave. As she was walking away, he called out to her, addressing her politely as Lady Renee, and asked if her preparations for the midterm were going well. She gave a brief nod. He then wished her good fortune, calling her milady. Renee waved her hand lightly as she walked away. Diana's eyes followed her for a moment, then glanced toward Arsène, who quietly thought that he had probably been targeted again. Later, under a bright sunny sky, Arsène sat feeding a small sparrow and thought to himself that the midterms had finally begun. With a faint smile, he spoke gently to the bird, saying that Aries probably made it work without even giving it food, and since he had to take the exam soon, it should eat quickly. Later, Arsène sat in the classroom and murmured with exhaustion that now that he was finally in class, he could not remember a single thing. Turning his head slightly, he asked Miss Luna if she was well prepared. Luna smiled and replied that she felt a bit shaky but would not fail. Arsène then shifted his gaze toward Fran and asked, "How about you, Fran?" She crossed her arms confidently and replied that theory classes did not matter much, as long as she did well in the practicals. She added with pride that first place already belonged to her anyway. Soon, the instructor's firm voice filled the room as he announced that everyone should take their seats and put away their textbooks. He warned that anyone caught cheating would be removed from the exam. As Arsène began to write on the test paper, he thought to himself that maybe thanks to his cramming with the traits of interest and immersion, things were going better than expected. Then his eyes paused on the question written on the paper. It asked what he thought about humans. He thought humans and demons, both were created by the true self who was also their father. It felt difficult to write such a thought clearly, so he decided it was better to just write the kind of answer Site-an wanted to read. A moment later, the instructor announced that time was up and told everyone to hand in their test papers. The scene then shifted to the training ground where Instructor Aries stood before the students. His voice echoed across the field as he said that today's test would be a sparring match where they had to use their true abilities. He told them to bring out their best, whether it was magic or weapons, and warned that skipping the fight just because they were afraid would not be allowed. He then began to call the students in order. Laurel started trembling, and the other students looked shocked when one of the boys suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The instructor shouted angrily that it was pathetic and asked if this was really all they had got. Then he called for Samuel to step up next. Samuel moved forward, his expression serious as green dark mana began to flow around his body. The energy twisted and formed into several eerie creatures with sharp teeth. Those creatures rushed toward the instructor, but with swift, precise slashes of his sword, the instructor cut them all into pieces. A faint teasing smile appeared on his face as a red aura surrounded his blade. He commented that Samuel's recovery speed was impressive. Then, without hesitation, he struck forward and punched Samuel hard in the stomach, forcing him down to his knees. Samuel trembled, pain clear in his body, but still lifted his hand with determination. A green creature formed once more and appeared behind the instructor, biting into his shoulder. However, the instructor tore the creature apart with his bare hand, breaking it into fragments of mana. Samuel then collapsed fully to the ground, unconscious. The instructor turned and ordered for Samuel to be moved out of the arena. His voice echoed again as he shouted for the next student, Adele, to step forward. Arsène watched the scene with a calm smile. Arsène stepped forward when the instructor pointed his sword at him, and told him with a fierce tone to come at him with everything he had. Arsène calmly replied that he wanted to see him coat his blade with sword energy right from the start. The instructor narrowed his eyes and told him that sword energy was not something one could copy just by watching once. Arsène lifted his finger with quiet confidence, and said that if the instructor showed him just once, he believed he could get the feel of it. Instructor Aries agreed and told him to watch closely. His sword began to glow with a strong red mana that pulsed with power. Arsène thanked him sincerely, then raised his dagger. Purple mana wrapped around it, darkening slowly until it turned black. Lowering his hand, he asked the instructor what he thought. The instructor gave a mysterious smile, and admitted that Arsène had real talent. Suddenly, Arsène's mana burst outward as he rushed toward the instructor. Their weapons clashed, producing sparks that lit the air. Arsène attacked again, moving fast, but the instructor blocked his dagger with ease. He smiled and commented that Arsène was coating his blade only when he swung it, saying that it was almost like watching a performance. Then the instructor slashed his sword swiftly, forcing Arsène to leap back to avoid the strike. Arsène steadied himself on the ground and used the magic technique called position swap. In an instant, he appeared right in front of the instructor and pointed his dagger toward him. The instructor bent his head back sharply, his teeth grinding as he avoided the strike. Then, with quick movement, he drove his knee hard into Arsène's body, sending him flying backward. Arsène slid across the ground but caught his balance again. Without hesitation, he used another magic technique named Fawn of Darkness and formed a black blade. He threw several daggers made of dark mana toward the instructor. But the instructor clenched his teeth and surrounded himself with a red barrier that blocked every single dagger. The instructor then raised his glowing fist, his eyes burning red as he closed in. Just as the attack neared Arsène's face, Arsène surrendered. The instructor's eyes widened in surprise. Arsène spoke calmly and explained that both his arms, which he had used to block, were injured and that he had no mana left to continue fighting. The instructor turned away and told him to return to his seat. Arsène smiled faintly, thinking that everything had worked exactly as he intended. His flashy attacks had drawn everyone's attention, making it look as though Ares himself had done nothing at all. Suddenly, Samuel shouted with anger, demanding to know why Arsene was so strong. Arsene smiled and replied lightly that maybe he was just born with it. Samuel's face twisted in disbelief as he shouted again, calling it unbelievable that someone like him could be that strong. Arsene looked at Samuel and said with a calm tone that Samuel was also born into a good family, and used a power like gluttony. Samuel's eyes glowed green with anger as he shouted, asking what Arsene had just said and calling him a worthless brat, warning him to watch his mouth. Then Samuel turned around and walked away, his teeth clenched tightly in frustration. A moment later, Laurel appeared before Arsene, her expression filled with disbelief. She asked him why on earth he was acting like this. Arsene replied firmly that Samuel was the one who had picked the fight first. Laurel's eyes widened as she shouted that it was not the issue. She admitted that Samuel treated him badly but said she could not understand why he kept provoking his family. Arsene frowned slightly and replied that it was all because he had mentioned Samuel's family. He said that compared to Samuel looking down on him for being a half-demon, what he said was nothing. Laurel closed her eyes with a sigh and told him that he really did not know. Then she revealed that Samuel was the head of the House of Greed. Laurel crossed her arms and spoke with a thoughtful tone that it must have been just as she suspected. She explained that Samuel's family had been destroyed long ago during the Human-Demon War. All his blood relatives were killed by humans, and Samuel became the head of his house only because he was the sole survivor. Arsene lowered his gaze slightly and said that he would be more careful from now on. Laurel turned to leave and told him to make sure he did, then added that she would be taking her leave. Arsene wished her good luck on her exam. She turned her head with confidence, raised her finger, and said that it was nothing but a piece of cake. As she walked away, Arsene murmured that he should go prepare for the next exam. The scene then shifted to the classroom. Arsene sat at his desk, thinking quietly that the third exam was about stealth arts and magic theory. Stealth arts were his specialty, so there was no need to worry about that, and most of the magic theory questions had felt familiar, making the exam fairly easy. He rested his head on the desk and let out a soft breath of relief, saying that he might even get close to a perfect score on the magic exam. Still, the thought of the upcoming practical made his stomach twist uneasily. A moment later, Laurel arrived and asked him if he had done well on the magic exam. Arsene looked up and replied that he thought he did alright, then asked, "How about you, Fran?" Laurel smiled brightly and said with happiness to take a guess. Arsene smirked and replied that she had probably failed the weapon skills exam, so there was nothing to brag about. Her face turned red with anger as she grabbed his collar and shouted furiously, asking what he had just said, calling him a brat. Arsene only laughed, which made her even more annoyed, and she pushed his face slightly before stepping back. Just then, Baltan entered the classroom. He walked toward Arsene with a calm expression and told him that it looked like he was doing well. His golden eyes glowed faintly as he added that Arsene seemed stronger than the last time they met. Arsene thanked him politely. Baltan raised both hands and said with a grin that he would have liked to test his strength against Arsene, but he had other matters to handle that day, so it was not possible. Laurel turned toward him and asked if he was the child of jealousy, saying that she remembered seeing him during the entrance exam. Baltan turned slightly and said that he needed to go somewhere, then asked her if she would come with him. Laurel frowned and asked angrily if he dared to order her around. Baltan laughed and explained that this time, the class presidents were gathering for a meeting. Laurel crossed her arms and told him that she was not a class president. Then she pointed toward Arsene and said that he was the president. Baltan's expression changed into an eager grin as he shouted with a dangerous smile that Arsene was the class president. He said he really wanted to fight him right then and asked if Arsene had some time. Arsene smiled and said that since they needed to attend the class president meeting, another time would be better, then told Baltan to lead the way. Baltan turned slightly and replied that it was fine and told them to follow him for now. Laurel and Arsene walked behind him as they made their way down the corridor. While walking, Arsene asked what the reason was for calling the class president meeting. Baltan turned his head and explained that it was about the area assignments. Arsene nodded and said that it was a meeting to decide which place each class would attack. Baltan stopped in front of a door and replied that Arsene figured it out quickly, saying that it was no wonder he had been chosen as a class president. Then he opened the door, and the three of them stepped inside. In the room, other class presidents were already present. Principal Lucian greeted them warmly as they entered. Arsene smiled and thanked him for inviting him. Diana leaned toward Renee and said that her escort was quite impressive. The principal looked around the room and said that since everyone was there, they should begin right away and asked everyone to take their seats. Goer glanced around with clear disgust and muttered that even a passing Cerberus would laugh at the idea of holding a meeting with such insects. Aaron, resting his head lazily on the desk, replied that Goer was not entirely wrong. Diana clenched her teeth, her body trembling with anger. Arsene looked around quietly and thought to himself that the atmosphere felt wrong, wondering if this was truly a meeting or a trap. Then Goer glared at him and ordered him to get out of his seat, calling him a damned mongrel. Arsene stayed still, thinking that he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Arsene thought that even the principal was quietly allowing the situation, so if that was the case, he would need to show a bit of his skill. Goer placed his hand on Arsene's head, but Arsene quickly grabbed his dagger and pressed it against Goer's neck. The blade flashed as he slashed near the neck, forcing Goer to clench his teeth and shout in rage. Suddenly, several purple daggers flew toward Goer, but he blocked them all before charging at Arsene with a clenched fist. Arsene moved lightly to the side, easily dodging the blow, then slashed Goer's arm. Goer screamed in pain. Arsene grabbed his face and held the dagger against his forehead, ready to strike again. Just then, the principal spoke with a calm smile and told them to stop and return to their seats. She told Adele to sit next to Aaron. Arsene nodded in response and stepped back. Diana smiled and spoke with admiration, saying it was impressive and just as expected from Renee's guard. Then the principal spoke again, her tone turning serious as she explained that there was only one reason she had gathered them to assign each class a region to invade in the human realm during the upcoming practical. Arsene asked with curiosity that he had heard a little about this but wanted to know exactly how the division was made. The principal smiled faintly and explained that it was better to see it directly than to hear it. Then a glowing map appeared on the screen before them, showing the territories laid out clearly for everyone to see. Arsene looked at the glowing map and said with calmness that it was a map of the human realm's continent. The principal nodded and explained that she had originally hoped Class A would attack a certain location, but she might have underestimated the class president, so she had decided to give them an even harder task. Arsene's eyes showed surprise as he listened. The principal continued and explained that, according to the information from their spy, one of the first-year classes in the human realm was planning an outdoor lesson to invade a secret realm. Laurel stood up and shouted with confidence that such weak opponents were not even worth fighting and that their Class A should instead attack the capital. Arsene thought quietly that the spy did not yet know the timing, but the protagonist group had already grown strong enough to surpass the children of the 7 deadly sins. He clenched his fist and then spoke firmly that their Class A would attack one of the first-year classes of the Imperial Academy. Goer gritted his teeth and mocked him, asking if he was backing out because he feared mere humans. Arsene smirked coldly and replied that he should have gouged out one of Goer's eyes earlier so he would not be able to look him in the eye now. The principal asked with curiosity why Arsene had chosen what seemed like the easier area, saying she had expected him to declare that he would attack the capital instead. Arsene spoke with confidence that the reason for his choice was because of his specialized ability. He smiled lightly and explained that in the capital, most areas would be crowded, so leading dozens of people for an assassination would obviously be dangerous. He raised his finger and added with a calm tone that killing all witnesses could also solve that problem. The principal nodded with approval and said that he understood both the geography of the human realm and his own strengths very well, and in that case, there was no reason to stop him. Arsene thanked her and stood up. He told her that he would take his leave to inform his classmates. Then he turned to Laurel and told her to come with him. Renee watched quietly and thought that what Adele had shown just now was definitely sword aura, yet not long ago, he could not even manifest it. She wondered sadly how he had managed to achieve it so quickly and thought that Adele had always been good at hiding things. Baltan looked impressed and said that Adele had grown incredibly fast, which made him want to fight him even more. Meanwhile, the principal stood by the window, looking outside as she thought to herself that now she finally understood why Instructor Ares had warned them to be cautious of Adele. She smiled faintly and thought that his judgment and skill were both extraordinary, making him too promising to discard just because of Ares' warning. But as her eyes darkened slightly, she thought that if he could not be controlled, then the only choice would be the same as what had been done to the 6 human families. Students were ready in the hall. A student raised his fist and shouted with excitement, "Let's show those humans the power of Class A." Arsene thought quietly that they had sent false information saying they would attack the 3rd-year dorms so the Imperial Academy instructors would be stationed near the dorms. He figured that only one instructor would accompany the first years outside. If his prediction was right, an instructor who was a 5-circle mage would go with them. His goal was clear and cold: he would hunt down and kill that person. At that moment, Principal Lucian stepped forward onto the stage. She raised her voice with fierce conviction. Cadets, now the war will begin. You will face the civilians who killed your parents, siblings, and friends. Among the lives in Saihan, none had escaped that pain, and everyone here must have seen it: the sight of precious bonds being destroyed, and yourself powerless, holding your family's corpse and only crying. The cowardly and vile humans mocked us and tried to desecrate the corpses. But now it was our turn to hunt humans. The students clenched their fists and answered with burning motivation. Arson thought that the principal's speech had raised the students' morale to its peak. The principal lifted her hand, and a green shimmering mana field spread through the air as she spoke with authority. Blessings upon you. Instructor Idea stepped forward with a bright smile and told the students that they would now board the train and should follow in an orderly manner. The scene then shifted to the train as an announcement echoed through the cabin. This is the train heading to the dimensional station. Passengers, please brace for the upcoming impact. Instructor Idea turned to the students and spoke calmly that they were expected to arrive in 1 hour and asked them to rest comfortably until then. Arson sat quietly on his seat, lost in thought. He thought about the dimensional station and how it must cost hundreds of sacred stones to warp so many students. He remembered that later in the story, more and more gates connecting to the human realm would appear, and eventually, both worlds would merge into a single dimension. His thoughts broke when Luna leaned toward him and offered a small packet, asking with a cheerful smile if he wanted some jerky made from buck, saying it was really good. Arson thanked her and took a piece. He ate it and said with a light tone that it was delicious. Then he opened his status window, and a message appeared before him displaying his information. It showed his race as half-demon, alignment as chaos, and his traits as interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, and mana control, with a mana count of 1381. Luna looked at him curiously and asked what he was thinking about so deeply. But before he could reply, her body lifted slightly above the bench, and her eyes widened in sudden shock. Arson thought that his psychokinesis had improved a little. It only lifted Luna a few centimeters from the bench, but even that much could be useful in real combat. His thoughts then drifted toward the knights. He thought about the knights from the 6 families and realized there was a chance he might encounter the same ones who once tried to kill him. He placed his hand on his chest and reflected that in the original story, Peltz had reported to the higher-ups that Adele had fallen off a cliff and died. But he had not fallen off any cliff, he had come to the demon realm instead, carrying the identity of the traitorous Asen family. Because of that, Peltz had no choice but to assume he had died there. He thought calmly that he should at least find a mask to cover his face. An announcement echoed through the train, stating that they would soon arrive at their destination. The train gradually came to a stop, and the students stepped out one after another. Before them stood a massive metal structure. Magic stones were embedded deep within it, glowing faintly with energy. Arson looked at it, and thought with quiet amazement that those were all magic stones, and selling even one would give enough gold to live comfortably for a year. Instructor Idea spoke loudly to the group that they probably already had an idea where they were. Then she placed her hand on a large wooden block and told them firmly that before departure, each of them should take one item. A man approached Arson and handed him a mask. Arson looked surprised as he held it in his hand and thought with relief that it was perfect timing since he had just been wondering where to find one. Instructor Idea also placed a mask on her own face and explained that the masks had recognition reduction magic cast on them, which would help conceal their identities. She turned to Arson and told him to try putting it on. Arson nodded, and he along with the other students began placing the masks on their faces. Instructor Idea stepped closer and asked if they could see clearly through it. Arson gave a small nod in response. Then she handed him a small pack and told him to take it as well, explaining that it was food supply and one piece of it was enough for a whole day without needing any other meal. As she crossed by him, she whispered with a faint smirk that the taste was like a mix of dirt and insect guts, but he should just eat one per day. Arson quietly noted her words while she walked away. After that, Instructor Idea faced all the students and spoke clearly that before entering the gate, she would explain the exam procedure. Her tone turned firm as she informed them that the instructors would not accompany them in this exam. The students looked shocked as Instructor Idea continued speaking with a firm and confident tone. She explained that this was, after all, the cadets' exam, so they had assigned targets suitable for their level. If the instructors went with them, it would no longer be a real test. She added that later, the instructors would also need to prepare to reopen the gate for their return. From that moment onward, all instructor authority would be handed over to each class president, and every cadet must prioritize their president's orders. Instructor Idea then stepped toward Arson and pinned a small flower on his uniform. She explained that it was the Enza flower, a symbol of Saitan, representing the leader of the group. After that, she handed him a folded map and told him that she had heard from the principal that he could read maps. Arson nodded and said with calmness that he hoped it would help. She smiled slightly as he thanked her. Then Instructor Idea raised her hand, and a dark swirling portal opened behind her. She smiled brightly and wished them good fortune before stepping aside. Arson adjusted his mask, his expression hidden beneath it, and thought silently that everything was ready. For the others, it was an unknown world waiting beyond the gate, but for him, it was a hellish one. He promised himself with determination that he would return alive no matter what. All the students stepped out from the purple portal, their faces turning pale as many of them began to vomit from the sudden shift. Arson thought with unease that since this place existed inside dimensional space, everyone's bodies were struggling to adapt, and even he could not hold out for long. His eyes caught a bright opening ahead, and he thought that must be the exit. He turned toward the others and spoke loudly with urgency that everyone was almost there. But before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock as he saw the gate beginning to close. He shouted for everyone to run, and the students, startled by his command, began sprinting toward the exit in panic. As the gate started shrinking, Arson reached out, grabbed Luna's hand, and pulled her out with all his strength. Luna fell hard on the grass, gasping for air, while Arson leapt out of the portal just as it sealed shut behind him. They both stood on the edge of a high cliff, the wind brushing against their faces, and before them stretched a breathtaking sight: the Imperial Academy Sky Island floating majestically in the clouds. The students stared in disbelief, murmuring among themselves about how it was even possible for an island to float in the sky. Arson explained calmly that it was a school, one unlike Saitan, a place where humans were taught instead. Luna looked uneasy and asked with fear if they really had to go inside that place. Arson turned toward her with a reassuring smile and replied that they did not need to enter, and in fact, they could not. He explained that the entire place was protected by a powerful barrier strong enough that not even dragons could break through it. He clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention and ordered them to come closer. Looking over the map in his hand, he explained that according to it, their target location would appear on the opposite side of the academy. He told everyone they needed to move quickly and instructed them to depart at once. The scene shifted as all the students made their way through the quiet forest. The air felt heavy, and Arson's sharp senses picked up something unusual. He thought that he had been feeling someone's gaze on them for quite some time. When he glanced back, he noticed Samuel glaring at him with clear hostility. Arson turned slightly toward him and thought that he would let it go this time. Arson then raised his hand towards Samuel, causing him to frown and ask what he was trying to do. Arson smiled faintly and spoke calmly that he knew Samuel disliked him, and honestly, he did not like him either. But for now, they needed to work together. Samuel argued in return, his tone filled with irritation, but Arson's expression turned cold as he reminded him that if they kept acting like this, everyone would end up dead because of their rivalry. He added that humans were not easy opponents they could defeat without cooperation, and Samuel more than anyone should already know that. Samuel scowled, pushed Arson aside, and crossed him with anger, declaring that he would help only this once. Arson smiled lightly, accepting his response without another word. Just then, one of the students came running toward them, shouting in panic that something strange was up ahead. Arson turned his gaze in that direction and saw a massive gate standing before them. He studied it carefully, and thought that the map's location matched perfectly, and that it looked exactly as described. He walked forward toward the gate and turned to face the group with a confident smile. Arson explained that this door was the entrance to a secret realm created by humans, and told everyone that from here, they would be entering inside. One of the students stepped forward and reached for the handle of the large gate, trying to open it. But the moment his hand touched the metal, red mana flared violently around his body, and he screamed in pain before collapsing to the ground. Arson watched closely and thought that the student had been electrocuted. He realized that the gate had been designed so that only Imperial Academy instructors could open it. Turning his gaze towards Samuel, Arson stayed silent for a moment until Samuel noticed his stare and asked with irritation why he was looking at him again. Arson responded calmly and said that Sir Samuel would have to handle this part. Samuel looked shocked, but Arson pointed toward the gate and explained that he needed to inject mana into the handle and force it open. Samuel hesitated briefly before stepping forward. He pressed his hand against the gate and let his green mana flow into the lock. The glowing energy wrapped around the gate, and with a deep hum, it slowly opened. A beam of golden light burst out from the doorway, illuminating the path ahead. The students shielded their eyes and began moving toward the gate. Arson turned his head slightly and remarked that it seemed there were no traps ahead, so it was safe for everyone to come forward. After passing through, the group continued walking along a narrow path between tall mountains. The air felt calm but heavy, and the landscape stretched endlessly around them. Laurel looked around in surprise and spoke with wonder that it was far more spacious than she had expected and that the atmosphere reminded her of their demon realms. Arson nodded and explained that it made sense since this secret realm was a place where an entire class came to take their exam. As the group continued deeper into the secret realm, Samuel turned to Arson and asked with a serious tone if this place was used for exams, should not it be filled with traps and monsters? Arson nodded slightly and replied that was true. Samuel crossed his arms and asked again if that was the case, would not it be smarter to stay outside and ambush the humans when they came out? Arson replied calmly that he was not wrong, explaining that the best time to attack would indeed be right after the humans finished their exam, when they were tired and off guard. But he added that there were a few reasons he had insisted they enter the secret realm first. He turned his head slightly while speaking and explained the first reason. He said that he knew every way to avoid triggering the traps in this place, which meant the humans would still fall victim to them as planned. Then he continued with the second reason, saying that they would be leaving the realm before the humans even arrived. Samuel frowned and asked again that if they were just going to leave later, what was even the point of coming in? Arson replied that this realm was not only similar in atmosphere to the demon's secret realms, but had actually been designed by humans to study how to conquer them. He lifted a finger and said that artificial secret realms acted like vaults within the demon world, meaning there were treasures hidden here. When Arson said that, Samuel's eyes widened in surprise, understanding his true motive. Arson smiled faintly and said they were almost there. Soon, all the students stopped and stood before a wide stone wall where 6 cave paths branched out in different directions. At the 6-way crossroads, Arson stepped forward and placed his hand against the stone wall. A faint click echoed as his fingers pressed a hidden button, and a secret door slowly opened before them. The students looked surprised as Arson gestured toward the passage and said with confidence that this path would lead them straight to their destination and told everyone to follow him. The group moved cautiously through the hidden corridor until they entered a small chamber glowing faintly with golden light. In the center stood a chest radiating with a soft shimmer. Arson walked ahead, opened the chest, and found a canteen and a sandbag inside. He lifted them up and spoke while examining the items that the sandbag might seem worthless, but the canteen appeared very useful. Turning it upside down, he showed them as clear water began to pour endlessly from the canteen's mouth. Arson explained that it was a canteen capable of storing enough water for dozens of people and that with it, they would no longer need to risk their lives searching for water. After confirming its use, he told everyone that they had obtained everything they needed and it was time to head out. Later, the students gathered on a field of soft green grass surrounded by tall trees. The air was calm, and sunlight broke through the leaves above. Arson stood in front of Laurel and Samuel with a serious expression and began explaining their next roles. He told them that it was time to go over the rules they would follow. Turning to Samuel, he said that he wanted him to take charge of reconnaissance since he was the most suited for that task. He added with trust in his tone that Samuel's stealth and magic abilities were unmatched and that he relied on them for this mission. Samuel chuckled lightly and nodded, then raised his hand with a grin and said that if Arson was asking for help like that, he supposed he had no choice. He then asked if one of the other cadets would be going with him. Arson turned his head and replied that it would not be a cadet. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a small sparrow perched calmly on his finger. Arson explained that it was Instructor Aries' bird, which he had borrowed for this mission. He added that he had grown close to it, and had even given it a name, Shijo. The sparrow fluttered its wings and flew from Arson's hand, landing neatly on Samuel's outstretched palm. Watching it, Arson thought that he had indeed taken care of the bird for quite some time and had gotten closer to it, but he still was not sure if it trusted him as much as it trusted Aries. His expression darkened slightly as he decided to test it. He poured his mana toward the sparrow, and suddenly, an image formed before his eyes. It was his own reflection, and he realized with surprise that he was able to share vision through Shijo's eyes. A faint smile appeared on his face as he spoke to the bird, telling Shijo that from now on, it would accompany this man. The sparrow chirped and then hopped onto Samuel's head, making him freeze in disbelief. Samuel shouted in frustration, waving his hand above his head and demanding the bird to come down, calling it a mere beast and asking how it dared to sit there. Arson ignored his struggle and spoke firmly, explaining that since he could share information through Shijo, Samuel's role would be to protect the bird. Samuel nodded silently, accepting his role. Arson then turned his gaze toward another cadet and called out to Fran. He told her that when he stepped away, he wanted her to take command of the cadets. He mentioned that her ability was charm, correct? Fran nodded confidently and explained that she could temporarily make their allies much stronger, though for some reason, her ability seemed to have no effect on him. Arson lifted his finger slightly, and replied that it was probably because her charm was not strong enough. Fran shouted in disbelief that it was impossible, then quickly composed herself and asked calmly why he needed to leave his post. Arson explained that the cadets of the Imperial Academy would soon arrive with an instructor, and he intended to face that instructor personally. He added that if the instructor did not come, he would immediately return and regroup with them. Inside, Arson thought to himself that the instructor would definitely come, he had to come. He then turned to the group and said that before anything else, he was hungry, so they should eat and set up camp for the night. After that, he shifted his gaze back to Samuel and instructed him to depart immediately. Samuel's eyes widened in disbelief as he protested that he had been about to eat. But Arson simply waved his hand dismissively and told him that he was leaving everything in his care, wishing him good luck before turning away. Left behind, Samuel stood in disbelief, still processing what had just happened while the sparrow perched calmly on his head. Later, as evening settled, the remaining students sat together, chewing on dry food bars. One by one, they began to gag and vomit, unable to handle the taste. Arson watched them and thought that they were typical pampered young nobles. But when he took a bite himself, his expression immediately twisted in disgust. His eyes shifted toward Luna, who sat quietly and chewed the food bar without much reaction. She smiled faintly and commented that it was really bland, then asked if he would like some jerky instead. Arson stood up and replied firmly that she should save it for later, as they might need it. He looked away, his thoughts drifting toward Samuel, wondering if he was doing all right. Closing his eyes briefly, he connected through Shijo's vision and saw what the sparrow was seeing. He thought with relief that Shijo was with Samuel, keeping watch over the Imperial Academy, and that everything seemed to be going well. But then, through the sparrow's eyes, something unusual caught his attention. A glowing shape began to appear in the sky above the academy. Arson focused sharply and thought with surprise that something was descending at that very moment. As the light grew brighter, he saw it clearly, a grand carriage drawn by 4 radiant horses slowly descending from the air. Arson continued to watch through Shijo's eyes as the glowing carriage descended from the clouds. He thought with awe that it was a carriage capable of traveling between the Imperial Academy and the ground, so magnificent that it looked like something out of a myth. He noticed Samuel near the area, clearly saying something, but the inability to communicate through the sparrow frustrated him deeply. He thought that he could only hope Samuel was smart enough to return on his own. When the carriage finally touched down, Arson's expression hardened. He thought that this was troublesome since they had arrived far sooner than he had expected. The door opened, and a man stepped out. Arson recognized him instantly and thought with sharp focus that it was Basaha, his first target who had to die. He recalled that Basaha was a powerful wind element magic instructor who had reached the 5th circle. However, like Robolt, he specialized more in theory than in combat, which meant defeating him was possible. Then, another figure appeared, one of the protagonist's companions and a major character in the main scenario. Arson thought that this man was even stronger than Instructor Basaha, and if those two joined forces, not a single member of Class A would survive. His attention shifted as he noticed Samuel running away from the scene, and he thought with relief that Samuel was retreating safely. Without wasting a second, Arson turned to his group and shouted for everyone to move. His voice was sharp with urgency as he told them that their targets were heading their way. He ordered them to erase all traces around the area and check their weapons immediately. Then, with calm determination, he declared that he would stay outside the secret realm to face the human instructor himself. He commanded that once the fight began, the rest of them should enter the secret realm first and attack only when the Imperial cadets were exhausted. Luna walked toward Arson, her steps quick and her expression tense, and asked if that instructor was really coming their way. Arsene nodded and replied seriously that the instructor was indeed coming and was even stronger than Instructor Aries. Then he turned his gaze toward Laurel and told her with trust that she must lead the cadets well. Laurel gave a short nod in response, her eyes steady. Just then, Samuel came running, his voice echoing as he shouted that the humans were already on their way. Arsene faced him and told him that he should also enter the secret realm and take Shijo along. Samuel nodded, though concern filled his voice as he asked if Arsene truly intended to face the instructor alone. Arsene nodded again without hesitation. Samuel exhaled and turned away, saying that he understood and would be careful before disappearing into the trees. Left alone, Arsene used his magic technique, position swap, and instantly appeared on a tree branch overlooking the gate. His eyes scanned the area carefully as he thought that he had prepared everything he could, and now all that remained was for the enemies to arrive. Moments later, the sound of footsteps approached. The humans appeared, walking steadily toward the gate. Instructor Bisaha raised his hand and ordered everyone to halt. His voice carried authority as he announced that this was where they would conduct their field training for the day, and told them to pay attention. When Leon Tirias began chatting with a girl beside him, Bisaha turned sharply and commanded him to stop the useless chatter and focus. Then he addressed all the students loudly, reminding them that they knew what to do once they entered the area. He declared that the team clearing it first would receive a reward, so they should give their best. The students responded with nods, their expressions filled with determination. Instructor Bisaha raised his voice and ordered the students to enter the secret realm in proper order. Arsene watched them closely and thought that the human cadets looked bright and full of life, yet it was always the cadets of sight and who ended up losing. One by one, the human students disappeared through the gate, leaving the instructor behind. Arsene narrowed his eyes and thought that finally, the instructor was alone. The instructor turned slightly, murmuring that everyone had gone inside. Arsene observed him carefully and noted that he was scanning the surroundings thoroughly. Suddenly, green mana burst from the instructor's body, spreading out in every direction. Arsene, startled by the sudden surge, clung tightly to the tree branch and thought that the instructor was even spreading mana to double-check the area. After a moment, the instructor relaxed and muttered that, as expected, no one was around. Then he said calmly that it was time to head over there. Arsene watched him move and thought that he was finally heading toward the secret hideout, deciding to follow once the instructor was far enough. But suddenly, Bisaha paused and murmured that it felt like someone was nearby, then brushed it off as his imagination. He placed his hand on a nearby branch, and green mana flowed from his palm into the wood. The tree began to glow faintly, sending ripples through the air. Arsene's eyes widened in realization as he thought that the tree was a protective mechanism and that if he had touched it carelessly, he would have been blown away without a trace. The instructor continued walking toward a door, but just as he reached it, he suddenly stopped and turned his head sharply. A purple dagger shot toward him, aiming for his skull, but he blocked it instantly with a shimmering blue barrier. Shocked, he shouted and turned toward the source. There stood Arsene, surrounded by dark mana that coiled around his body like smoke. His expression was cold and unreadable as he raised his hand and spoke in a low, chilling voice that he could have killed him. Instructor shouted while clenching his fist with anger and asked who he was. Arsene quickly used his magic technique called stealth while gripping his dagger tightly and vanished from his place. The instructor began gathering mana in his hands, his face filled with focus and rage. He raised both hands and shouted with power as green wind started swirling around his body, calling it to tear the enemy into pieces. Arsene covered his body with his arms, thinking with tension that the instructor's reaction speed was faster than he expected. The instructor then commanded with a sharp voice for the wind roaming through the forest to find his enemy. At once, a burst of green mana filled the forest air, shaking the trees. But Arsene swiftly used his technique position swap and appeared on a high tree branch. He jumped down from the branch and used position swap again, suddenly appearing right in front of the instructor. The instructor's eyes widened in surprise as Arsene raised his dagger. In that instant, Arsene used another technique called Dark Fong, and purple mana burst out, covering both his body and dagger. He swung the dagger down toward the instructor's head, but the instructor quickly created a shield above himself. With fury in his voice, the instructor released his magic, and a powerful blast exploded across the forest. When the dust finally cleared, Arsene stood there unharmed, his presence calm and unshaken. The instructor's voice roared through the air as he shouted for Arsene to stop hiding like a rat and come out. Instructor formed several swirling currents of wind around himself, their force shaking the forest ground. Arsene looked surprised by the sudden power. He quickly used his magic technique while thinking with tension that he had to press his body down with psychokinesis and hold on, because if he got swept away, it would be over. When the air finally became calm, Arsene pushed away the pieces of wood stuck on his body, sat up on the ground, and smiled while saying that he had survived. As he lifted his gaze, he saw the instructor standing in front of him. The instructor clenched his teeth and said with anger that Arsene had finally shown himself. Arsene leaped high and rushed into attack, but the instructor quickly formed a barrier to protect himself. The instructor then sent several glowing sharp blades of wind toward Arsene. Arsene dodged them one after another, and thought with a faint smile why the instructor was targeting him so much. The instructor laughed coldly and said that Arsene was a fool digging his own grave. He then shouted while gathering a large amount of mana in his hands, asking if Arsene thought victory would come just by defeating him. His voice thundered through the forest as he declared that he would show his true power. As he raised his hands, a huge ball of mana began to form. But suddenly, the instructor's surroundings changed, and he found himself in a strange space-like place. Shock filled his mind as he thought that he had been fighting the assailant only moments ago. Meanwhile, in the real world, the instructor stood motionless. Arsene appeared silently in front of him, opening many dark portals behind the instructor to release daggers. The instructor instantly created another barrier, blocking all of them, and shouted with rage. But Arsene only smiled calmly and began counting softly until 7. The next moment, he appeared inside the instructor's barrier. The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. Arsene smiled with mystery and moved swiftly as he attacked, saying that it was over, Bisaha. The instructor's eyes widened in shock as Arsene slashed his dagger through the man's fingers, cutting them down in a single motion. Arsene landed behind him, breathing heavily, and sat on the ground with exhaustion. He said with relief that it had been the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Slowly, he removed his mask and murmured that it was a relief he had not lost his key senses after using perfect stealth. He thought with unease that if it had been his eyes instead, just imagining it gave him chills. Holding a mana potion bottle in his hand, Arsene thought that he needed to recover his mana first. He reminded himself that he had already drunk the intermediate potion right after perfect stealth, so only the advanced potion was left. He drank it quietly, then murmured with a blank tone that he could not taste anything, realizing he had lost his sense of taste. His gaze shifted toward the door as he thought about looking for the elixir. Before leaving, his eyes turned to the instructor's motionless body. He stepped closer, crouched, and picked up an eagle-shaped badge from the instructor's uniform. Later, while moving down the stairs, Arsene noticed the faint light ahead and thought that it was convenient there was a mana lamp right inside the entrance. As he stepped into the underground room, the sight before him made him pause. The walls were lined with glass jars, and skeletons hung motionless in the dim light. He murmured that it was a biological laboratory made for experiments on demons, and that he had not imagined it would be this horrific. His eyes darkened with reflection as he remembered how he once wrote that using demons for experiments was justified because they were absolute evil. Now, inside the world of his own story, doubt clouded his thoughts. He wondered if humans were truly good and demons truly evil, yet he also understood that the humans must have had their own reasons for carrying out these experiments. Arsene's gaze shifted toward a glass flask on the table, and he thought with realization that it was a homunculus, the very thing Bisaha had tried to create. He remembered that a homunculus was an artificial life form made by grinding countless demons, and that possessing one could help its owner avoid approaching death. It was no wonder Bisaha had been desperate to make it at any cost. But before he could study it further, the small dragon hidden in his bag suddenly leaped out and jumped toward the flask. The glass shattered into pieces, and the dragon swallowed the strange creature inside it. In that instant, Arsene's necklace began glowing red, absorbing the energy that flowed from the dragon. Arsene looked at it in surprise, unsure of what he was witnessing. He observed the dragon closely and murmured that it looked a bit different now. Before, it had clearly looked like a dragon, but now it felt more like a snake. He lifted the small creature into his hand, studying it carefully, and said that it had been inanimate before, yet after eating the homunculus, it had been reborn as a living creature. He realized it was a homunculus that had worked successfully on Solitude rather than on a human. After a brief silence, he placed the snake back into his bag and muttered that for the sake of his sanity, it would be better to ignore it for now. As he continued his search, his eyes caught sight of a plant. He picked it up and said with satisfaction that he had found it, and that it looked like ginseng. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began chewing the plant while focusing his mana, thinking that he should take it while channeling energy. A rush of heat surged through his body as soon as he swallowed it, and he felt the burning sensation of his blood vessels expanding with incredible force. Arsene took a deep breath and opened his status window. The glowing screen appeared before him, showing his current state. It read that his race was half demon and listed several traits: interest, focus, sword pierce, killing intent, darkness, mana control, and eyes of arrogance. His mana count displayed as 1381 out of 2072. He smiled with quiet satisfaction, thinking that his mana had finally passed 2000. Clenching his fist, he watched as dark mana began swirling around his arm. He thought with confidence that all the mana he emitted could now be turned into darkness, and that in dark places, he could completely erase his presence. Standing up, he said that he had gathered what he needed and wondered aloud if he should return to the class kids, calculating that he might still have about 10 minutes to spare. Focusing through his sparrow's vision, he observed the battlefield and thought that a fight was taking place in the middle of the area. He recognized the woman as Sylvia and noticed that Tyrias had not yet appeared. As expected, Samuel was pushing the enemies back without losing ground. But suddenly, the red gem on his necklace began to glow again. Arsene looked surprised and thought with confusion about why the necklace was acting up once more. Before he could react, a piece of paper appeared in front of him. On it, words began to form by themselves, saying that he could see the recent past. Arsene stared at it, puzzled, then held his pen and wrote carefully on the paper, asking it to reveal the pendant's identity. The response appeared instantly, showing only the words "Offer a God." His eyes narrowed in disbelief. Then, without warning, a glowing screen appeared before him again, showing the image of Samuel. The necklace burst into a surge of red mana, and the powerful energy spiraled around Arsene's body, wrapping him in its burning light. Arsene drifted in unconsciousness, his mind clouded, and thought with confusion about what had just happened. When his senses slowly returned, he looked out the window and saw soldiers outside killing demons with their weapons. His eyes widened in shock as he realized he was witnessing a battlefield. He turned toward the mirror, and his expression froze. He thought with disbelief that the face staring back at him was not his own, it was Samuel's. Not only that, he looked around 10 years younger. The realization struck him that this must be the time of the human-demon war. If so, then the chaos outside meant he was inside Samuel's past, during the extermination of the Varys family by humans. Suddenly, the door burst open. A young Samuel ran forward and threw his arms around his mother. His mother knelt beside him, her voice trembling as she told him to listen carefully to what she was about to say. She held his face tightly and begged that no matter what happened, he must not come out from that room. Her words were firm yet desperate as she told him not to listen, not to look, and not to speak. Samuel nodded with tears gathering in his eyes. His mother smiled faintly through her tears and said while crying that he must survive, calling him her precious child and telling him that she loved him. She gently closed the door, leaving Samuel alone in silence. Unable to resist, Samuel peeked through the small space between the doors. What he saw made his heart shatter, and Knight raised his weapon and drove it straight into his mother's chest. Samuel's eyes filled with tears as his small body trembled. Outside, a half-demon female servant approached the knight and reported in a calm tone that there were no relatives left. The knight slashed the half-demon maid's head in one clean motion and said with a mocking tone that he had promised to let her go, not to spare her life. A deafening explosion suddenly shook the entire area, throwing dust and fire across the ruins. Samuel was flung to the ground, landing near his mother's lifeless body. His small frame trembled as he burst into tears and crawled toward her, calling out with grief. His body began to glow with green mana, twisting under its unstable power. Then, before reason could return, monstrous shapes appeared from his mana, sharp-faced creatures born from his agony. They lunged forward and consumed his mother's body, leaving Samuel screaming in despair. In the present, Arsene's eyes opened sharply as he returned to his own body. His breathing was heavy, and his thoughts echoed in silence. He finally understood why Samuel hated him so deeply. He thought bitterly that it was because of the half-demon maid who betrayed her master and the humans who had driven Samuel's family to madness, forcing him to eat his own mother in despair. Arsene held his necklace tightly, grounding himself, and thought that right now he needed to focus on repelling Leon Tyrias. He reasoned that learning secrets, or weaknesses from his opponent's past could be useful, but that was as far as he would go. Pulling his mask back over his face, he rose to his feet and began running swiftly through the forest. His thoughts were sharp and determined as he reminded himself that above all else, he had to become stronger. Tyria's might have already arrived. Looking through his sparrow's vision, he noticed the battle still raging and thought with concern that Sylvia was still fighting. As he leaped high into the air, he realized that although the events he had just witnessed felt like days had passed, in reality only a few minutes had gone by. He felt a quiet sense of relief and thought with gratitude that it was a good thing. The scene shifted to the battlefield where humans and demons clashed fiercely. Samuel's eyes glowed with a deep green light as he summoned sharp-toothed creatures from his mana and hurled them toward the human students, tearing through their ranks. Screams filled the air as the creatures ripped into their targets. One human student shouted with rage and charged at Samuel, but before he could reach him, Laurel stepped in and yelled with urgency for everyone to form a defensive formation around Samuel. The demon students quickly gathered in a line, channeling their mana in unison. Samuel lifted his hand high, forming a massive sphere of green energy above his head. His voice echoed with fury as he shouted that he would blast them all away. The ground trembled, and a sudden pressure spread through the air, thick with violent energy. Sylvia clenched her teeth, her body trembling from exhaustion. She glared at Samuel and said with hatred that he was a monster, then admitted that she could no longer hold on. Without hesitation, she ordered her comrades to tear open their return scrolls and retreat. The human students obeyed at once, ripping their scrolls as glowing light began to envelop their bodies for teleportation. Samuel's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw them escaping. He broke into a run, shouting that he would not let them get away. He threw several of his sharp-toothed creatures towards Sylvia, yelling for them to bite their targets to pieces. But just before they could strike, all the creatures froze mid-air, their movement completely stopped. Samuel's eyes widened in shock as a tall figure stepped out from the shadows. Leon Tyrias appeared before them, his expression calm but his presence radiating immense power. He said in a cold voice that he had caught the scent of blood and hurried over. The demon students stared in stunned silence, fear and awe spreading among them.